Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Besides this, this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Elvis has left the building. It's done. It's over.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we, everybody? I got the bare necessities. I got the Chicago Bears. Morning, Robin. Morning, Christine. Morning, Kelly. Morning, Elsie. The King of Canton. Dennis Sweeney, the Queen of Canton. Brenda Sweeney, hello to you both. Hippie Chick, hello, my darling. Rhode Island. Oh, Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Jesus, that was bad. Morning to you, my darling Deb. How are you? Good morning, Reality Check. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Hippie Chick. I will speak about the doctors now, my darling. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Toots. How are you doing, my darling? Gary, how are you? Nice to see you, buddy. Welcome back. Dana Leonard. Dana the Speedo Man. Dana the Speedo Man. Dana loves Speedos. He wears his Speedos. Dana's a Speedo Man. Whoop, whoop. There you go. That piece of trash, whatever his name is, Nora, bro. You're banned. Get out, you stupid prick. There you go. If I'm not sure if I mentioned it or not, but I really like that intro that you did. Did you do yourself? No, I did not. So I sent all the pictures to my wonderful mod, Maxi Texi. Maxi Texi, she's so sexy. Dee, 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 dee. Maxi Texi, she's so sexy. Dee, 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 dee. I can sing that because she's in bed at the minute. She sleeps in all the time. But yeah, Maxi, I sent her all the pictures, said, do your thing, girl. And she did that. She's wonderful. And she did the last two videos as well, the outros as well. She's wonderful. She's great. Here we go. He's been banned, Elsie. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Do you know what? I can't wait, right? In Boston, when I get to meet Dana and Dennis for the first time, they're going to be walking down the street in Speedos towards me. I'll be like, Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the best you gonna meet. Dana and Dennis, these two Speedo pros. I'm going to be singing to them as they keep walking towards me in the Speedo, strutting their stuff. Here we go. Disney Queen, hello, my darling. Thank you, my darling. I will speak about it in a second now. Thank you, my darling. Nice to see you. Nice, Disney Queen. Missing anybody here? No. Robin G. Robin G. Robin G. King of Canton Sweeney. Am I missing anyone? Sexbot, there you go. Yeah, do you know what? I've not watched this show yet. I've not. We had this show going till about 1 o'clock in the morning for me. You were done by the time I finished, Dana. I've got 2 streams now to watch. I've not caught up on 2. I've missed now. Sundays and last night. So apologies. I will catch up on it at some point. I hope Quinton's trial isn't all interview like yesterday. Finished last hour from yesterday. I couldn't stand this delay. I think that's the only thing about that. I think it's important they're showing it because of all the lies. Basically, that's what they're doing, is just showing all the lies that she did. The Bears' necessities. I know I could have worn anything, but the Bears one I took to the doctors today. So thank you, buddy. Go Bears. Hey, when Dennis Sweeney's around, it'll be go Pip, go Pats, go. 3 new base shirts for my birthday. There you go, Robin G. Busy day yesterday. Rest assured, after meeting with FBI, we definitely know about Canton. Ho! Let's go, Dennis. Let's go, sir. Good morning to you, Karen Powers. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Ashley, lovely to meet you as well. Dennis Sweeney. Yeah, Dennis Sweeney. Well, a bunch met the FBI yesterday. So here we go, people. Right, update, because I know a lot of you care about me, and I love it. I do adore you all for it. Doctors went fine this morning. normal stuff, whatever. My sleep apnea, he agreed. I spent 8 months. 8 months. So since they put an appointment for me, so he is going to be personally chasing them up for that. He said 8 months is too long. So he's going to be messaging them himself to try and get the ball rolling quicker. So that's good. That's good. I mean, 8 months is a long time. He said it shouldn't be taking this long, no matter what. So that's good. So hopefully, in the next couple of months, hopefully we will get a test. We hope. I might have to go back in 2 months and go, what the fuck? It's out of his hands anyway. So yeah. So good news. Just wait now. Fingers crossed now. Yes, we're not the first to meet with them, no, but lots of people meet with them, I think, aren't they? Thank you, LC. Thank you, Hippie Chick. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. Robin, be good. So we'll see. Positive morning. Went to the surgery in my Bears gear. I tried to put another couple of other t-shirts on. They didn't fit. So had to go with the bare necessities. I think that I wouldn't put him in that position. I wouldn't put him just in case there's private. I don't want to put him in that position. But I'll talk to him offline, see if he can come on at some point. The past couple shows have been really fun. Do you know what? It looks fun. Everyone says it's fun. Dana, I'm disappointed I missed it. Both. I've missed both of them. You've had some great guests, Dana. We've had some great guests. So yeah. I always love the show. I love the show, and I can't wait to get back on at some point. Dana, can't wait. It'd be good to get on at some point. So yeah, love it. Good morning, Deanette Bev. How are you, my darling? I'm glad that hopefully he will follow. He will. He's my regular doctor. He's very good. He's my permanent doctor. Do you know? I got like I'm assigned to like 12 doctors or whatever it is, GPs. But he's my main one. Do you know what I mean? So he's always the one that fixes me. So when he says he's going to write to them, he will write to them. But again, there's only so much he can do. Do you know what I mean? There's only so much he can do, but he will follow up, and I believe him, and I know he will. Hello, Guy. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Hey, Terza. Hey, Stranger Danger. Hello, my darling. Do you know what? I saw a message that Cara wrote to you, and I was like, it's Terzi. I've not seen Terzi for ages. She went on an all-girls holiday some point. I've not seen her since then. How are you doing, my darling? I hope you're well, Terzi, from South Africa, man. I hope you're well. Are you coming back? I've not seen you for ages. Great shows, Dana. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me. If you like, then subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. You always have an opening. Thank you very much, Dana. Do you know what? Probably not next week, but maybe the week after or something, Dana. We'll chat in the coming weeks. We'll do something because I'm streaming till 1 o'clock, so I can't. That is 8, 9 o'clock West, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, yeah, or whatever. But yeah, definitely thank you, Dana. You are very gracious to me. Thank you. I missed your show last night. Jen was great the other night. Yeah, she's awesome. Good morning, Danielle. We went well. Doctor's going to chase it up for me. This is going to be all day today, isn't it? I love you all for it. Thank you very much. It is. He's going to be pushing for it. He says it's been too long. So doctor said so. Yeah. We need to learn to take a nap and come on show. Dana, be lots of yes. I do. To be fair to Dana, he's always invited me. He's just finding the time. But I will in the coming weeks. After I stop doing the double trials, I'll be open. I'll be well open. So yeah, definitely can't wait. And I won't swear as much this time. I have a habit of when I'm out because the skill that Dana and Tracy have there is like, it's just like talking to your friends. You forget your own stream. So I'm like, fucking this, fuck that, you know, fucking mofo, fucking motherfucker. Do you know what I mean? Swearing all the time. I'm like, jeepers. Everyone kept telling me you fucking were swearing every other word. I was like, jeepers, I need to stop. So no, but it's a compliment to them because I was such at ease just slinging it. Oh, missed you too, my darling. Missed you too. Lizzie Bones. Hello, Lizzie Bones. We all love a bone. All the women here love a bone. There you go, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. That's a great idea. Yeah, I'd love to. I'm well, thank you. There you go. Good morning, Delan. Are you wearing a bit? I am. But Sunday night, no excuses. NFL, Dennis. It depends. No, that's Jen's slot. I won't do a Jen slot. That's her slot, you know. But yeah, we will do one. Don't you worry. I missed Dylan singing voice. Thank you, my darling. I tried, lol. I tried watching the Quinton trial last night, but I gave up. The audio's horrible. Everyone's having that. Yeah, it was the interview. It should be better after that. It should be better. We're not monetized. Feel free. I know, but still. Do you know what I mean? It's, when people telling me that I'm swearing too much, I mean, that's saying something. Do you know what I mean? You know, I don't want to be the reason like you ever lose any viewers or anything like that. So, you have to slow it down because yeah, but even at normal speed, you can't understand it. But yeah, I get you. Oh, Robin G is watching it on Lawn Crime. What? You cheated on me, Danielle. Oh. 11K the long. When did that happen? Do you know what? The lady got Miss H Gold. So I've had 11K on and off for the last probably week and a half. I looked this morning, it's 11,001, but I had that last week as well. Then it went down to 10,995. So I don't celebrate it because I guarantee you I will lose viewers at one point or another. But you know, so but yeah, no, I have reached 11,000 people, but I've reached it a couple times now. But every time some buggers unsubscribe, unfortunately. So I don't celebrate until I've got like 11,100, and then I'll start celebrating it, you know. So, but thank you, Miss H Gold. Lovely to see you, my darling. Like, it's been ages to get to 11K. It's been a long journey to get to 11K. We got to 10K so quick, thanks to Sean and everything like that, and you guys. And then the road to 11K has been a drag. It's been, I think it was on 10,006, 10,700 off the Karen Reed. And then I just lost so many subscribers. So we're constantly building. So, but which is fine. Hopefully these are all genuine people joining us now. So I'm happy. 11,000. I never thought I'd get to 10,000, let alone 11. So thank you to everybody for that. Oh, okay, Danielle. What do you need is a swear jar, I know. That swearing off for you is you are, and if people don't like that, yeah, you're right, Terzia, you're right, my darling. You bastard. I just read what Dana said. No worries, Robin G. Just noticed that too, Miss Gold. Here, Robin G. Everyone subscribe because you're such a sex bot. I'm a sex bot. I wait until the number hits 11K and then I unsubscribe, so you go back to 10,999. Hey, Carol, sweetie, Dylan, you'll hit 20K in January with a retrial. We'll see. Yeah, if Sean joins me, we definitely will. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the trial happens or not. We'll see. I was told the video of me and on audit went 200,000 views. Whoa, or 2 million views. Whoa. You see, Dennis is famous. We need to get Dennis back on here. Dennis, the Speedo Man. Famous. Dana. There you go. We did miss Terzia. We did miss another person we missed is Lady Di. Where did you go with yesterday? Cheating? Running late for work, listening while I get ready. There you go, my darling. I believe it, Dennis. Terzia. Yeah, 200,000. There you go. You special guy. Hello, Anthony. Arsey guy. Arsey guy. What's up, fella? Hope you're well. So, who else? Sorry. There you go. So here we are. Merry Christmas, everybody's having fun. So yes, just a final update because I know some people have asked again. Doctors went well today. Because if people ask in chat again, which they will, I know, just say it all went well. Doctor is chasing the sleep test for me, so I'm happy. So we'll see. But thank you everybody for your support. Thank you for asking and everything like that. It means the world. It really does. Thank you. I didn't realize you all cared so much. So I mean, you're all like, don't drop off and die because we need somewhere to chat every day. So right. Thank you, Gary. If I see you, I'll say it, but it's more of a I can't do chat all the time. I'm all good. Sorry, I'm missing chat. If I'm in chat, don't worry about it at all. We love you. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. That means a lot. Thank you, everybody. Right. Let's get to day one, shall we? Sorry, day one. What the fuck am I talking about? What am I talking about? Hang on. Let me do this first. I need to post some links. Hang on. I need to post some links. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum. You are my fire, my only desire. You see, motherfuckers, mother truckers, Dana, is that you? What did I just say? Hey, Rebecca, how you doing, my darling? Hey, what did I just say? I don't celebrate the 11,000 because some fuckers just unsubscribe. We're back down to 10,999 subscribers. I'm not even kidding. We are back down to 10,000. Just lost 2 subscribers. I told you. I mean, honestly. Hey, Standing Stones, how you doing, fella? Nice to see you, buddy. Damn it. It happens all the time. It's been done for 2 weeks, people. I've broken the 11k barrier about 5 times now. But fuck. Dana, you bastard. Dana's getting the blame now. Dana's getting the blame because he was he said he would do it. It would be funny if it was actually him that did it. Right, hang on, let me put the fucking link up. Fuck. Oh, every fucking time. You are my fire, my only desire, and you. Oh, hey, Tina says no, it wasn't me. No, it's happened all the time. It's fine. Toots, thank you very much for that. Thank you for that, Tootsie, for the 10 gift members. Who got them? Let's see who got them. We've got Beautifully Inappropriate got one. Okay, nice. Chrissy C going, Mikey going, Lisa Davey going, Megan Easton got one, Mari Vicarius got one, Gigi got one. There you go. Colleen F got one, Patty Wassman got one, and DA got one. There you go. I know, Standing Stones. I know, sir. I know. I still don't know the song. I will learn it though. Right, hang on. Let me post a link here then. Hey Vic, how you doing, my darling? You are my fire, my only desire. Mm-hmm. Right. Let me just post this, and then I'll be with you. Well, let's play yesterday's day then. We missed about 5, 6, 7 minutes yesterday, so paste. Da, 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 da. Hello, Linda Mitchell as well. Linda Mitchell and Greg, how are you? Hope you're both well. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Hope you're doing well, both of you. Right, I'm just going to get this on screen. So this is the bit we missed yesterday, people. Right, we missed a little bit. We closed down early yesterday, so this is the bit that we missed from yesterday, which we will watch now. So bear with me. Here we go, people, and then we'll watch the real trial in live. Then we're about 2 minutes behind. So here we go.
Court will be the truth. If you could please raise.
I don't know who this is. Sean Doughty, hello.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could, you can put your hand down now. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Addison Farris.
Addison, how do you know Melody Farris, the defendant in this case?
She's my grandmother.
So which parent is she the mother of for you?
She's my dad's mother.
Addison, where do you live? Just the state. What state do you live in?
Other than Plymouth State, I live in Maine.
How long have you lived in Maine?
How long have I lived in Maine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's like 11 years now.
Before you lived in Maine, did you live in Georgia ever?
I don't think so. I lived in Florida before that.
When did you live in Florida?
From when I was really young, like 2 or 3, to when I was 7.
And does your dad live in Georgia?
Yes.
Would you frequently visit your dad when you were younger?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that you came to Georgia?
I'm not sure. I think probably, or I know it was around the time of the 4th of July, but I don't know an exact day.
Were you here before the actual 4th of July holiday?
Yes.
Where did you go when you first got to Georgia?
When the day that we got there, we dropped my sister off at her friend's house, and then we went to my grandparents' farm.
How old were you in 2018?
I was 11, almost 12.
And when you mentioned your sister, how old was your sister?
My sister would have been 13.
So she's older of the two of you.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you dropped your sister off, you then went to your grandparents' farm?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at the farm?
I saw my grandmother and my grandfather.
When you say we traveled to the farm, who is we?
Me and my dad.
Okay. Was anyone else with you too?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember how long you stayed at the farm when you saw your grandparents that day?
It was a really quick visit. We just came to say hi and give hugs, and then we left. So probably like 15 minutes tops.
Okay, and I want to kind of orient you to the dates. That week of July, Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th. Do you remember now which day that would have been?
I think that it was probably the 2nd then.
Okay.
Or no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. So back in 2019, were you interviewed professionally by a forensic interviewer?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, if you had mentioned to her that that was the day before the 4th of July, would that have been accurate?
Objection.
Yes.
She's trying to refresh her recollection.
It's a little difficult on Zoom.
I know.
I'm happy to do that if you would like me to.
A second ago, she didn't know what day it was.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude, but you also can grab the calendar, put it on, show it to her. Now, when you try to do something on the screen, we don't have that technology available easily. That's part of the problem and part of my complaints about all this. So, now, you can do that by sharing the screen on the computer, but then we have to relog in that computer, and then we may lose. Sorry, I turned off my mic. We may then lose. We can log that computer in, and then you can share a screen from that computer. But we don't have it set up that way because I killed that connection to make sure we can get the sound working. So if there's something you need to show her, then we're gonna have to do that, which is okay. It's just gonna take a minute.
But the part of the problem is that I have to do it too.
Well, you can
We're
if
doing
we
the same thing that we
right.
both have
uh,
from the interview. So probably best that we go ahead and figure out how to do it.
well, or we could anyway. Yeah, again, this is something we should have talked about before we tried it. Now, Tracy, come log this computer back in. If you can, let's see what happens. And we'll see how much longer we go before we give up and start over in the morning.
Judge, we're happy to send her whatever she needs to review to refresh. But
We could. Well, if you're going to do that outside if we need to do that outside the presence of jury, we're going to send them back while we're showing her. So y'all step back out for a minute. Now, when we do that, I'm going to start all over and see if I can systematically.
I think they're done. Hello, little G. So there you go. They were done there. That was all we missed last night. Okay, so that's that one. That's what we missed last night. This is a new day. It's a new dawn. It's a new life. And I'm feeling good. Bam, 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 bam. And I'm feeling good. Bam, 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 bam. I'm feeling good. Hello, Mark. Hello to you, Mark. Hello to you. Vix Logica as well. I did say hello. Hello, Amy. Yes, I did. Doctor's going to chase him up. So he's chasing them up for my sleep apnea. So yeah, good news. I think, anyway. So we'll see. It was only about the jury coming back and saying we're going to start again tonight, this morning. That's all that was. So there were still 10 minutes left in the stream. I thought they sent the jury out. They did, just to try and fix it. They couldn't do it. So they're coming back this morning. James, hello to you. I'm feeling good. I know. Shirley Bassey. How are we, everybody? Right, so the stream is not quite there yet. So that was good. We caught up. We're all caught up. This is day 8. We are here. Do you mind if I show it, Amy? Amy, do you mind if I show the picture? I always ask first, do you mind if I show it or not? If you don't mind, I'll show it. It's a lovely picture, Amy. Happy days. Right, here we go then. Let's put this is Amy in her alternate corner top. So bear with me once I get this for ya. Da, da, da. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Ho, ho, ho. Right, let me do this, do that, share. So this is the altar corner hoodie. This is Amy. Amy, look at her, the altar corner top. That's great, Amy. Look at that. Big smile as well. Look amazing, Amy. As always, my darling. There you go. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a nice colour. That's a nice colour, that is. What? I don't know what's happened there, Toots. Beautiful, exactly, the dye. Beautiful. Thank you for sending it. It's your favourite colour. Oh, look at the Irish. Look at the Irish to you. Good morning, Marsha Smith. Hello to you, Darlington, South Carolina. Hello, Marsha. How are you, my darling? What has Dylan started at Mark Cunningham? What have I started now? What am I in trouble for? And I'm feeling good. Do, 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 do. Right, let me get my little banner to put over.
I'm gonna have you stand back up a minute.
Boobies. Good morning, Brenda. Good morning to you. Oh, okay, cool. Right, let me just do this then. I'll just go cover this logo. There you go. Yesterday I met someone named Dana, and guess what I thought about? Dana's a speedo, man. There you go.
Yes, we just.
Good morning, Patricia.
We had an extra chair over there, and so that's why we have a chair in front. Okay. Yes. All right. Before we get started, if you're in court regularly in front of me, from time to time, I'm known to go off on a rant. And generally, by point of the day in which I do one of those, there's only like 3 or 4 people in the courtroom. And so no one gets to hear my rant, and nothing ever is done from it. Not like anything's going to be done anyway. But I'm going to take a little opportunity right now, since we do have dozens of people watching us on the internet, to go off on a little bit of a rant here. I am a tech guy. Y'all have realized that in working with me. My problem with technology, however, is it should be seamless and it should be easy and should not make things more complicated as it was yesterday. And although I don't mind hopping down and working on the technology, it should not be my responsibility or my core function. There should be someone dedicated around here to do that. And no one in the building is specifically trained to do it, and the county has not approved a position for it. Without going into budgetary issues, but that is a problem. And we have 10 courtrooms outfitted with this technology. And when we are using your time and paying you a whole $35 a day to be here, we shouldn't waste an hour of your time trying to get the technology to work. It should work, or I should be able to call someone and have them to come get it fixed. It is frustrating for me to have to do that. I don't mind doing it, but Tracy and Julian, my law clerk, and myself and Mandy from the court administrator's office were here till 6 o'clock last night trying to get it to work. We believe we found the issue to be a loose audio cable strapped up underneath to a zip tie to the equipment that's underneath this desk that plugs into the microphone system that goes in there, which may explain why I've been having intermediate problems with the sound for the last 6 months. So I don't mind doing it, but it'd be nice if we had someone else to do it. It should be someone else's responsibility. I've also been in jury trial since September 23rd. So before I started with y'all, I have been in trial for a week and a half continuously before that. And I'm a little bit tired. So I'm going to appreciate the half day off on Thursday. So anyway, so if anyone out in TV land wants to send a message to my county commissioners and tell them to get me an AV person, go at it. All right, with that, let's go back. Oh, but we are skipping that witness, not because of the technology, but just because of scheduling. So we're going to try it again next week, and then it won't work again. But anyway.
State calls Benjamin Fox onto the stand. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter not presenting to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Name is Benjamin Botsong. I'm an investigator with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the Intelligence Division.
I'm going to move this microphone down so you project quite well, but a little bit louder for me. And what is your assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Intelligence Division as part of the Digital Forensic Lab. My primary responsibility is the obtaining and analyst and storage of digital evidence.
I just got to stop there. If it was me up there, there'd be fucking Sarah P. What the? F in this, F in that. Sarah P. It's your fault. Oh, that's funny, Rebecca. That's funny.
What is your background in order to have a position like that?
Started training in 2016 with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's basic introduction to digital evidence. I then got my assignment to this unit in 2019, where I attended a series of classes through the National White Collar Crime Center in both computer and mobile forensics. In May of 2019, I attended the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists course, which is a 2-week course taught in Orlando, Florida, specifically about computer forensics and digital storage. After that, they've got a 4-month peer review period where you work through a series of problems with somebody that's certified that coaches you through the process before taking an actual final exam. Completed that process, obtained that certification. I've also taken multiple classes through a vendor known as Cellbrite, whose primary business is in digital and cell phone forensics. I've taken their 3 certification tracks, which is the operator, the analyst, and then their capstone certification, Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. Then I've taken a handful of other classes in other areas of forensics, including vehicles and drones.
You mentioned some certificates. Can you tell the jury about what certificates you possess in digital forensics?
So through Cellbrite, I hold the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That's their capstone certification for the Cellbrite system in digital forensics, specifically in mobile devices. I hold the certification through that IASIS group. And then I also hold 3 certifications through Berla for vehicle forensics.
What is, did you say IASIS?
IASIS,
Yes,
an International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
You mentioned a lot of digital forensics experience, but you're also post-certified. Can you tell the jury about that?
I was hired at the Sheriff's Office in 2008, attended the basic mandate course, in January, or completed the basic mandate course in January of 2010, getting my state certification as a peace officer. And I've since taken a series of courses to get both my intermediate and advanced certifications through the state of Georgia, through the Post Council, as well as a field training officer certification.
And is digital forensics a field that's constantly evolving?
It is every day.
And do you have continuing education, both voluntarily and hours that you need to meet each year?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So through the various vendors that affiliate with Cellbrite, Magnet Forensics, the National White Collar Crime Center, they all host training classes, new technology updates, webinars to just keep the information fresh. I also read most of the major release notes that come out from both Android, iOS, and Windows just to keep up with the technology. And then each certification has a certain requirement as far as recertification goes. And I've maintained those since they've been obtained. And those are typically through providing both training hours, and some of them have a knowledge base checkup at the recertification time.
We've been talking a lot about digital forensics. Can you describe to the jury sort of what digital forensics is?
The digital forensics is just forensics on anything digital. So it's looking at a hard drive, what files are there, what files were there, through a process, and using scientific principles. You can see what's there, what's not there. Same thing for mobile devices and other devices. So utilizing a process and a series of tools to uncover the digital information that's stored on devices.
At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit Detective Botsong as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay.
It's an Investigator Botsong. Did you ask to become involved in the case against Melody Farris?
Yes.
How so?
So the original examiner that had participated in this case early on passed due to complications from COVID. And in preparation for this case, I was asked to come on and do some validation and some further work on the digital evidence.
Did you train under that investigator?
Yes.
So when you say validation, what does that mean?
So every file that we do, and as I mentioned in the introduction, it is a scientific process if you follow the steps in your best practices. There's a series of checks that happen on all of our data. So when it comes to a hard drive, we're not necessarily just plugging the hard drive into a computer and taking a look at it. We're using specific software following that specific process. So for a computer hard drive, we actually plug that into a device that is specifically designed and created to prevent alteration to that hard drive. So I plug it in a method where I'm not writing back to the hard drive. And then we make a copy of that hard drive. And during that copying process, my computer's completing, or any of the computers that are doing it are completing a set of mathematical calculations that are known as a hash. And it's just a complicated math formula run across data that comes out with a series of numbers. Now, that is both done as a data integrity feature and so that anybody that comes behind you can go through and run any program that's capable of conducting a hash. And as long as you're selecting the same hash algorithm that I do, you could take a hard drive that I imaged and worked on 5 years ago, run this calculation, and you'll get the same results. So in my validation process, it is exactly that. The known hash values are stored in the file itself. So I'd be able to take those files, load it into the application, run this process, and the numbers match from the initial copying of that hard drive or the device containing data.
You also took original images from some of the devices. Is that also what part of your task was later on in the case. EO1 files.
Yes. I mean, I did make some files for this case.
You what?
I said I had made some files for this case, yes.
So what I want to specifically chat with you about is you specifically looked at the CPAP machine that was found in Mr. Farris's bedroom, the Dell computer found in the basement, and the trail camera. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through and actually analyzed the data within those items.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to start with the trail camera. Can you tell the jury where you began validating Kevin's work in the trail camera extraction?
So when working with Kevin, he had his files organized on our server from the initial extractions he had done when he copied the SD card from the trail camera. So the first thing I do is load it into a piece of software. I use one called Forensic Explorer made by a company named Get Data. And initially, the first thing I select is to actually run that hash validation, to run that mathematical formula to make sure that that data has maintained its integrity since it was originally obtained by the original analyst. In this case, all those numbers matched, which to me confirmed that nothing had changed with that data since it was initially copied. Then Forensic Explorer also has features to be able to display those files as if it was a drive. So it can make it look like you had just plugged that drive into the computer. Then it also has some advanced features to see certain other files that can exist there, whether they've been deleted or temporary or hidden.
Do you know at the time when you are extracting data from, in this case, it was an SD card, do you know what it's going to pull? Does it always pull all of the deleted information? Does it pull all of the saved information?
So it will pull what is there. So whether or not I expect deleted information is going to depend on, if it is full, if there's free space on there, just by the nature of how computers store data. So if there's a bunch of free space, you can't expect to see deleted items on there. If a drive is completely full, you're less likely to see more deleted data because that space has been utilized by new files.
The files that you pulled, did it pull full photo files, JPEGs?
It did for a lot of them, and then it also showed some file entries where the software was reading that at one point in time there was a file there, but the file content itself did not exist. So there were a bunch of files and then a bunch of entries of prior files.
When you pulled, when you put that data into Forensic Explorer, did it pull a little bit more than what Kevin's had originally pulled?
And so Kevin had done some reports and some output. I did not go back and look at his initial examination files. So I don't know if I was looking at what he had looked at and he had selected certain items for output. So that's a difficult question
to so
answer, but it's...
When you pulled it, what do you mean by entry files?
So just like the front of a book, your computer storage keeps a index of what files are there. So it's just kind of a list of entries that contain files. And then depending on the file type, it will link to where those files are on the disk. If that area had been, overwritten by a new file, or that part of the hard drive is needed by a larger file, those entries are still there and I can read the entries, but the data for the file itself is no longer there.
At this time, state with moving to evidence, state exhibit box on.
Okay. I submit.
All right. Josh, if you could pull up the TVs, please. Judge, could you turn on the television? Thank you. All right, investigator, I'm showing you bot song 9. So essentially the file from the trail camera SD card. And I want to pull up, let's see, this file within that exhibit named 18-73198 images from SD card. Are these images that were pulled by Mr. Castellano from the SD card?
Yes, they were.
And it has the date of the file creation. Is that when the device created that photo?
Yes, based on the time settings on that device itself, that is the date it's reporting that the photo was taken or the file was created.
And then down here, what does this mean to you?
That the file had been deleted.
Okay. So this first photo appears to have been deleted. The first, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were deleted. And then moving on from 8 down were not deleted. So I'm going to pull those up individually, but I first want to walk through each data on each photo. So for this photo, this was 7/2/18, 4:50 a.m. And it appears there's a raccoon, some animal.
Yes.
Your knowledge of trail cams, is it a motion sensor?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll take a photo when it senses motion.
Yes, it will.
Okay. And then on this one, file number 2, 7/3/18, 2:20 p.m. I think there might be a squirrel in there somewhere. Yes, there he is on the tree. And that was deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then 7/4, 3:24 p.m. I believe we have another squirrel that triggered that photo. Also deleted?
Yes.
And then July 4th, 2018, 5:53 p.m. We got another squirrel over here.
Yes.
And that was also deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be a person walking by on the 5th.
Correct.
At 12:05 p.m. Deleted. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And then the 6th file, 7/5/18, 12:06, also deleted.
Yes, it is.
I think this is the last one. And this appears to be a male walking up, possibly walking up to the camera, also deleted from the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. And then this image was created on the 5th, but this says false. Does that mean that was on the SD card, not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Same for this photo for the 6th.
Yes.
And then this appears to be an SO employee on the 6th, 12:42 a.m.
Yes.
Not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. Another SO not deleted on the 6th.
Correct.
Okay. Looks like another sheriff's office employee with badge on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And then another few moments later, also on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And it appears it's moving. In this photo, 12:51 a.m. on the 6th.
Yes.
And then do you recognize any of this in the background here on the 6th?
I don't recognize the background, but that does look like one of our shirts.
Okay, so it's SO employee.
I
And then
believe so.
the last one from the 6th at 12:53 a.m. not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it appears, pull that back up. This was the only one from the 3rd, which was at 2:20 p.m. And that's that squirrel there on the tree. And then a couple on the 4th of 2 squirrels. And then it moves to the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to talk to you about something a little more complex. Did you have the opportunity to look at the Dell computer located in the basement of the Farris house?
Not the computer itself, but a copy of the hard drive, yes.
Okay, so the hard drive was imaged?
It was.
And that was a bit-by-bit copy?
Yes, it was.
And you had the opportunity to look through that copy of the hard drive?
Yes.
What was it that you were looking for?
I was asked to determine a last point of when it was used or somebody had logged into it.
So sort of user
Looking for looking for artifacts of human interaction with the computer.
So for computers, do they have, can the system itself push out tasks onto the computer without somebody actually sitting in front of it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the difference between a task that a human would perform on a computer versus possibly the system performing a task?
A lot of the times I am. There are a certain small amount of instances where it's difficult to tell.
Where it's difficult to tell?
Yes.
So this image of this hard drive that you looked at, I want to walk through your report. I guess I'll just move it into evidence states exhibit box on 7.
No.
Which is your Dell report. And I can go ahead and give you this, and I can look at a digital copy if you would like. I'm just going to start with page 1 and kind of walk through. And hopefully, in layman's terms, describe the very technical work we did on this. All right. So on your first page here, what is this first box for computer information?
So a computer has a place where a bunch of the information on operation instructions and who it belongs to and other information is stored, called the registry. And in this case, this is a selective output of that information. And the first box itself shows that it is a Windows machine and it gives you the install date. But the more important part of this is pulling the registered owner.
Which says what?
In this case, it says G. Farris.
Okay, and then time zone information. Why is this important for you?
It gives me which time zone the computer is set in. So that way, when I'm doing any sort of analysis work with any of the files involving times, I know which time zone I'm looking at. And it's actually fairly common for a computer to be in the wrong time zone. So just to make sure I'm getting the times correct, we look at this entry.
Do you often have to convert time zones when you are analyzing digital evidence?
Yes.
And in this case, for this computer, were certain sections that you were looking at in different time zones? Or did they all appear to be consistently in UTC or Eastern time?
Everything was either in the UTC value or in Eastern time.
What is UTC?
It is the Universal Coordinated Time, or as I used to teach it, Greenwich Mean Time, which is in England, where it's just there's no compensation to the time zone. While in Georgia, we are either 4 or 5 hours behind that timeline.
And then I'm going to move down to the computer name. What this computer had a name. What was the name?
Yes, basement PC.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory there. All right, I want to move on to your section 1. And I've titled these sections to keep them straight. Chrome downloads. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a internet browser that is made by Google.
Why did you decide to look at internet browsers for user intervention?
That's one of the both easier and more common areas to see information on usage, as a lot of the use of a computer nowadays is becoming internet browser based.
Okay, so we started with Chrome, and it appears that these are in UTC. So what does that mean for you?
So in this case, that is in that coordinated time and not compensated to Eastern. So we would have to subtract 4 hours, because in July, our time offset would be 4 hours. So that to get to the time that it would be here in Eastern time.
So these were the last downloads that you pulled right here that you took a screenshot of?
Yeah, that was the 3 most recent Chrome downloads.
Okay. And they appear to be PDF files. Is that accurate right here?
Yes.
And the user downloaded them, and it appears saved it onto the desktop. Is that what that means?
Yes.
You located that same file that was downloaded in the desktop folder.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on July 3rd, 2018, and the Eastern time would be 1:51:09 p.m.
So the download was showing slightly before that, but the 1:51:03 is the download, and then the file time itself located in the download folder was, 6 seconds later.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Chrome history. This would be the user's browser history.
Yes.
Okay. For Chrome specifically.
Correct.
Okay. You noted this website, and you might call it something different, but I'm going to use website. Citrix. Can you describe that to the jury right here?
Citrix itself is a company that offers a lot of applications, primarily to small, medium, sometimes larger businesses. It has anything from some remote computer applications to file sharing, to a varied other set of business tasks that can be logged into from a browser.
And you sort of focused on the access to citrix1.per. Can you describe that to the jury, why you focused on that?
Burr.com is one of the names that I was informed belonged to the law firm that Mr. Farris had worked for. I don't know that part of the arrangement, but and that just as far as establishing usage, getting onto a corporate resource and accessing work materials, I flagged it as the information I was presented was this individual was pretty much always working and always accessing work resources.
And are these times, these are UTC, so we would subtract 4?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move up here to LinkedIn. Are you familiar with what LinkedIn is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's, in light terms, it's social media for business, and allows you to make a professional resume style profile and list accolades and friend and recommend business colleagues, as well as it does have some hiring features, some job hunting features, as well as some news articles that are posted by both professional outlets and individuals.
And it appears that the history for Chrome here, the last entry was 7/3/2018 at 2:32 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then we move on to Internet Explorer, which is just another browser. Yes. Internet browser.
At the time, yes, not so much anymore, but.
RIP Internet Explorer. Okay. So this is also in UTC time.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now we got a couple of, excuse me, later entries here. So I want to talk about the Internet Explorer history that you pulled from this computer. Can you walk through, you made a note here. Can you walk the jury through this opinion that you concluded?
So that top entry listed at July 4th shows a visit to a website that is titled msftconnecttest.com. I did a little bit of reading into the function of that task and what that task is, and found that it is a system task done by Microsoft that is essentially just a check-in to make sure that Microsoft applications and programs are operating effectively. So, for Outlook to work correctly, Teams, if you use Teams, which is a chat and video calling and meeting application, it will reach out when either you're booting into Windows or an application is about to be used, just to reach out to Microsoft to do that initial, hey, I'm over here, everything's okay, to check that connection status to make sure that your interaction with Microsoft products is a seamless experience.
Was that the only log for the 4th?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the ones that are below it. This is in UTC, so is this 7/4 technically 1:14 a.m.? Explain what the actual time and date of these entries are.
So that would be on the actual night of 7/2.
Okay.
So you subtract 4 hours back, you would get to the 2nd of July.
Okay. So we'll jump down to these down here. So these are the 3rd. Well, I guess, except, are these in chronological order? What kind of order are these in?
Yes, they're should be organized by time.
So we've got a couple of AMs here, and then we've got the 7/3/5:49 p.m.
Yes, and that would be 1:49 p.m. on the afternoon of the 3rd of July in 2018.
Okay, and so all of these for AM would actually be on the 2nd if you convert the time accurately.
Correct.
Okay, so then for 5:49 p.m., 5:47 p.m., that's 1:49 and 1:47 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. So between the 3rd and the 4th, 1:49 p.m. appears to be the latest Internet Explorer visit from a user.
Yes.
All right. Move down to event logs. What are event logs?
So Windows keeps logs of pretty much everything that happens on your computer as you're using it. I can store, error logs, install logs. But one of the more important areas to me is the actual login, logout logs. It will actually have a entry into a file, which is actually just named the event logs, when a user or a task logs in or accesses system resources, among some other information.
So what event log is 4624. What does that tell you?
So the 4624 is actually the code that it attaches to login entries.
To log in entries?
Yes.
So when somebody actually sits down and types in their password and logs into the computer?
It will create one of those, yes.
Okay. So for this Dell, and is this in, it says UTC, so we have to subtract 4 again?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 3rd, the last login was when?
The last login itself is at 3:42.
So that's this one highlighted right here.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then you had 2 types of logons. You broke that down on your next page here, and we're still on bots on 7. Can you describe that to the jury?
So each one of those entries, well, it's a simplified view that was on the prior page. Each one of those entries contains all of this other information inside of that file. So pulling this one as an example, there is multiple different types of logins that Windows will log. There's network login, there's user password, there's a system task that accesses the system, and those are all inside these 4624 log entries. They put a difference right in the second block of information. It's right there at the top of the page now. The under login information, the login type, it has a number next to it.
That's right here.
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, the login type number 2 is the one that I can attribute directly to a user entering a username and passcode or a PIN to log into the system. The other one I was seeing that was in these as well was a entry number 5, which is a system task, was logging into the system.
So we'll get to that one in a second. So the last one that you could attribute to a person was on the 3rd. Is this Eastern time right now?
Yes, this
Okay.
one has been compensated, and this was the last type 2, which is a user initiated login that I could locate on the system.
Okay. And then you mentioned a type 5. So let's move on to the type 5. Okay. So here you're just describing the types. So talk about, you've already kind of described it, but now that they know there are 2 types of logins, describe again the type 5 logon.
It's when a service starts, which is just a process that's running on your computer. And a service account, which is just an account that's exactly for these tasks to run. Service task logs in and utilizes resources or performs a task on that system.
So not a human.
Correct.
And you noted that there was a login type 5 at 342. Well, all the way until 342.
Correct. So there was some intermittent of these tasks that were running all the way until that 342 timestamp.
And is that on the 3rd?
Yes.
July 3rd of 2018.
Correct.
Okay. And then you noted application event log, an Outlook error. Can you describe why you put this in your report?
Just while I was going through all of this complex logs, I was looking just for signs of user interaction or trying to narrow down the last use of this system. And the same way Windows captures those login events, among other events, it also has a log specifically for applications. So anytime an application has something that is loggable, it'll have an entry in the system. In this case, what we're looking at is the Outlook application itself, which is a program for email, had entered an error code into this log saying that the attachments to the message was too large.
So then did you go back to Mr. Farris's emails and see if he had sent one with attachments? An email.
I went back actually to his phone and looked into the email list to see if there had anything inside that time frame that would be consistent with this error. And at fairly close to the same time, there was an email being sent from the phone with some larger attachments to it.
At 1:55 p.m.
Yes.
On July 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. These are the attachments that were too large.
Yes.
Okay. One thing I wanted to discuss. Okay, I don't know if we really discussed this. So on the 4th, you mentioned that this MSFT Connect is a system push.
Yes.
Okay, that could be triggered how?
One of the things that I discovered during reading about specifically that task itself was in that check to the Microsoft servers. It happens when you first go to use a computer, whether it was sleeping, whether it was off, whether you were just about to log into the system. And one of the common places that it had been seen is you're first turning on your computer, or you're first opening the lid, or you move the mouse, hit the key press to get to the password screen. That Windows task is going to try to reach out to Microsoft to make sure those applications will function. So with laptops, if the lid's closed, a lot of times individuals will have their system set to go to sleep or in a low power mode. So the most likely scenario for this one is either the system was sleeping, the screen was off, or the lid was closed. And when the system powered on or came back awake or came out of low power mode, it went to connect to that Microsoft service to get ready for the user. So the most likely thing that occurred was either somebody had moved a mouse or that a lid had been opened.
And that was on the 4th, and we would have to subtract 4, so that'd be 11:09 a.m.
10:09.
I'm sorry, you're right. Okay. 10:09 a.m. on the 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And you can attribute that to the computer waking up, or essentially Microsoft getting ready for a user.
Yes.
So coming out of sleep mode, etc.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any tasks beyond that one?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to move on from the Dell and talk about the CPAP machine. At this time, Judge State would move to enter into evidence bot song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
All right. No objections?
No. All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. Okay. You had the opportunity to essentially pull the data from a CPAP machine in this case, or the SD card that was located within the CPAP machine.
Kind of this similar methodology to the trail camera itself. The CPAP machine had initially been imaged by the prior examiner, Kevin, and I started off with that copy of the SD card from the CPAP machine.
So it was data from the SD card that Kevin had imaged.
Correct.
And saved.
Yes.
Okay. And you went ahead and validated that and then figured out what to do with that data.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did you figure out what to do with that data? Because it didn't come in these nice little tables initially, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
So CPAP machines, keep a log of all the sleep events and everything else, and they're typically proprietary to whatever software or cloud-based solution that your doctor's office would use. The primary intent is to share your sleep data with your medical providers. So usually they're kind of walled in their own garden of needing to be opened in the proprietary software or a cloud account. I initially looked into how to read that data through this specific provider. One I believe was named AirSense, and learned that it is either paid software or a cloud account provided by a medical provider. Further research through the forensic community and some of the communities that I'm involved with online as part of my continuing education and keeping up with the trends. There was an article that I located about an open source project that created a free to use software application that was open source that had been specifically made to make an environment and software where you'd be able to look at the data yourself. So in this case, I downloaded that specific application after researching everything that it had done and talked to another examiner who had prior experience with that software application itself, and then created a instance on one of my forensics machines, installed it, and then I was actually able to load the SD card information into the software.
Into readable tables and graphs and data.
And then it took it and made it into where, instead of just seeing the file dates and times, which were pretty much all that were available until I discovered this application, into actually being able to view the data in a actually quite nice presentable format.
All right, I'm going to open bot song 1. It says CPAP statistics standard. So is this the program that helped you load all this?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar usage statistics. And this is the data that was on the CPAP. Was it an SD card?
So I took the image of the SD card, and then I had to export it onto another drive, basically making a separate copy of the SD card. And then I put that into the system, running Oscar, and imported all that information from the original files that I had just exported.
Okay, so this breaks it down. Most recent 7/2/2018. Can you explain to the jury how the CPAP calculated days?
So this specific vendor, AirSense, both on its website and in the profile, when I selected in Oscar, or this application, that this was an AirSense machine, they both advised that it kept time slightly strange, and it kind of just gave it to you as an acknowledgement that so you'd have the understanding of what you're looking at, instead of the normal switching dates at midnight like all of us do. Seeing CPAP machines are primarily used at night, its date change is actually set for 12 noon. So between 12 noon all the way until noon the next day is one date. So the dates appear to be behind in this instance, and it'll clarify a little bit in one of my next reports, but this most recent 7/2, according to how this machine keeps dates, is from noon on the 2nd all the way until 11:59 a.m. on the 3rd.
Okay. And we'll get to see that in a in one of the next exhibits. So here it says days not used, 0. What does that tell you?
So, and this report is broken down into all the categories I had available. It has detections on how many days this device was not used. So in the last night, it's showing that it was, double negative, not used. So this device was used on the last night. There was a log. In the last week, the last 30 days, and the last 6 months, it reported 0 days that it was not used. So it had been used every night in what it's reporting the last 6-month period. And then within the last year, it was showing a 60-day period of not showing use.
Why was that?
I believe the first reported entry was less than a year. This file goes all the way back to July, and if you look towards the top, the initial initialization date is in September.
So there's about 2 months there where either he didn't have it or he had another one or wasn't
Correct.
reading. Okay. All right. Let's move on to bot song 2, overview report. And this is usage from, it appears September 1st to July. Is that fair?
It should be September 1st to July 2nd.
July 2nd. Okay. And there's not a void in this graph to show that it was not used one day. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then does this graph here show the times that the user, presumably Gary, the times of his sessions of the CPAP being on?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know about pressure. Okay, so bot song 3 breaks it down a little bit. This might be similar to 1. So this is a reporting for 305 days, and he used days. Does that say 305 days used?
Yes.
Okay. Out of how many days?
305.
Okay. Is this broken down by month? Bot song 4?
It is.
Okay. Is July 2018 the most recent?
Yes.
Okay. And this has percentage of days used, 100%? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. It also has an average of how many hours that user sleeps?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Bot song. Let's go to overview last week. Usage from June 26th to July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. And then, all right. So you mentioned that it kept time from noon to one day and then 11:59 a.m. to the following day.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so what is this table telling you right here?
This is the reported data from the last entry that was available, the one that was marked in all of the graphs as July 2nd. But in that date example and all the disclaimers they gave, if you actually look at the start time, the start time is logged as 2018 0703 at 0037 or just after midnight. And then the end time has the same July 3rd at 07:48, so 7:48 in the morning. So even though the log file is showing July 2nd, we clearly see that the start and the end date are on both July 3rd.
I'm going to pull up last one. Thoughts on 10. What are we looking at here?
And this is a screenshot inside the Oscar application, something that I was not easily able to get into a report. So I took a screenshot of the last session that was available, the one that was showing the log file as 7.2, showing both the date a little better clarified as 7/3/2018 with the start of 00:37 or 12:37 a.m. and an end at 7:48 a.m. with the total time of 7:11. And then it shows some CPAP, other statistics that I'm not as familiar with.
And that was the last session that the AirSense logged.
Correct.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Bosso.
Good morning.
It's nice to cross you. I'm going to start with the SD card stuff. So, do you know who deleted the SD cards?
I do not.
Okay. Well, so you didn't delete them, right?
Correct.
Okay, because Scott Farris testified earlier that last week that he was the one who deleted it. So it is your opinion that, I know it's from the top, I believe. So this one, it says 1, it's got the file name and all that, and that's the photograph. So this is photograph 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the last photograph that was deleted, correct?
Yes.
Because that says deleted is true, and that individual who was previously identified as Scott Farris is walking up to the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you got another one that is not deleted, and that appears to be the same individual walking past the camera again.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got just things on the 6th, and these are you weren't there, but those are Sheriff's Office investigators.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So. I want to go to your review of the Dell. So, I got my notes on your copy. So your testimony is that with the Chrome download, that this time, that is UTC time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would put that time 4 hours later. So at 1:51?
Correct.
And it was at that point that Gary Farris, or presumably someone, was downloading a PDF.
It just, a user of the system downloaded the PDF.
Okay. A user.
Yes.
Do you know, was it password protected?
Yes.
Okay. How do you get in something like that?
So Windows is designed to prevent access from the device itself. And unless you have some of the more advanced security features enabled, like encryption, that security is not designed to prevent somebody from removing the hard drive and plugging it into another computer and being able to read it, which in our standard practice, that's what we do. We do not use the individual device that comes into us. We remove the hard drive and plug it into that right blocked device and access it that way.
Okay. I want to go here. Make sure that that's not too good. Zoom in a little bit. So I want to clear something up. This event ID 4624, that is an ID associated with a regular normal login?
It's just the login in general. There's not a regular normal.
Well, because you had talked about login 2s, login 5s, and things like that. So is that a login 2? Or you don't know the difference? You can't tell the difference based on that ID?
The ID itself, no, but that is available further down.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to ask, because here we've got an event on, it looks like July the 3rd, 7:42 p.m., which is UTC.
Correct.
So that would put that at what, 2:42?
3:42.
So at 3:42 p.m., there's some type of event going on the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that one I specifically noted below is one of the ones I attributed to the system tasks.
Yeah. So we got an event going on. Because I think you put in your summary report that basically Gary logged on at 1:20. And then there is a login 5 at 3:42, right?
Correct.
Okay. And with because Ms. Frankish had gone through with you, these are all UTC times too, all of these websites that he was visiting.
Yes.
So he was at least on reading this Congress trumps regulators regarding loans. That would have been at 2:32. He was reading that article, or the user was presumably reading that article.
The user had navigated to it. Whether they read or not is not something I'm able to see.
True. They were at least on that website.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming your testimony was that event at 3:42 is some type of Microsoft automatic.
The 340
something that it does.
The 342 one was one of the ones with the Type 5 login, which is those system tasks.
And you can't have a Type 5 login while you're logged in under Type 2?
No, those do happen.
That does happen?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't distinguish that type of event between a Type 2 and a Type 5.
I mean, I can distinguish between a Type 2 and a Type 5. Some of the screenshots are showing exactly that, where
Yes.
that information is available. Looking at the list like this, you cannot.
Okay. Well, this is your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And yet again, that's all 7.3. And I guess there is another one under the Internet Explorer, right here on the 4th at 2:09 p.m. It was your opinion that was only some type of Microsoft security update or some type of Microsoft update?
Not an update, but reaching out to Microsoft servers to ensure that a Microsoft application was able to function properly.
Okay. And so that's in UTC time as well?
It is.
Okay. What time would that have been not UTC time?
That would have been at 10:09:38 a.m. on the 4th.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm not going to go over all the CPAP information with you, but essentially the gist of your testimony and your analysis of the CPAP machine was that Gary used his CPAP at least every day, according to what you can tell from that one SD card.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Gary had gone to the hospital several times during the year, or at least one time during the year 2018?
No.
When you're calculating this or trying to figure this out, did the DA's office tell you to take the CPAP? I know not take it. You weren't there when to take it. But did they reach out to you and say, hey, look at that CPAP SD card. Let's see what's going on?
The initial output from the initial investigation of the SD card just showed a bunch of files and not a bunch of information. I was asked to see if I could navigate it into a readable format.
Okay. So essentially from the CPAP, you learned that Gary used it every day, and the last time he used it was on the 3rd.
Correct.
On the 3rd when he took it off.
Correct.
All right. And going to the Dell, you were able to learn that somebody used that computer last time being later in the day, July the 3rd.
Yeah, not later in the day, but that afternoon login at 1:20.
Yeah, so somebody logged in and used it.
Correct.
And then there's not a Type 5 login until 3:42.
Correct. And then no logins past that.
No logins past that, but you can actually have a Type 5 login and a Type 2 login at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions?
How big is the SD card in the trail camera?
I'd have to look. I don't remember off the top of my head.
How many images does it hold?
It had the images presented, and then there was another 20 or 30 images from a couple months prior that were in the deleted as well.
That aren't in your report?
That initial report was for Mr. Castellano or Kevin, who had produced the report based on anything with the July timestamp, I believe.
So we don't know what's on the camera from before the date of this report.
I've seen it and I turned over the files.
So we need to take something outside the presence of the
We'll get there. Hold on. So there are images on the camera that were taken that were not displayed to the jury, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Wither's explanation. All right. Were there images that were not available to be extracted because they had been overwritten?
It's hard to answer it that way, but
Well,
there were.
You don't know how long it had been up, right?
Correct.
So if it had been up for a year and every month someone goes and deletes the images, eventually it's going to start overwriting it.
Correct.
Does it do that sequentially or does it do that randomly?
The file naming should be sequential while the deletion is user-based and up to the user.
Does the computer inside the trail camera decide when it wants to start rewriting over files based upon when it wants to, or does it go through systematically and deletes the oldest files still on the SD card that's marked for deletion, or will it skip?
So as far as the SD, or as far as the unit itself deleting files, that is a setting that's inside the camera itself, which I do not know as far as the setting of that camera. As far as which entries are overwritten, that's, again, how the camera is programmed.
It's up to the camera to decide when it starts to rewriting over images.
And which sections of the SD card it writes to.
Does it save thumbnails in the metadata?
I believe everything I saw out of it was full images.
All right. The CPAP machine. You didn't attempt to utilize get someone to give you access to the CPAP program approved by the manufacturer?
I had started down that route, and that's when I discovered this open source project that the open source license project that has the ability to read the make and model for the CPAP machine that we had.
That is not approved by the manufacturer.
Correct.
That is a report format that somebody out there who's interested in this kind of thing created it on its own to extract the software and data and put in some format in some table that they think is appropriate for the data based upon crowdsourcing and other folks that are interested in the same type thing.
That's pretty accurate for all open source projects.
Right. Not approved by the manufacturer who created it or their software that they have designed to go with the system.
Correct.
So it might be correct and it might not be. It could be the same as if I wrote it.
The documentation I read said it had full support for the CPAP device, and
from other people who wrote the code to extract the data and put it in the tables.
Correct.
All right. Anybody else got any questions based upon my questions?
I'm sorry? I have no follow-up, Judge.
What are these photos that you didn't turn around?
I mean, I had provided everything that I had out. There was photos from a couple months prior of more raccoons and more deer and what looked like some gardening.
No. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
What do you mean a couple of months before?
There were some images from, I believe it was March and April, that were just other animals and other things crossing in front of the cameras.
Okay, so what about June? A whole month before? You said March and April. May, June?
Not that I remember.
So there's a whole month that there's not even a squirrel on this farm in front of that deer figure?
Correct. And
Who told you what to turn over?
I turned over everything that I had.
But no, you didn't, because you're testifying that there were other things that you didn't turn over. Right? You just said it.
I mean, I provided the raw data from the devices itself and produced every report that I was asked to.
Who asked you to produce this report?
DA's office as
Okay.
part of discovery.
Did they tell you to limit the photographs that you turn over?
So this report itself was a report that was created by Mr. Castellano upon his initial work. I believe I said earlier that he had pulled the information from July.
Okay.
And put it into this report.
Okay. So is it your testimony now that you took those other images that you found that you claim have no evidentiary value? Did you turn those over to the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. So they have those images.
I turned over the raw data from the SD card to the district attorney's office.
Okay. Did that raw data that you sent over, did it look like this or something similar like this?
No, this is a report that was completed and had information from the month of July as pulled from the camera.
Okay. Is there anything else that you have turned over that you haven't heard us talk about today or ask you about? Photographs or any other thing that was maybe relevant?
I mean, I've turned over all the digital files that I had to the district attorney's office.
Okay. So your testimony is you turned over those other photographs, correct?
I did not, the same way as I don't hand over each individual file to a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I turned over the files from the SD card.
So you're saying you turned over everything that was on that SD card?
Yeah, a copy of the SD card was sent up.
Okay. And so if the copy of the SD card that I get only has 11 photographs, that's not correct, or I'm sorry,
I mean, I don't,
16 photographs.
I don't know what you were provided, but if you were only provided something with 16 images, then
What you turned over was more than that.
it was a SD card, an image of the SD card. So it was a complete copy of the SD card.
Okay. How many photographs were on the SD card?
I don't know.
Not deleted, deleted otherwise. Just as best of your recollection.
I mean, complete guess, 30.
30. So if I told you I only had 16, that's half, right? Roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. Now, with what the court had asked you about the program you used to analyze the CPAP statistics, what did you call it again?
The name of the program is called Oscar.
Okay. And that's just a program that you found online?
Correct.
Okay. Open source, which means free?
Yes.
And did that program, because my understanding of your testimony was that you looked at the raw data and put it into, at the request of the DA's office, into some type of readable format, right?
Utilizing a program named Oscar.
Okay. So it's actually the program that put it in this readable format, not you.
I mean, I navigated and generated the reports through the software application.
Yes. But it's actually the software that's organizing it.
Correct.
When you put it in.
Yes.
All right. So basically, you're just reading what this report says when it comes out of the other end. But, it's like a hot dog machine. It's like you put in some information, it tabulates it, and then you read the report it generates.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't actually do a review of the CPAP machine to make your determinations. You're reading what a computer program did, correct?
That plus the dates from the raw data on the initial CPAP reports that were produced.
While you were inputting that data, did you ever do any tests to make sure that it was operating and functioning correctly?
Looking at the dates and times from the initial CSV file that we had, or the Excel spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet and the initial output just defines a date and time that a log was generated, not the contents of the log, which is where this software application came in and read the contents of those log files.
Okay. Well, here's my question. Did you ever do like a test, like, hey, I need to see if this program is actually working. So let's put in July the 1st and see what it tells me and see what this program spits out on the other end?
Not specifically like that, no.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to figure out, if there's any way that you could have limited the possibility of error. Let me ask you another way. Did you just essentially put in all of the raw data that you could from the CPAP SD card into this program?
Yeah, the only way it allows you to display files, I can't pick and choose what information is inputted into the software application. It is uploaded directly from the SD card.
Okay, so you have to kind of do it all at one time.
Correct.
All right. So if there was an error in that Oscar program, you wouldn't know, right? Without having to go through and correlate it with all of the raw data that you had.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, like Judge Cannon had asked you, that program, to the best of your knowledge, isn't licensed by the CPAP manufacturer.
It is not.
Nothing else.
I have no questions, Judge.
I'll ask one more. You can't guarantee that there aren't images that aren't missing from the SD card of the trail camera that weren't deleted and overwritten while, start over. There are multiple photographs of the trail camera continuing to take pictures after the event. No one turned it off.
It obviously was turned off at a certain point.
At some point after it took about 8 images on the scene and in your office.
I was about to say, seeing the last picture was an individual in my office. I imagine that's when they would turn it off.
So no one turned it off or just took the SD card out?
I do not know the answer to that one. But yes, it would either been turned off or somebody took the SD card.
But not for some period of time.
Correct.
You can't guarantee that there aren't images that were deleted that weren't overwritten by the other photographs that continued to be taken by the camera.
Correct.
I have no follow-ups, Judge.
All right, you can step down. We'll take a mid-morning break. Well, yeah, we're still gonna take a break. We're gonna break in an hour for lunch. We'll try to take it.
Wow. Okay. I wonder what the judge is going to do here. I hope we get to hear it. I hope we get to hear it. Please let us hear it. This is big. This is big. I do wonder what the judge is going to do here now. Ah, you mofo. They actually took a break. Oh, fuck. Oh. We will see what he does here. Oof. This is not good for the state. This is not good for the state. No, nothing there. Right, we'll see. We'll see. So it could be dismissed. The only thing is, so he could dismiss it potentially, with or without prejudice. You do not want to be dismissed without. I love that. Josie's like, good try, love. Fuck Sarah Boone. Yeah, but the thing is, if this ends today, we're gonna watch Sarah Boone. But we'll be zoom in Sarah Boone if we watch it. So the judge is fantastic, by the way. So it depends. It'd be if he dismisses it potentially with prejudice, that is all over. She could never be tried again. But if he does it as, without prejudice, then they could retry her. So it's a big call if you want to do that. I want to work for this judge, but I'd be afraid if I ever messed up. Do you know what? I think if you ever messed up and you were, if you did something wrong, I think he'd be fine with you. I think the staff that he's got, I think, have been with him for a long time. So I think you'd be fine. Yeah, just because it's Brady doesn't mean he dismisses it, by the way. He doesn't, it might not affect it. He might be like, well, what wasn't handed over was nothing to do with the trial. So it doesn't mean he will dismiss it. But by the sounds of it, he is going to think long and hard about dismissing the trial. And if he does, then I hope he does it with prejudice. That's all. Do not want it without prejudice. Money. Also, can I just say thank you so much to Toots for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, my darling. Amy, boobs. Everyone loves Amy's boobs. Amy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. And Heather Taylor, thank you, Potty Mouth. The trifecta is now complete. Lil G, Miss H Gold, and Potty Mouth. The trifecta. Thank you so much, Heather Taylor, for becoming a member. I know it took you like 2 days to do it. So thank you, my darling, for that. Right, what else is here then? You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, hey. Yeah, I did say, or maybe you'll be high because I did. Yeah, that's all. If it's prejudice, then you can't come back. But if it's without prejudice, then they can bring it back. Yes, that is what it is. So we'll see what he does. I just hope it's with prejudice. That's all. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Potty Mouth. Bam. Sarah P's in the house. I hope the break is not long because they got another lunch break. He's probably going to be speaking to people. Also, the cybers are all. Oh, but saying that, no. He will speak because she needs to hear it. So it will be open court. I just hope he's not muted. I just hope the whole thing's not muted like he was yesterday. Ugh. Yeah, Lil G is like a quarter of an hour behind, isn't she? So don't mind Lil G's commentary because she's way behind. So Elsie, hello to you. Zoom it. Yeah, zoom it. I think he said 10 minutes, only 10:36, so still. Yeah, he said an hour to lunch. That's why I got confused, to be quite honest with you. He said an hour. Oh. It was good that the Crystal that they left the jury in because the state tried to dismiss the jury. But he was like, nope, let's go. The jury need to hear this bullshit. That is good judging. That's good. That's a good judge. fuck about and find out. You all know that, don't you, people? You know what happens if you fuck about? You're gonna find out. How do you find out? Josie and Murph Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarah P, before you came earlier on, the judge gave a speech about the tech and stuff and was pissed off. And Rebecca said, imagine if it was me, Dylan up there, he'd be swearing, I was like, yeah, everything would be Sarah P's fault. I would be like, fucking Sarah P, bloody Sarah, what, Sarah P, you muted me, Sarah P. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Danielle, big mistake. This is a lot more interesting than any hearing. This might be dismissed right now, Danielle. So, yeah, this might be dismissed right now, people. This is where the excitement is. Fuck Boone and her hearing. Who gives a shit? That is not exciting. This is exciting. Now, if this does get dismissed, then we will be watching the other one probably live, and then Sarah Boone on a zoom zoom zoom. Boonie's on zoom 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 zoom. Then we'll catch up. We'll see. This is crazy and Debussy. Boone's not started yet. It's just a hearing today this morning. Boone. No, you will not be interested. I don't think. It's just a hearing. So, did you hear? Oh, I don't care about Boone. Who gives a fuck? We are here. We are here. We are here to see this. This is a good. I'll be honest. The first 3 days of this trial, I hated it, but now I love it. Yeah, baby, I love it. Total Dylan rant. Yes, with Sarah P would be in the middle of everything. This mofo freaking Sarah P. Sarah P? Where's the connection, Sarah P? Sarah P. Oh, for freaking no. It's a little bit funny how we see El Chatty. Sarah P's to blame for everything. I'm only joking. Sarah P is lovely. I am joking, 'cause Sarah P's not live. I do like this though. I mean, I know for like in normal circumstances the state and defense will not like the judge asking questions. Will not. Spacey Stacy, good morning, my darling. Right, go instantly. Go back 20 minutes. Go back 20 minutes. This case might be dismissed, my darling. So go back 20 minutes and listen to it. Listen to it. So yeah. It's worth you going back, zoom it if you need to. Spacey Stacy, she's a Stacy. Spacey Stacy, she's a hero. She's from Boston, well, Massachusetts. Heather Taylor taught me how to say Massachusetts. Oh, Potty Mouth is back with the trifecta. Lil G Miss Gold and Potty Mouth. The trifecta. Ooh. The defense attorneys know exactly what they do in DQ. The questions that they asked at the end, they were awesome. So, yeah, I can imagine Rebecca. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Ooh. Right, there's movement in there because it's shake, 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 shake. State of Georgia. Georgia, you've done yourself proud if this judge does the right thing here. And if he doesn't do the right thing, then he's still maybe got directed verdict potentially. But that's a lot harder. He's got a real excuse now to do this. But as I say, he has to be dismissed with prejudice. Has to be. Obviously, the state can then appeal it and stuff like that. But I think they're fine. Yeah, Alex Baldwin had similar. Alex Baldwin had similar as well. Yeah. I think what they'll say in here is that it had nothing to do with it. It was only pictures of animals. That's what they're going to say. That's what the state are going to say. The Alec Baldwin was slightly different, but because it's pictures of evidence. This one is not as like as pictures of animals, but it's still a violation. Still a violation. So, these can go either way. Either they dismiss it or they just go, right, smack on the wrist for the state and the jury have heard it, so move on. It could go either way. Hopefully it goes the proper way, the violation way, but we'll see. Come on. We're excited. Come on. Very excited. Come on. Let's do it. Come on. They know it's relevant because it's just animals, though, Carol. That's what they'll say. It's not a human being. There's no pictures of Scott or anything like that. In terms of the pictures of anyone, that's what they're going to say. No, the judge says that is not good enough. I say we've seen it go. Normally, they just carry on, but we've seen it. It does happen more often than it should. Normally, judges are too soft to check it out, though. They just go, well, balancing everything, it wouldn't affect the trial, blah blah blah. So we'll see. It should be dismissed, but we'll see. We saw the Baldwin one, but I've never seen it be dismissed other than that. Normally, they just put remedies in place for it, which sucks, in my opinion. Sucks. Ooh. But anyway, there we go. We'll see. What happens. State are probably shitting a brick right now. They probably bring them all over and go, yeah, here you go. It is pissing down here. Pissing down there. It's not very nice today. Oh, the weather's horrible today. Weather is horrible today. But there you go. Nothing we can do about it. Days of this, you're not sure if you want to be a postman or not. Great wet postman if it's nice and dry, but crap in this weather. But anyway. Ooh. Do. Oh, come on, court. Let's get on it. I just want to hear what the judge has to say now. Please dismiss it. Let it go. Judge. Please dismiss it with prejudice. Dun. Oh, this judge has got a big call to do after the break. He's taken a break to think long and hard. Do. Please dismiss it without prejudice. Please dismiss it, Judge, without prejudice. Du, 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 du. Right, they're there. Come on, don't mute it now. Let's hear what they got to say. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Prejudice. Come on, Judge. Let us hear it. Let's see it. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Good. Ba, ba. Maybe the judge. Ah, come on, Judge. Don't be an a-hole now, Judge. This should be live as well. Everything should be live. Well, he didn't stream it yesterday. So that's the thing, Danielle. That's the only reason I'm like, will he stream it? Because there was stuff that was said in court yesterday that they did not stream. They kept it on mute. Hopefully that was just a mistake, and we will hear it. But yeah, that wasn't good. That was not good yesterday. Oh, be a b-hole, but not an a-hole. Heather Taylor, she is Miss Potty Mouth. Do do do. Hey 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 hey. Hey Sue. Sue 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 Sue. Sue 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 Sue. Sue. Hang on, let me just go and check something. I need to check if the post has come. 2 seconds. I will be back. I will survive. Oh. My, Delilah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Why, Delilah? Hello, Sue. This is crazy. I don't know. Don't know what's going on. Is anything? What's the name again? Melody Walker Farris. Oh, please, please, please don't be saying anything in court without us. Don't do yesterday's thing. Paste. Good, okay. Right. I don't remember that, Joe. I don't. I mean, they did this yesterday. I hope they don't do this today. They had discussions. Oh, here we go. Yes. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. When Jesus was. When Jesus was. Oh, happy days. They heard my cries. Cry. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Cry for Lady Di instead. We're still missing two attorneys. Two attorneys missing now. Oh, right, one of the attorneys is coming in right now for the defense. There's still one more left from the state that's missing. Don't stop me. Oh, judge is coming in. Here we go. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. All right, I'll shut up.
Let's go ahead and bring your witness in.
State called Sharon Cooper.
Oh, what?
When we come back from breaks, if it's a new witness, let's get them loaded up instead of waiting for them to come in after the jury gets here.
Okay.
Ms. Cooper, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, have a seat for me and speak up into that microphone in front of you so that all of these folks can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Cooper.
I'm going to scoot this microphone.
Can you hear it?
A little bit. And then there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Sharon Cooper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
How is it that you know the defendant in this case, Melody Farris?
We were friends. We lived in the same neighborhood, and we used to walk a lot together and spend time together, get nails done together, go shopping together, that type of thing.
What year did you meet Ms. Farris?
2016.
And you said you used to walk together a lot. How frequently would you walk?
Oh, for a period of time there, it was, I would say, daily.
On these walks, would you share personal information about your lives?
Yes.
Have you ever met Gary Farris?
Yes.
About how well did you know Gary Farris?
Not very well, actually.
Did you know Scott Farris?
Yes.
And how well did you know Scott Farris?
Acquaintances, not very well.
What did you know about Melody and Gary's relationship?
That it was strained and not close.
Did you and Melody discuss the Farris's finances ever?
Yeah.
In what context?
Just she shared with me that she didn't have access to any of the money, that her name had been taken off of everything, and so she didn't have access.
Okay. And if you could, I know it's hard to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Did she have any debit cards? Credit cards?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did she have a debit card?
Yes.
How did you know that?
She told me.
And would you go shopping together?
Yes.
When you would go shopping together, would Gary know where Melody was shopping?
Yes.
How would he know that?
Because if she ran the debit card, he got a notification immediately.
Did she ever explain to you how she felt in her marriage?
Yeah, she wasn't happy in her marriage.
Did she ever express to you why she wouldn't leave Gary?
Yeah.
What was that?
It had to do with wanting to stay because if she left, she wouldn't have access to any funds.
Did you learn about a man named Rusty Barton when you were walking with Melody?
Yes.
Who was Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton was her boyfriend.
Whose boyfriend?
Melody's boyfriend.
And did you learn at any point that Melody had, how would she contact Rusty Barton?
By phone.
How many phones did you know Melody to have?
She had 2 phones.
Do you know how Rusty was saved in her phone?
Yes, he was in her phone as XO.
And would you see him call or see her text? Is that how you knew
Yes. Yes.
Do you know when Rusty entered her life?
I don't know.
Was it prior to you and her becoming friends?
Yes.
He was already in her
It was
life.
an established relationship prior to that. Yes.
At any point, did Melody send you her debit card?
Yes.
For what? Well, let me ask you this: where were you when that happened?
I was in Minnesota. I was in Bagley, Minnesota.
And why did she send you her debit card?
She asked me to use it somewhere locally there because she had told Gary that she was with me.
Where was she, in fact?
She was in the Bahamas.
With who?
With Rusty.
Mr. Cooper, I'm going to show you. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Cooper 1. Do you recognize that address?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit Cooper 1.
That's good.
What did she want you to do with the card?
She wanted me to use it up there in Minnesota.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did actually.
Where did you use it?
I used it at a little cafe in Leonard.
Is this the cafe that you used?
It is, yes.
And was that the date on which you used it?
It is, yes.
Did you and Melody remain friends?
After which point?
Up until today. When did the friendship change?
I would say the friendship had changed when I had started going up to Minnesota and spending a lot of time away. I had moved. I wasn't her neighbor anymore. So we had less frequent contact with each other. And that happened, I'm sure early 2018, somewhere in there.
How many phone numbers did you have for Melody?
I had 2.
Okay. Did you show that to the police?
I did.
You spoke with the police?
Yes.
After what happened to Gary? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, it was just a few days after his death.
And did you tell them all of the information that you and I are discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Would Gary restrict what Melody purchased?
No, he did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Just had knowledge about what she purchased.
Correct.
That's all I have, Ms. Cooper. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cooper. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Farris. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You flew down from involuntarily from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you lived, you didn't actually live on Purcell. You lived off one of those little side roads that come off Purcell.
Correct, Hickory Hill.
And you and Melody all used to walk up Purcell, up to Birmingham Highway, and around the neighborhood around Terry Braswell's house.
Yes.
And Terry was a friend of yours too?
Yes.
Okay. And y'all met him walking?
No, I knew Terry for years.
You knew him for, is that because of his business?
Yep. And he had a daughter that used to ride horses where my daughter rode horses. So I met him years ago.
Okay. And then you and Melody were out walking and he was mowing his grass and you were like, hey, there's Terry.
Yep.
Okay. And that's how Melody and Terry Braswell met?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to the phones. Ms. Frankus asked you if you had 2 phone numbers for Melody. That is correct, right?
That is correct.
In fact, when y'all used to go walk, you saw her that she had 2 cell phones?
Correct.
Okay. Did Terry Braswell, did she ever have her 2 cell phones when y'all were talking with Terry Braswell on your walk?
Not that I can recall, possibly.
Possibly, though. Regarding the financial aspect of it, I believe you testified that Gary didn't limit what Melody could buy, correct?
That's correct.
I think you actually said in your interview that it didn't have anything to do with about Melody spending money, right?
Correct.
It was just, he just wanted to know what she was spending money on.
He wanted to know where she was.
Yeah, where she was or what she's buying. All right. Now, you were aware that, because you had been to the Farris' home, right?
I had, yes.
Okay. You were aware that Melody and Gary basically lived separate lives.
Yep.
And that she lived upstairs and he lived downstairs.
Correct.
All right. Now, you had also met Gary at least on one occasion.
Yes, I had on a couple of occasions.
On multiple occasions. What was Gary's demeanor like when you met him?
Quiet. It's hard to explain. Different.
Okay. Was he friendly?
No, I didn't find him friendly.
Just, I mean, you have trouble in your interview too, trying to describe your interaction with it. He just basically ignored you, didn't he?
Yes.
Just paid you no mind whatsoever.
Correct.
And I think you actually said that he wouldn't even make eye contact with you.
Correct.
Was that every time you met with him, or that you saw him?
Yeah, it was every time.
Okay. Did you ever meet Scott Farris?
Yes.
How many times do you think you met Scott?
A handful, I suppose.
Okay. I believe because your first interaction with Scott is because when you lived on Purcell Lane, let me ask you this, right? Is there a lot of farms, or at least a lot of farm animals at Purcell Lane?
There is. There's a lot of horse farms.
Okay. Because I think you had goats.
I had sheep and horses.
Okay.
And
were they like cute little baby sheep? Or like pettable kind of sheep?
Yes.
Because you had lost some sheep, and I think you had contacted Scott Farris because he had some dogs.
Yes.
Okay. What was Scott like when you met him?
Similar to his dad in personality.
Okay.
Not super friendly. More matter of fact and different.
Okay. And you were invited to Emily's wedding, right?
Yes.
Up in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the point where you actually met Rusty, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence. You may not recognize it, and if you don't know what it shows, then you just say, I don't know what it shows. Okay? Well, let me do it this way real quick. James W. Let me just, for the record, show him Payne 10. Can you identify who that is?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay. Do you know who this is?
Can you move that? I do not know who that is.
I'm just going to flip through and you tell me if you see yourself. Okay. All right. So 10, 9. Oh, well, I went too fast. Hold on. 10, 9.
I'm looking for myself.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't see myself.
Okay. A little louder.
I don't see myself.
Okay. Yeah. And this is that you?
Yeah, that's
okay.
me.
Okay. So that's you. Is that the first time you had met Emily or any of them?
Yes, it is the first time.
Had you ever met Amanda before?
I had met Amanda.
Okay. How about Chris?
I had not met Chris prior to that.
All right. So you, at least at the wedding time, you had met 3 out of 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when did you move away from Purcell Lane?
I moved away in the fall of 2016.
Okay, so 2 years before what
Correct.
we're talking about. All
almost.
right. And because I know you had gotten divorced, right? And that you got divorced when you lived off Purcell Lane.
Hickory Hill, but yes.
Okay. And did you still live in the general area?
I did.
Okay. That was always a confusing part about your name, was trying to figure out where you lived. All right, so you still lived in the area, and you and Melody could still walk, right?
We walked less because you'd have to drive to get to me.
Okay.
So we walked less. We occasionally walked after that.
When did you, I know you traveled back and forth a good bit to Minnesota during that period of time. When did you leave Georgia and go to Minnesota?
I was half-time for quite a while there, and maybe 3 years ago, I did it permanently.
Did it permanently? Okay,
Mhm.
so you're kind of back and forth
Mhm.
between 16 and 2024?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
up till, 2021. Really.
Correct. Until I was still coming back during COVID, so probably 2021.
Okay. And I believe that's because you have a child down here?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Ms. Frank, she had asked you about Melody getting divorced. You had talked to her about getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
I believe you had told Ms. Frank it, and maybe I misheard you, or I just didn't understand your answer. You said, did Melody tell you that she didn't want to get divorced because she didn't want to lose access to funds?
She didn't say that exactly, no.
Okay. Is that kind of your interpretation of maybe what she was meaning?
I would say quite possibly, yes.
Okay. Because when you got divorced in Georgia.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're aware that Georgia has equitable distribution of assets.
I'm actually not, because we made our own agreement and it was
Okay.
very amicable. So no, I'm not familiar with the Georgia laws with regard to.
So you did an uncontested divorce and y'all settled your own assets.
Correct.
Okay. And you divided up your assets.
Mhm.
Okay. And the whole debit card thing, you said Melody was in the Bahamas. Would it refresh your memory or that's the wrong way. She was actually in Jamaica. Now, does it really matter? Bahamas, Jamaica, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware that at least one of her adult children knew that she was in Jamaica?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you knew she was in Jamaica?
Only by a text, and I thought it was the Bahamas, but.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still Caribbean.
Sure.
Right. So she had texted you and said, hey, I'm in Jamaica. Use my debit card?
The text came from Rusty's phone.
Okay. And it said, how did she get you her debit card? If she's in Jamaica.
She mailed it.
She mailed it from Jamaica. Do you know how long she was in Jamaica?
I don't.
Okay. It was 9 days. Sound about right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. One second.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have no redirect, Judge.
All right, you sit down. We have a really quick witness.
We don't, Judge, and actually the next witness is.
All right. We were going to break early anyway. I don't know that lunch is here yet because I haven't gotten the message, but it should be arriving shortly. We're going to break till 12:30 because that's how long my virtual meeting with the consulting group is going to be. So I will talk to, anyway, I'll see if I can find a destination for y'all to maybe go walk to instead of just hanging out here after y'all eat lunch, because we're going to have a little bit longer, I think. So y'all step out and we'll just make sure you don't do anything that I've told you the rest of the trial. Who's going to be in charge of it?
We'll just wait and see. I don't know what happened there. Right, what we're going to do, right, I think in quarter of an hour, we got Robert Teller's sentencing. So I will play that. Robert Teller's sentencing. Because I'm not sure what else we can play. I believe it starts at 8:30 Pacific. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's about 17 minutes. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to watch it all. If we can't, then we can't. I mean, my priority is this trial. So once this trial's back, we'll be watching this trial. So I'm not going to... Robert Tellez, he's been found guilty, so fuck him. Oh, darling, my dream is to have you, baby. You and me, we're meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day, we'll find a way. Right, let me just stop that one then. So, Robert Tellez. I'm trying to find a stream. There's no streams live yet. So let me find something else here then quickly. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, jeepers. Right, hang on. I'm trying to do something else here. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. This one. Right, let me show you. Let me entertain you with this one. Can you all hear this one? Let's see if you can hear it. Is there anybody out there? Is there anyone out there? All right. Let me put this back up here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Owens.
Right, can you all hear that? This is only a 2-minute clip. Can you all hear it?
Judge, my client tells me that she...
I'll wait 30 seconds because everyone's behind. Cool. Thanks, Gary.
Wake her up at 2:30 in the morning, and then she's kept in a holding cell until she's brought to court here at 6:30 in the morning. And then, of course, she's brought up around 9. And then she'll leave today about 5:30 or 6 and be in 2 different holding cells. She'll finally get to her dorm about 9 or 9:30. They stop allowing showers after 9 p.m. She got there after that time, but they allowed her to shower since she hadn't had one. She's asking that, they get commissary there at the jail. She's asking that the officer that escorts her be allowed to bring her commissary. She's asking for 2 juice packs, 5 peppermints, 2 bags of chips, a bag of candy, and a bag of either cookies or a Pop-Tart to allow her through the day. I think they serve them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich down in the basement lunch, but she's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar, but she says she gets like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those items during a break that she could have something like that to keep her energy level. I'm asking for the court's permission that she be allowed to do that.
State, any response?
Not the state attorney's office and any of the parties involved.
Okay. I will speak to the captain at the jail if I can get a hold of her before 5 o'clock tonight and see what, if anything, we can do. I can't make any promises. My understanding from the deputies is that there are 2 bagged meals which are given, which include cookies as well, that are provided for Ms. Boone. And that's for all inmates that are stored downstairs during trials. So I'll inquire of the jail staff if I can get a hold of them this evening, and hopefully have an answer, if any, tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else?
The only thing I would say, right, is that's a long time for her. So she gets woken up at, I believe, 2 o'clock, and she has to leave the cell by 2:30, and then she's not back till 9:30 in the evening. That's a long day. I don't think she gets breakfast or anything. That's a long day, mind. I will say that in her defense there. That's a terribly long day for her to be out, or anybody to be out. And she does deserve the right to have a shower. I believe she should. So I think if they're not providing breakfast and dinner for her, then she should be allowed to eat something. Because that's her right. And also, I don't want her to have the excuse to go, well, it wasn't a fair trial because I couldn't be myself, because I wasn't fed, I wasn't watered, I wasn't all this stuff. So she should be given the same as everyone. That's harsh. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock in the morning to get up. Oof. Wow, that's a lot. But it'd be interesting, Josie. It'd be interesting to hear how Zach did it. Do you know what I mean? Zach Anderson. It'd be interesting. How what he had to go through, what time I know he couldn't sleep. They would keep him up at night and stuff. But like what kind of routine he had. I didn't imagine it like an inmate had to be up at 2, and then be back about like 9:30 at night. That's like 4.5 hours then to sleep. But that's not, you can't get to sleep straight away, surely. And also, if you're not allowed to shower, that's a bit much. Her own fault alone. She slipped him in a. Well, I will disagree with you, Thursday, on that one, because I know you might be joking, but it's her right. Again, I will always defend the defendant's right to have a fair trial. So I wanted to have a fair trial. Why? Because that means that she can't then whinge about it. So, or she can't appeal it, because she could appeal. I mean, if she doesn't get treated right, she'll get to appeal. Let's not give her the opportunity to appeal on anything. But that is, I'm the same as you, Stacey. That is unreasonable for anyone. Yeah. Ashley said, do they not have a closer jail? You think so? Thank you, Josie, as well. I'll be interested to hear from Zach to see how his routine was. Because, and Matt as well, I suppose. Matt was just down the road, though. So it wasn't too bad for him, I suppose. But that's like unmanageable. But yeah. Whatever you think of Sarah Boone, or whatever, in my opinion, piece of shit, whatever, she still deserves a fair trial. Because once they're in prison like that, chuck away the key on her, because she's going to be found guilty. She's a stupid mayor. We all know she's going to be found guilty, right? So, that's why I don't want to give her any inch of an excuse to appeal, because she'll fucking appeal on anything. Let's not give her the opportunity. Oh, darling, you and me. Okay. Okay. She will appeal, you're right. But as I say, let's not give her any easy appeals, is what I mean. Let's not give her an easy appeal about, the lack of her well-being, and her rights as a defendant, is what I mean more than anything. Right. I'm trying to look at this. Okay, Melanie Little's also doing it. She's streaming it as well. No streams open yet for her brother, probably Duffy. Her brother and her ex-husband, probably Duffy. And Gary's would be okay with that schedule. I could go without food as I don't eat much. Where so body is used to it cheap as Gary. I could. You ordering already? Thinking about it. Danny boy. Also, Daffy, if she works, she gets paid as well in this, so that'll probably go towards a commissionary or whatever you call it. I think the hearing is live with Boone. It was. They're on a break now, I think, but I say we haven't got enough time to watch it all today. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I'm still confused with what the judge just did, so you have to see that. Court TV, see if there's anything on there. No, nothing. I thought that they would all be streaming it, but can't find the Robert Tellers one. There you go, Gary. Yes, I know. Nothing like being like that. Get up at 5. Get out of bed at 8. Yeah, we'll see. Well, so possibly what's happened with the judge as well, because if you notice, one of the lawyers wasn't there, so quite possibly that lawyer has now gone back to the office and is getting everything in order, getting all the stuff that wasn't shared together and bringing it down with him. So they might discuss it either today or tomorrow. That's probably what's maybe happening with that. So the judge wants to see exactly what wasn't inputted and would it be relevant and would it have impacted the trial. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. That is where we get in trouble. I know. No, I will. I am looking. I'm still looking. Right. Let's have a look here again then. You and me were made to be walking free in harmony. Oh, do you know what's interesting, right? Also, as well, what's interesting? Last night after we finished the stream, I went to look to see who else was streaming it, and the docket was streaming it, right? If you've seen the docket, he gets a lot of files and stuff. So I popped in to see he had about 67 people in there watching. You know, we had about 20 odd, but yeah, 67 in there. And I stopped in the right time because he said in there that because he streamed the opening statements on yesterday, and he said he wasn't streaming today. I was like, why is he not streaming today? So basically, the docker and I presume some other streamers, if there's not 100 people watching, they don't stream. They don't stream it. They stop streaming because it's not worth their time. I was surprised by that. I mean, everyone each their own, but he's like, yeah, if we don't get 100 people watching, we don't continue. He has to have a minimum 100 people watching for him to continue a stream. Which I was like, whoa, that takes balls. But that's his. No, I'm not streaming for under 100 people. The docket, Lady Di, the docket. The docket. So the reason is, Gary, is this. So it's Oh, I presume because people in chat were chatting about it. His chat were like, yeah, no issues, whatsoever, whatever. So the issue is work-life balance. It's a work-life balance thing for him. He's like, it's not worth my time to do it for under 100 people, because he estimated that for a trial of like 8 hours, you will get, for 100 people, you get an average of about $10. A streamer that gets about 100 people will get paid about $10 on average if they stream for 8 hours for their content. And he's like, he's unwilling. He's like, I have to make at least, well, I presume $1.50 an hour. So, and in fairness to him as well, this was his second stream. So maybe he will stream one a day. This was his second stream of the day. So maybe that's what he means in his second stream if there's not more than 100. Which is, I was a bit shocked, but then, hey, you've also got to think about it like work-life balance. If you're not going to make over $10, that should give you an insight about how much streamers make. You know, from ads and stuff. Even get 100 people, you only make about $10. So maybe 12 max. But yeah. So that's basically the reason. And that, to be quite, as a streamer, I get it. You know, you if you sat there doing that, I get that. You know, he probably wants to be somewhere else rather than do that. So each to their own, I suppose. I think you got to be comfortable with your channel though, and your viewership to do that. So. No, we're doing Robertelli's. That's what I'm waiting for is a link. I can't imagine you do not ever. No, not for a one trial. No, for a second trial, I would consider it now. Like so, like I when I stream the evening ones, I'm lucky if I make £1, Gary. I'm lucky if I make £1 for doing it. So you got to think, well, you go to bed, you know, you finish streaming at 1, whatever. But I'm at a different stage to the docket. So if he just means a second stream, I get it. I understand. If he means every stream, I don't get that. If he means his first stream as well, then I don't get that. But if he just means his second stream, I get it. I get that. No, there's something today. I don't know what it is. I don't remember it. Hang on, let me just have another look, see if I can get another one here for him. Right, hang on. I just know Melanie Little is also streaming it. Is why. Well, I knew it was happening today anyway. Unless the time has changed, maybe. Let me go live to see if there's anyone live. No, it's just Melanie. So, okay, let me just. I got another one here anyway. I was waiting for. No, I can't play that one because it's too long. Right, I'll find another stream there. We don't have to do Robert Ellis. I was just going to do it, obviously, to do something, but I'll find another stream then. I know what I'm going to do. Hang on. I'm not going to play the other stream because, the jury decided sentence, but I think the judge has to ratify it, similar to Wade Wilson. Remember, they sentenced him, but the judge then had to give it to him. Hello, Christine, my darling. Hello. So I think that's what he's going to do in today as well. Hang on then. Hey, hang on before I do anything else. Where have you been? Hang on, people. You'll get what I'm saying now. Where have you been? I've not seen you today. That's what she said. You're right, Toots. Where have you been? Hang on. Let me put this up here. Where have you been? You'll see who I mean now. So there you go. Kathleen Liakos. Kathleen, 5 coffees. Thank you, my darling. Been missing in action, dealing with stuff here. Well, I hope you're okay, Kathleen. I do hope you're okay, my darling. Thank you for the coffees, but I hope you're okay. That's the main thing. Been missing in action like that. So I hope you're well, my darling. I can't wait to see you back in chat. You see? Right. Thank you, my darling. Right. Let me find the other one then. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh, where's it gone? That one? Yeah, okay. This one goes there. That one goes there. Oh, Danny boy. We got about 55 minutes. So I did try the boon. Didn't quite work, people. Not boon. Tellers didn't work. Right. I got it. Right. Hang on, people. Oh no, you'll be bored with this one. No, it's too much. It's another interrogation. No, don't want that one again. Do. Okay, we watch this one. It's Kimberley. I know you. This is from Law and Crime. Models Night Out ends in gruesome murder. Here you go. It's got a bit of everything. Bit of everything for you. Let me boost it for Deb. Here we go, everyone. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Chat. Here we go. Chat. 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 Here goes the chat. Models Night Out ends in gruesome murder. There you go. Here you go, everybody.
One behind. Don't go out alone. Be careful, but sometimes the boredom can lead to throwing caution to the wind and unwinding with a night out on the town. For one gorgeous model, the risk was way greater than she could have ever anticipated. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I'm Kimberlea. If you've never been here before, it's nice to finally meet you. So today, I'll be introducing you to Christina Carlin Craft. It was the early morning hours in the summer of 2018 when Christina slowly blinked her eyes open. The morning light was streaming into the room and her head was pounding. She was struggling to make sense of where she was and how she got there. She fought past the pain and confusion, and she started to assess her surroundings. As she took in the familiar walls and the room, she realized she was in her apartment, right where she was supposed to be, except something wasn't right. First of all, Christina only had fleeting memories of the night before at a bar that she'd gone to for just a couple of drinks. There was no memory of how she got back home. She knew there could be no way she'd gotten too drunk to remember, or had she somehow? Maybe she overdid it, blacked out, was so inebriated that she has no memory of how she managed to make it back to her apartment. But thankfully, she was safe. But as soon as Christina got out of bed, there was something else that caught her attention. As she stumbled through her apartment, sifting through her belongings to make sense of this strange morning, she realized that many of her things that had been inside of her apartment were missing. Her credit cards, her designer purses, jewelry, all gone. And that's when she realized she had been robbed. This triggered a more chilling thought. Had she been drugged to a point of unconsciousness by someone who intended to violate her space and steal some of her most prized possessions. What else could they have done to her? That was a frightening thought. At that very moment, Christina felt angry and fearful. She was terrified of being all alone in that apartment, which had once seemed to be a safe place where she was protected. There's no doubt that that feeling lingered for days until she found the courage to go out on the town again. She was determined that this one incident, as scary as it might have been, was not going to break her. Sadly, only 4 days after Christina woke up in this daze, realizing her home had been broken into, she was found dead in that very same apartment. Christina was living in Ardmore, which is a suburb in Philadelphia, a place that's steeped in history. Though it's not too far away from the city center, it has maintained its small town feel. It still has a vibrant nightlife, but it seems quieter and it's more sheltered from the big dangers of the city. The allure of being just close enough to the humdrum while still feeling safe and secure is what drew 36-year-old Christina Carlin Craft and her fiancé Alex to Ardmore. Before moving to the sleepy suburb, Christina's life had been anything but quaint and quiet. Christina was born and raised in New Jersey and had always dreamed of a life in front of the camera and flashing lights. While some girls dream of a corner office on Wall Street or a simple life with 2 kids, a loving husband, and a white picket fence, Christina daydreamed about her beautiful face being splashed across the cover of the biggest magazines in the world. And while it is true, the entertainment industry has destroyed the dreams and hopes of millions, Christina had what it took to make it big, and she knew it. She was incredibly beautiful. Her light blue eyes and cascades of dark brown hair drew people in. But she was more than that. There was a light behind those eyes that shined so brightly, people couldn't help but notice. She had star power, and soon this charisma would get her her dream job, one step closer to the big lights. But let's go back to the beginning, before she really found success as a model. Christina Rose Carlin Craft was born on November 11th, 1981 in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, to Stuart Craft and Dawn Ann Carlin. She had 2 younger brothers, Brian and Josh, and 1 younger sister, Kelsey. Brian was only 2 years younger than Christina, but tragically, their mother passed away in 1990 when Christina was 9 and Brian was only 7. Eventually, Christina's father, Stuart, did go on to remarry a woman named Casey, and they had more children, Josh, who was 10 years younger than Christina, and finally Kelsey, who was 19 years younger than Christina was. Kelsey was actually born when Christina was graduating from Linwood High School in New Jersey, and afterwards she landed a job as a waitress on the Jersey Shore at Borgata Casino. Though this was a far cry from where she wanted to be, it wasn't a wasted experience. In mid-2003, $1 million was invested in the Borgata Casino to make it into a luxury resort, hoping it would draw in more tourists and stimulate the economy. Christina was still working there, and on Labor Day that year, she met a man who would go on to become the love of her life. He was a banker named Alex Cicatelli. It was love at first sight. Christina and Alex just hit it off and jumped headfirst into a relationship that would span the greater part of 14 years. This was not your typical boy meets girl and they live happily ever after romance. Christina had dreams, and she would stop at nothing to reach them, and luckily, Alex supported her aspirations, and soon enough, Christina's persistence started to pay off in her late teens. She landed a few modeling jobs with some of the biggest names in the world, Vanity Fair, Maxim, Victoria's Secret. She was doing it. And one of Christina's close friends was Eva. They met on a 3-day photo shoot for Maxim magazine. Eva and Christina were chosen as the winners of a modeling contest, which featured girls from around the world. They became instant friends after the event. With the exposure from Christina and Eva's Maxim photo shoot, Christina's modeling career skyrocketed. The photo shoot gained a lot of attention, and Christina's reputation grew as a model. She was becoming a name in the industry. She started to become even more well-known and was getting booked for more high-profile jobs. She was living her dream. She had a loving man, a thriving career. What more could she ask for? Well, there was one thing, a job that Christina desperately wanted, but it had always eluded her. It was the one goal she just couldn't seem to reach. It was the pinnacle of a glamour model's career, a way to show the world that you had finally made it and you were someone to remember. Christina wanted to be featured in Playboy magazine. Now I know that life is not for everyone. And whenever I research cases and I get to know each person that I learn about, I put myself in their shoes. I try to understand and not pass judgment because it's really not my place. But to be fair, Playboy back then was an iconic brand, and it was special to Christina. Playboy Enterprises logo depicting the head of a rabbit wearing a tuxedo bow tie, I'm sure you've seen it, is still one of the most recognized trademarks in the world. The logo has been used since the 1950s, and many very successful actresses and models got their start by posing in Playboy magazine. Pamela Anderson, Anna Nicole Smith, Jennifer McCarthy, the list goes on. So Christina was determined to follow in their footsteps. The only problem is being offered an opportunity to pose for Playboy is not something that just happens very often. Sure, they were printing editions frequently, but the chances of getting a spread, let alone the centerfold, which is what women really want, that was basically slim to none. And I understand that while some people might think of Playboy as just a salacious organization that just promotes sex, to others, it was that quality that drew them to the organization. We can't forget the pop culture relevance that Playboy had in the early 2000s. And Playboy extended beyond just being a crumpled up magazine you'd find in your strange uncle's garage. It was a full-on operation with its own clubs, colognes, even apparel. And of course, in 2005, a hit reality show. It was released following the lives and times of Playboy founder Hugh Hefner and his 3 live-in girlfriends. Viewers got a rare glimpse into what it was like in this private and seemingly very glamorous life of the women who were dubbed Playboy Playmates or Bunnies. Viewers saw the Playboy Mansion, the extravagant parties that were held there to cater to the rich and famous. Playboy had a reputation as more than just a company. It was a lifestyle, one that held a certain allure that others might not fully understand. Christina was one of the thousands of women who sent their photos in praying for the chance to be given the golden ticket into the glitzy world of the Playboy organization. Competition for one of those spots is tough, and Christina would have been competing with countless other gorgeous women, all hoping that Playboy would choose them and propel them into the pages of legend. Despite the odds, that's exactly what happened to Christina. Just like she dreamed of, Playboy noticed that she had something special, that unidentifiable X factor. And in 2009, Christina got the call that she had been chosen as Cyber Girl of the Week. Now, the Cyber Girl of the Week was a model who was handpicked to appear on Playboy's online subscription platform at the time, called the Cyber Club. A brief bio would be written about the woman and posted on the site alongside a boudoir photo shoot. On the 4th of May, 2009, Christina was given that opportunity. And granted, it was merely a stepping stone. It wasn't centerfold status. Christina was over the moon with gratefulness and excitement. Wearing a deep purple lace bra, the straps falling off her shoulders, Christina stared into the camera with her piercing blue eyes. Her full head of luscious brown locks tumbled down her back. And though she was wearing not much else, she's cloaked in confidence, and that adds to her allure. In this photo shoot, Christina looks every bit like a Playboy model that she's always dreamed of becoming. This shoot was a big deal for Christina. It gave her a ticket to the exclusive world of Playboy. Just like that, she was attending all the fancy Playboy parties, rubbing elbows with some of the biggest names in Hollywood. And one of the people that Christina met at these parties was the host, and technically her employer himself, Hugh Hefner, the founder of Playboy. She even posed in a picture with him at one of the events. I've personally visited the mansion for charity events several times, even swam in the grotto. It's famous, and I totally see the appeal for many, even though I didn't share Christina's exact dreams. And for her, attending these events was more about just the open bar and world-renowned DJs. It was also about getting some time with Hugh Hefner himself. After all, he was the man that would decide who was given that coveted title of Playboy Playmate. While Christina had posed for the online subscription platform and been invited to these parties, she was still considered to be on the lower end of the Playboy hierarchy. Becoming a Playboy Playmate meant that you were given the honor of appearing across the centerfold of the magazine, and only 12 girls a year were given this opportunity. And one girl gets the grand prize of becoming Playmate of the Year. Being a Playmate is about more than just a centerfold, a feature, and a title. It makes you an ambassador for the brand. And if you're really lucky, you might even catch Hef's eye and be chosen to be one of his girlfriends. So as you can imagine, for someone with these dreams, this competition, the position for a Playmate, was fierce. And the selection process was more rigorous than it had been for picking the Cyber Girl of the Week. Christina had a real shot at becoming a Playmate. Her Cyber Girl photo shoot was stunning. She had the looks, she had the personality. There was just one thing standing in her way: her age. And at the time, she was only 26 years old. She's young by most people's standards, but that's considered downright ancient at Playboy. And in trying to stay away from having just blondes featured, they had picked way too many brunettes that year for the magazine. That's actually a thing. So with all those factors working against her, Christina discovered that she wasn't going to get the gig. And just like that, her time at Playboy reached its end as quickly as it had started. It's so easy to become old news in that industry. The death of a dream might leave anyone feeling lost and uncertain about how to go forward. Christina may have felt cast adrift trying to find a new direction in her life, but it didn't take her long to find it. She had her sights set on being a model, and one rejection wasn't going to destroy those plans. Playboy was just one dream, but she had many more. So Christina set off for the modeling mecca, the Big Apple, New York City. Christina had hopes that perhaps there was something bigger and better than Playboy waiting for her in New York. She wanted to find a place where she could reinvent herself. So she gave it her best shot. Unfortunately, in the excitement of being chosen as one of the lucky Playboy Girls of the Week, Christina might have overlooked one fact. Not many other brands want to work with a model who once posed nude for a Playboy. It's just the harsh reality. And even now, Playboy has not been able to shake its public image of being pretty sleazy. Some might even say cheap, which means brands and agencies can be reluctant to work with anyone who's been part of that world. As beautiful and vivacious as Christina was, she was not immune to the brutal reality of the modeling world. She put her heart and soul into finding modeling gigs in New York. She attended castings and auditions, and while she did get positive feedback about her looks, it was never enough. She never landed the job she wanted. And eventually, with nothing left for her in New York, Christina decided to move into a high-end apartment with her fiancé that he leased for them just outside of Philadelphia in Ardmore called The Square. It's in a cute neighborhood, and the building has an on-site gym, spacious rooms, and modern appliances. And it's far from living in New York City, but it's a really comfortable place to be. The town had everything you could need within walking distance, including a few pubs and cafes. And it's not too far from the city, so Christina was still able to go to castings if that was her goal. But of course, as a busy banker in New York, Alex felt like he didn't have as much time to be by his beloved fiancé's side as much as he wanted to be, or maybe needed to be. Christina spent her days traveling across the city to go on castings, but at least Alex knew she was safe when she was home at their apartment. It was in a close-knit, more affluent community, but it is still well documented that models, especially glamour models, often find themselves taken advantage by others, especially men. Men will buy into this fantasy that the model's there for their satisfaction, and they feel a sense of entitlement to be part of that fantasy. Alex thought that Christina would be safe in Ardmore and that they could build a beautiful life together, away from the grime of the big city. So when Alex left the Ardmore apartment on Tuesday, the 21st of August in 2018, he might have felt comforted in knowing that Christina was safe, tucked away in their little love nest. And that day when Alex left the Ardmore apartment to head to New York for an overnight trip, which was common for him, he called Christina. It was later in the evening, and he wanted to talk about her day and wish her good night, but she didn't answer her phone. He wasn't immediately concerned because he thought maybe she was just out at a casting or around town. After all, the new area they were living in Ardmore had a great bar and restaurant scene. And while it wasn't quite the same as the New York City nightlife, it will do. He also knew that Christina got quite lonely when he was away, so it wouldn't have surprised him if she'd gone out to socialize so she wasn't just all by herself in the apartment. But as the night turned into morning, Alex was still not able to get in touch with Christina. He called and called to no avail, and eventually morning turned into night again, and a heavy weight settled in his stomach. He felt like something was wrong. His instincts told him so. Guided by that sense of worry, Alex left work, made his way back to the apartment, and he rushed inside to try to look for Christina. But the thing is, he couldn't get in their main front door. He could get into the building. He put his key inside of their doorknob, but it would just turn and turn, and the door wouldn't budge. No matter how much he wiggled the knob and pushed on the door, it remained firmly shut. He thought it must have been deadbolted from the inside. There was no way to get into the apartment, and with Christina still not answering his calls or texts, Alex called the police. It was Wednesday, August 22nd, 2018, a few minutes before 9 p.m., when Lower Merion Township Police Department received that call from Alex. He expressed concern for his fiancée, Christina Carlin Craft. He requested a welfare check at their residence. He explained he could not get inside their apartment. When Detective Gavin Gashinsky received the news that a welfare check was required at an apartment in the affluent suburb of Admore, he wasn't too keen on rushing over there because residents in that neighborhood were notorious for calling the police for the littlest inconvenience. However, when he heard the exact address, he quickly changed his mind. He was familiar with a robbery that the police department had just investigated at the very same apartment just a few days earlier. Now he had a call from someone who was worried enough to call in for a wellness check. Perhaps the thief had come back. Maybe the robbery escalated into something much more sinister. So he didn't waste any more time, and Gavin rushed over. When he arrived at the scene, he found a distressed Alex waiting outside. Alex briefly explained what was going on. He let them know that he was unable to get inside of his apartment or get a hold of his fiancée, and he'd come home early from New York on business to check on her. The detective agreed that the situation required action, so they band together. Using a crowbar, the police rammed their way into the apartment. Something I've always wondered is whether detectives consider what they might find on the other side of a locked door before going in. I wonder if they prepare themselves for a positive outcome or guard themselves in case it's negative, but probably both. But either way, in this instance, opening that door was like opening Pandora's box. From the second they crossed the threshold, they were immersed in a crime scene as gruesome and bloody as they come. Surely being face to face with death, especially death that had come with such horrendous violence, was something that no one would be able to prepare themselves for. It's not what they wanted to find or what a loved one expects to see. Detectives waded through the chaos of the living room area and made their way to the bedroom, and that is where they found the worst of it. At the center of overturned furniture, clothes just thrown around the room, there was pools of blood and a bed sheet on the floor. Detectives moved towards a sheet, and they already knew what they would find. As they gently lifted the corner, they saw Christina. She was lying on the floor, lifeless, completely still, and not moving, and her beautiful face had been beaten beyond recognition. It was a gruesome picture of cuts and bruises. Her hair and head were covered in blood, and rigor mortis had already set in. Her eyes, those stunning blue eyes that had once captivated an audience of adoring fans, were now dark and glazed over between two broken eye sockets. Her delicate nose had not been spared in the brutal attack. It had been crushed into her face. It was clear from the extent of Christina's wounds that whoever did this had been driven by an intense rage. But who? Why would anyone want to hurt Christina and want her dead? This fun, vivacious girl with a soul that was perhaps the most beautiful thing about her was dead. In cases like these, the number one suspect, and you know this, is almost always the significant other of the victim. That meant that the police had a potential suspect waiting at the door of the apartment. When detectives made their way back to Alex and let him know what they found, he was anxiously pacing the hallway. And when he got the news that Christina was dead, he doubled over in shock. He was desperate for answers, but perhaps this was all a performance. After all, if you are a true crime consumer, or a web sleuth, if you will, then you'll know that guilty spouses can put on some award-winning performances when they want to, or at least they think they are sometimes. Cue Chris Watts on his front porch performance, for example. Perhaps Alex was better than most at feigning heartache. So naturally, given all the circumstances, detectives brought him into the station for questioning. After several hours, it was clear that Alex had nothing to do with Christina's murder. He was a really heartbroken fiancé, and this was no act. With their first and most important suspect ruled out, police turned to their second potential perpetrator, the person who was responsible for the robbing of Christina only days prior to the murder. That's right. Christina had been the one that was robbed recently. I told you that detectives and police officers had been at that exact same address. Ardmore is not the type of suburb that anyone has things to worry about like this. They don't happen too frequently. It's a very low crime area, so police figured that incident that happened was probably a one-off, because lightning doesn't usually strike the same place twice, right? Well, they're not sure now. Recall that is exactly what made the detective change his mind about wanting to rush to the scene. This address was familiar. He had just taken a report a few days ago. I explained in the beginning of this video that Christina woke up one morning on Sunday the 18th, feeling as though she had been drugged. She was completely dazed, and once she adjusted to where she was, she realized that her precious belongings were gone from her apartment. So she filed a police report. At the time of her murder, the police were still investigating the robbery and had combed through security footage, which they thought could lead to their thief. I want to make an important point here. I just read statistics that said 70% of individuals between the ages of 18 and 24 years old have reported having their drinks spiked or have witnessed someone else's drink being spiked with a substance while out on the town. And 87% of victims do not report this incident to the police. And I have to admit, it has happened to me. When I first got here to Los Angeles, and it happened so fast. I'm going to leave some very helpful links below to products that you can buy that will keep your drink safe when you're out, because it's sad and it's scary. So please take a look, maybe share it with a friend, because if you like going out, having drinks, but don't want to risk experiencing a terrifying event like that, it could be very useful for you. But let's go back to what happened to Christina. While taking her police report, they had her retrace her steps from the night of the burglary, and detectives had deduced that she'd taken a rideshare to a bar in Center City, Philadelphia on Friday, August 17th. Christina couldn't tell them what happened next. However, after reviewing security footage, the investigators determined that Christina rode back home with a man who fit the description of the rideshare driver that she used that night when returning to her apartment at 3 a.m. And this was just the Saturday before her murder. He was a black male that appeared to be in his early 30s with facial hair. He had a slight mustache and closely trimmed beard, and he was driving a burgundy Kia Sorento with Virginia license plates. On the CCTV footage, detectives are able to see a man get out of the vehicle while Christina is seen passed out in the backseat of the car. The driver takes Christina's keys off of her body from the back seat and enters Christina's apartment building in the early morning hours without her, just leaving her behind in the car. The man went up to her apartment alone and spent more than an hour in there before coming back out and leaving the building carrying a heavy box around 4 a.m. The man came back a second time a few minutes later. However, this time he woke up Christina and he is holding her as they enter the building. Then the footage captures a very dazed looking Christina propped up against him as he leads her to the elevators and into her apartment, and then leaves her on the floor as he's bringing more boxes of what they believe are Christina's items to his car. Afterward, the man leaves but returns to the elevator, and once the elevator doors close, the man exits the building and drives away. Police released the still images from the CCTV footage, hoping that someone would recognize this man who broke into Christina's apartment. When detectives working on Christina's murder case are questioning the officers who took her initial report about the burglary, they remembered her because she was so upset. She told the officers during the robbery report that she felt isolated and unsafe and how badly this incident impacted her. While they were working on finding out who that man is, they gather more information about who their victim is. And based on Christina's online activity, they could see she was very active on social media and had a large online presence. She definitely left behind a digital footprint that spanned at least the last several years or more. So investigators combed the internet and found an article about Christina in the New York Times from back in 2016. It was reported in the news that Christina had gotten into a dispute with a Manhattan restaurant manager over the amount of her bar tab while she was out partying one night with a friend at the Smith. And this was in March of that year. The argument escalated to the point that the police were called because Christina allegedly struck the man in the neck and then kicked him in the groin. When police arrived, Christina explained the manager had pushed her, but the video footage showed that wasn't true and that Christina was very intoxicated. She was arrested and charged with misdemeanor assault. Well, this is interesting to the detectives because they know she was out the night that she comes home with this unknown man that appeared to burglarize her apartment. So, of course, their interest is piqued. After the detectives brought Christina's 2016 arrest to Alex, he explained that they went to court and they made a deal with the prosecutor to drop all the charges against Christina if she agreed to stay out of trouble for 6 months. Christina then relocated to Philadelphia the year after the incident. Alex wanted to protect Christina, and he felt like she was safer in Ardmore than she would be in the city. Because if she needed anything while he was working in New York, he could contact his parents who lived nearby in Philadelphia. But while Christina's life in Ardmore was going okay, she missed the hustle and bustle of the city. Although Christina lived in a beautiful community, she struggled to adjust to the suburban lifestyle. Christina had grown accustomed to the city's convenience and energy, and the quiet suburban lifestyle just couldn't compare. She found there were fewer things to do and fewer people to meet in the suburbs, so adjusting was hard. And even though she lived a distance away, she would frequently still party in the city. And then, of course, the detective stumbled upon Christina's Playboy debut as a cyber girl, and it didn't take long for the media to latch on to that aspect of this case. Her murder became nationwide news with an emphasis on her history with Playboy. That made for eye-catching headlines. Even though it is true, it's also a small fraction of her life. And we know there was so much more to who she was, but it's still a fact. And it was also something she had always been proud of. It's too bad it had to be memorialized for such a morbid reason now. But detectives found Christina's Model Mayhem account as well. That was a popular site back in the day where models could showcase their work and attempt to connect with brands. Think of it like LinkedIn for modeling. In her About Me section, she wrote that she's 5'9", 125 pounds with dark brown hair and an olive complexion with green eyes. She wrote that she was from Russian and German descent with a hint of Swedish, and she's interested in fashion, editorial, print, glamour, advertisements, lingerie, swim, commercials, movies, etc. She also mentioned doing runway shows, print work, commercials for jewelry, and evening gowns. And in her words, she did a, quote, tasteful photo shoot for Playboy that was beyond Hollywood glamour, end quote. Maybe she was trying to downplay it at the time, making sure it was known that she at least landed the gig and she was recognized by such a big brand, but not really going into the details of what she actually was chosen for. But days before Christina was found lifeless in her bedroom, the investigators were trying to piece together who this unknown man was who robbed her. Some investigators were examining Christina's credit card statements, while others analyzed CCTV footage. While investigating Christina's credit card usage, the investigators noticed that someone had used her cards at convenience stores nearby on the night they were stolen. It was confirmed that the man who used Christina's credit cards was the same one they saw break into her apartment after viewing the store's CCTV footage. Thankfully, the police were able to identify this man, and that was because he had previous arrests. His name was Andre Melton. He had a previous arrest record and was considered dangerous. Knowing that Andre had a violent streak, police quickly obtained a search warrant for his home and an arrest warrant for him for burglary. On the morning of Wednesday the 22nd of August, just hours before Christina was found, police had actually gone over to Andre's home to execute that search warrant. Unfortunately, while they did find thousands of dollars of items that had been stolen from Christina's apartment, including designer bags, jewelry, keys, even the title to a BMW, there was no sign of Andre himself. but they knew that Andre knew exactly where Christina lived and how to get into her apartment. Had he gone back to try to get more things, and maybe he was concerned about leaving a witness behind that could identify him. Either way, police needed to find Andre. There was now an added urgency to the robbery investigation because we're talking about murder now. Meanwhile, Christina's autopsy report comes back from medical examiner Kayla Wardak. It turned out Christina had 22 bones broken in her face with significant bruising, but her cause of death was determined to be from ligature strangulation. Someone had put something around Christina's neck, and of course, the manner of death was ruled a homicide. I cannot imagine someone doing that to someone. She was hit over and over again. It's unbelievable. So now, while hunting down this thief, detectives continue to scour through hours and hours of surveillance footage because they have a violent person that they need to catch. They searched frame by frame of footage until they found something. It was Christina, leaving her apartment in the early morning hours on the day she was found dead. Christina left the building alone, but a little while later, around 3 a.m., there she is again. But this time, she's not alone. She's walking arm in arm with an unknown man. The man has the same complexion as Andre. He's a black male, around the same age, maybe in his 30s. He's wearing a white do-rag, a leather jacket, and white jeans. But it actually doesn't appear to be Andre. This man and Christina walk into the apartment building a little while after 3 in the morning, around 3:08 a.m. Christina's door opens, and the security system recorded that time, but then no other doors are detected being open on Christina's security system until 5:19 a.m., when the system recorded that the door to the balcony closed. Christina's apartment is considered a first-floor apartment, but if you look closely, the first floor appears to begin on what would normally be considered the second story of the building. The investigators believed the perpetrator could have escaped by jumping over her balcony. It's not that far of a drop, and this is because neither one of them are seen leaving or walking back out the front door. Whatever happened after they entered that apartment building will leave one person dead and the other the subject of a nationwide manhunt. Thankfully, the security footage of Christina and this mysterious man was incredibly detailed. It was of high quality. And in a lot of cases like these, the footage is so grainy and distorted that it fails to fulfill its intended purpose, but not this time. The footage was very clear, thanks to high-tech CCTV being installed in this newer building. Officials had detailed snapshots to send out to the media in hopes that someone somewhere would know something. They also distributed footage of Andre, hoping that someone might be able to pinpoint where he might be hiding out. At this point, police had no way of knowing whether Andre and this other man were somehow connected. Maybe they had conspired to rob Christina again, and things took a turn for the worst. At this point, even more news stations were talking about the Playboy model that had been murdered in her fancy apartment. It's just the type of salacious story that's made for headline gold. So news companies kept running with it, while the media circus systematically dehumanized Christina and reduced her to just a Playboy model. It did have one positive effect. It helped the police garner more useful information. On the 23rd of August, just one day after the murder, a detective working on the case received a phone call. It was Andre Melton himself. It seemed like Andre had seen his picture circulating in connection with a gruesome homicide, and he said he wanted to set the record straight. He told detectives that yes, he robbed Christina on the morning of the 18th of August, but he had nothing to do with her murder. And he wasn't going to go down for something he didn't do. He wasn't going to hand himself over to police as requested because he didn't want to be charged with her murder. I don't know if Andre genuinely thought the police was just going to take his word for it and stop going after him, but it's actually the opposite of what happened. Officers did not let up on searching for him. They continued to investigate the identity of the other man as well that had been caught on surveillance. They suspected that Andre could have given Christina's address to a friend and set her up for another robbery. But soon enough, the publicity that this case was getting paid off. Everyone was talking about this horrible murder. And when people talk, even when it's gossip, there's often some truth to be found in between the lines. So police received a tip from a key witness. The man was an Uber driver who claimed that he had driven Christina and the man on the CCTV footage back to her apartment that night. The driver said that when Christina and the man entered his car, neither one of them looked distressed or under duress. To the contrary, in his mind, they looked to him like lovers on a date. They were affectionate and happy. The driver said that Christina actually flagged him down instead of using the app and begged him to please let them inside, even though you're really supposed to use the app so it can keep track of everything. Christina told the driver she needed a ride home because there were people on the street harassing her. She promised to give the driver cash when they returned to her apartment. So he let them into his car in city center and drove them all the way back to Ardmore, which is about a 40-minute drive. However, when it was time to pay, Christina told the driver she didn't have cash on her. She tried to hand her American Express card over to the driver, but he explained because she didn't use the app, he did not have a way to receive payment with a card. Eventually, the man she was riding with offered to give the driver $100 if he waited outside the apartment for 15 minutes or so while he went inside to get some money and make sure Christina got in safe. The man even promised that when he came out, he would give the driver $100 as a tip and still give him the rest of the money. It was not a good situation to be in, and the driver knew he could be getting swindled, but he didn't feel like he had much of a choice. So they even exchanged numbers, and then he waited outside of the apartment and waited and waited and waited. And as the minutes went by, this man had still not come back out. So after close to 30 minutes had gone by, and the man did not return to the car after walking Christine inside, the driver eventually cut his losses and drove away. Now, as helpful as this statement was, it still left police without one key piece of information: the identity of the man that Christina was with. Police wouldn't have to wait long before they received another call, though, that would put them one step closer to finding out who this mystery man really was. On October 26, they receive a call from someone who claims to have been roommates with the man in the photos that was splashed all over the news. Except when I say roommates, this wasn't your typical roommate situation. The person said they had recently shared a room with this man in a psychiatric facility in Philadelphia, and this was just a few days ago. The mystery man had landed himself in the psychiatric ward after harassing a woman in Philadelphia. He allegedly kicked her while he was in Center City Family Court, and he was sanctioned to a 72-hour psychiatric hold. As the caller recounted everything he knew about this person, he told the detectives about a disturbing conversation they had. The caller said that the man had gleefully told him how he strangled a woman to death, and that there was, quote, nothing like squeezing somebody and feeling the last breath leave their body, end quote. He said it was the best feeling in the world. Wow. So clearly, whoever this guy was, he needed to be stopped before some other unsuspecting person fell victim to his sordid plans. The caller had spent time in this regulated institution with this man, so there had to be a record of his identity, right? It was actually a shock when they discovered that the man had been admitted to the ward under John Doe. No legal name was given, and worse yet, he had already been discharged by the time the police got there. They missed this person that was heavily suspected as Christina's killer by just a few days, perhaps even hours. At this point, to detectives, this case might have started to feel like an extended game of cat and mouse. They were just chasing their tails. 4 days, they had poured over everything they had in this investigation. They were working late hours, just getting enough sleep to keep themselves somewhat functional, and still, they didn't have that vital piece of information. And Christina's family was a mess. They were desperate for answers, while they were also trying to paint Christina in a way better light than the media had. Her loved ones wanted the public to know Christina was more than just a Playboy model. Her aunt, Angelique Carlin, said, quote, she was the sweetest girl, loving, kind, generous, and thoughtful. Those are the things I will miss about her. She also, of course, wanted to know how this happened and why. And it's true. We don't know Christina, and the media will latch on to the bad or the most interesting facts about someone, that they like to party, they pose nude, like to get into brawls at bars. But if we were to have a magnifying glass put to each of our lives, there's bound to be something we're not proud of that doesn't define an entire person. Her father told the Daily Mail that Christina was, quote, a happy-go-lucky lady. She loved life, she loved to be around people, and she liked to enjoy herself with people. And that's what I think occurred. I think that someone saw her happiness and took advantage of that, end quote. But at this point, the investigation looked like it was going to stall. However, on the 29th of August, just 1 week after Christina was found, they got their break. This was ironically the very same day as Christina's funeral. The 36-year-old was brought back to New Jersey, and her service was held at Venter Church. Her father, Stuart, greeted mourners outside the church after the service. Christina's body was carried by pallbearers in a white casket and placed in a hearse adorned with flowers. She was later buried at Laurel Memorial Park in Egg Harbor Township, Atlantic County, New Jersey. And like I said, that same day, the police received a call from someone who claimed to be a family member of the man on the CCTV footage. They thought this had to be it. They were finally going to be able to catch their man. Well, yes and no. The family member had the man's name, but the police would have to figure out how to catch him on their own. He was identified as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, a person who had a felony record and had been released from prison on robbery and drug charges just 5 weeks before Christina's murder. Now that the police had a name, they knew it was just a matter of time before they found Jonathan and finally were able to put all the pieces of this puzzle together. With nothing else to go on but some old school detective work, the investigators started to unravel the mystery of where Jonathan could be. They called friends, acquaintances, family members, anyone who might know anything and was brave enough to come forward. And eventually, police spoke to Jonathan's sister. And it was after speaking to her that they got their answer. She told detectives that Jonathan had left Philadelphia. In fact, he was on a bus headed straight to Pittsburgh. With this information and no more time to lose, detectives contacted authorities in Pittsburgh and let them know a potential killer was headed to their city. He was violent and dangerous and needed to be apprehended as soon as possible. Using Jonathan Harris's photo and his criminal history, Pittsburgh officers formed a fugitive task force to better understand and prepare themselves for what they were up against. And despite having a significant criminal record, Jonathan Harris was never charged with anything like murder. He was, of course, convicted of things like forcible entry and drug trafficking. Pittsburgh task force members made their way to the bus station to try to intercept him. The authorities had an approximate time for when the bus would arrive. Now they just had to wait. They had surrounded the bus station and blocked all the exits to make sure there was no escape for their suspect. And eventually they heard the rumble of the bus as it made its way into the station, and authorities watched as the bus slowed to a stop and the doors opened, and out walked the very first passenger. It was not their guy. Following closely behind the first was another, but again, not the man they were looking for. But finally, a man stepped out of the bus, and as soon as the light hit his face, authorities knew that was the person they were searching for. He was the third person to step onto that platform, and police jumped into action and ordered Jonathan to place his hands against the wall. And for a brief moment, it looked like he might make a run for it. But in the end, he was arrested and taken into custody. Now, detectives had the who. They were reasonably certain that Jonathan had killed Christina. They had the where because they finally had Jonathan in custody, but they needed the why. How did Jonathan and Christina know each other in the first place? They seemed to be having a great night together until they entered her apartment. So what happened in those few short hours that could possibly end up with Christina dead and Jonathan on the run? When they showed him a picture of Christina and asked how he knew her, he claimed he'd seen Christina while out on the town and decided to strike up a conversation. They discussed how lonely she was in the suburbs and how she missed the party atmosphere that the city offered. The two of them hit it off, and they were both under the influence of drugs and alcohol, according to him. So they decided to head back to Christina's apartment to keep the party going after the bars began to close. Jonathan said he'd been providing Christina with party favors that night in the form of as much cocaine as she wanted, with her allegedly promising to pay him for it once they got to her place. But once inside, Jonathan claimed they drank a couple bottles of wine, used some more cocaine, and then had consensual sex. However, according to Jonathan, remember, there had been some sort of agreement that Christina would pay for the drugs that she used that night. He said once their rendezvous was over, Jonathan said Christina refused to pay the $1,200 worth of drugs. At first, a verbal argument ensued where Christina allegedly told Jonathan that it was his decision to give her the drugs and she wasn't going to pay for it after the fact. And she had hid his cocaine. He didn't know where it was. But when Jonathan didn't agree to those terms, he said the argument escalated and Christina picked up a wine bottle and smashed it against his head and his ear started bleeding, while she kept screaming for him to get out. Now, after this happened, he claimed they did get physical with one another, but he did not kill her. He said he slapped her in the face and she fell to the floor in the hallway of her apartment and he left. According to him, when he left her apartment, she was still alive, just very intoxicated. Well, this story does seem plausible. There are just a few things wrong with it. First, Christina did not have any drugs in her system when she was found. Her toxicology report only found alcohol in her body. Secondly, if he did not kill her, then who had done so on the exact same night they fought? Detectives let Jonathan know they weren't buying his account of the story. They got up from the table, they left the room, thinking that maybe if he just had a few minutes to gather his thoughts, he might be inspired to tell them the truth. One can only imagine the overwhelming emotions and thoughts that are flooding through a person's mind in a moment like this. There he was, in a cold, dark room, having to deal with the fact that he might spend the rest of his life in a cold, dark room, not too dissimilar to the one he was currently in. He must have known the gig was up. He'd been through this before. It wasn't his first rodeo. He had hidden, ran, lied, and it had all been futile because there he was. There was nothing for him to do but tell the truth. Those few minutes alone on his own most certainly stirred up something in him because when the investigators came back, Jonathan told a story that was a bit closer to what might have actually been the truth. He admitted that he and Christina had a physical altercation over drug money. He claimed they used $1,200 worth of his cocaine, which he expected her to pay for. But she thought, in his mind, she thought having sex with him was enough. And he said he slapped her in the face and she fell to the floor. Then he said he picked her up, walked her into the bedroom and put her on the bed. At that point, he said he was panicking. She was naked and he had white pants on. I'm guessing he's saying he did not want to get blood on himself. And then he said she was trying to recover from the blow he delivered to her. When she recovered, she began to scream at the top of her lungs. So what did he do? He punched her in the face and begged her to be quiet. He told her he punched her in the face and begged her to be quiet. He said he told her he didn't want to hurt her, but then when he punched her, she got quiet and she kind of went unconscious. And as she was laying on the bed, he tied her hands up with a pair of pajama pants. He tied her to the bed so she couldn't hit him back. He said at that point she was acting pretty reasonable, and he told her he was just scared and wanted to leave. He did eventually untie her, but he explained that he thought she was cooperating, but she was pretending. She jumped off the bed and tried to run to the front door, so he grabbed her and threw her back on the bed, and then started beating her in the face over and over again, this time hitting her harder with the intention of making her unconscious. She finally did pass out, and then he went looking for his cocaine, which he said he found inside a jewelry box. When asked what Christina was doing at that point, he said she was on the bed, bleeding profusely, and he was now looking for money, but didn't find any, and he was panicking because she was breathing funny. His words. She was on the bed, breathing funny. These are all his words. He said he didn't know if he should just burn the house down or what, but he turned her over on her stomach and blood was coming out of her mouth, and she actually allegedly spoke to him, saying, "I'm fine. I just want to call my father." Jonathan obliged. He went to go get her phone from the living room and handed it over to her. But Christina wasn't calling her dad. She was trying to call for help. She was in fear for her life, and she managed to punch in one number, the number 9. Jonathan said he panicked when he saw that she was trying to call the police, so he snatched the phone away from her before she could press 1-1. He took the phone and threw it. And that's when he says in his panic state of mind, he began choking her and pushing her on the bed. And when he let go of her, he swears he still saw her breathing, but she wasn't fighting anymore. Then he covered her body with a sheet because he didn't want to look at what he had done. Then he stole some of her clothes, presumably to change into them because his were blood-soaked, and then he made his exit. Jonathan was never seen exiting the apartment because he said he took a different route altogether. Christina's apartment was on that second story, and around 5 a.m., the sliding door was open and Jonathan jumped out and ran away, just as investigators had suspected. As brutal as this crime was, Jonathan maintained that it was never his intention to hurt Christina. He said, quote, "I panicked. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I covered her with a blanket because I didn't want to see her like that. I knew she was hurt really bad," end quote. Jonathan also claimed that he was under the influence of some pretty heavy drugs that night, which were responsible for altering his behavior. He admitted to killing Christina, but pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, saying that this was in no way premeditated. At trial, Jonathan and his attorneys did not deny that he had choked Christina to death. Their entire defense was that Jonathan did not go into that apartment that night with the intention to murder Christina, and thus a first-degree murder charge was too harsh. They asked the jury to find him guilty of third-degree murder instead, which carried a much lighter prison sentence. And sure, this argument seems to make sense until you think about the fact that, number one, Jonathan bragged about the feeling of choking the life out of someone when he met that roommate at the psychiatric facility. And of course, there's the fact that he could have run away. And he didn't come forward even when the story broke in the news. At any point, he could have told the police what happened, but he chose to try to get away with it. He didn't have to kill Christina at all. He could have left her tied up, or even just fled after he punched her the first time or pushed her. But he went many steps further by beating her and choking her to death. Christina fought for her life until the end. Jonathan could have stopped the attack. There was ample time for him to cool down, come to his senses, and make a different choice. A choice that wouldn't have stolen a young woman's life and left her family in a state of sadness and distress. The jury must have had the same sentiments because they found him guilty of first-degree murder, as well as kidnapping, possession of an instrument of a crime, and strangulation. Reporters watched from the gallery as Jonathan processed this verdict. In the end, when it came time for Jonathan to reveal what he thought about the verdict, he simply said, quote, "Justice was served," end quote. And I think he's right. When it was time for Christina's fiance to give his victim impact statement, Alex addressed Jonathan, calling him a coward, and said,
okay, that's enough of that. I can't listen to her, so all right, let's get the court should be back in a minute. Press the like. If you haven't done so, press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to Maxie if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. Maxi taxi, she's so sexy, dee dee dee. Maxi taxi. Maxi taxi, she's so sexy. I'm surprised that Robert Tellers. So just to give you an update, Robert Tellers, 28 years, and then 2 years served. So he's got 26 years before he goes to a parole board, and then and he's got new counsel. The other counsel resigned. Not resign, the promotion to dismiss themselves, and judge is fine. He's now got a female public defender. She's a lot more feisty now, represented him for his appeal. Hey, it's the Swedes. We love swinging around. Dennis and Brenda. We love Dennis and Brenda. Hey, hey, it's the Swedies. What's that big look there? Oh, it's Dennis. How you doing, Den? How you doing? I'm back. Oh my God, Sarah Poon hearing is hilarious. I want to say who, but saw some cheaters over there. Oh, I can imagine. You cheated. You cheaters. You cheaters. But it's fine. I don't blame you. I wasn't even here myself, so I wasn't cheating on myself though. But I wasn't here. Wait for my dinner to cook. Like, ha ha, like a maxi taxi. Like, ha ha, like maxi taxi. Lady Di, who are you watching so I can watch later? There's quite a few. You just put Sarah Boone in, Robin, as shit tons. Everybody. Everybody's covering Sarah Boone. Rot, guilty. There you go, Mark. Rot, guilty, right. The photo on the screen of the four people, who are they? Dennis and Brenda Sweeney and Dana Leonard and Tracy Murray. There you go. Who was talking about getting their wisdom teeth out yesterday? Was it you, Lil G? What are you having for dinner? I'm having bacon and mushroom sandwich. Bacon sandwich with some mushrooms in it. That's what I'm having today. Dennis, Gary. What are you having, Gary? Legends, Elsie, Dennis and his wife and another. There you go. Brenda. Talk about it. Playing with leaves and watching. Hey, play with leaves and watching. Good man, Dennis. Hey, I think MJ's top should arrive today as well. I think his hoodie should arrive today as well. Elsie Jones. Dennis and Brenda Sweeney and Daniel Leonard and Tracy Murray. Oops. Dylan did it again. He beat me to it. I'm on minus 3.04 witness. What? She's guilty. Surprised. I don't think many people think she's guilty, to be honest with you, Elsie Jones. I've not seen literally anything yet against her. I've not seen anything. Like, I'm being impartially. I literally couldn't say one thing that she's guilty of. So far, they've not introduced anything, in my opinion, anyway. You know, obviously everyone's different, but I can't think of one piece of evidence that has been submitted yet to prove her guilt. I got one for you too. A TikTok. This one made me laugh forever. Please hold. Stand by. Potty mouth is in the house. Nice, Dylan. Can't go wrong with that. Not sure what I'm having yet, as I've had salad earlier and still a bit full. Yeah. That would be, I know. Well, the two videos so you don't have to seclude your watchers to what we were watching earlier. It's because of I have to do that because I'm not here to switch it. So I have to get a video that's like an hour just so, because I can't switch and stuff. That's the problem. Because I obviously if I'm trying to cook and stuff, I can't just come back and forward. That's the issue, Lady Di. Talked to him yesterday. He saw a. He's very thankful. Oh, happy days. Oh, did the hoodie arrive then? Has it? Did he have? Did you give him the gear then? Dennis, did you give him the gear or not? Did he have the full gear? Or it's all good though. It's all good. There you go. Same done. Just had shadow face. Yeah, I'm waiting for like. There's still more time to go. This is like a 3-week trial, 4-week trial. So there's more testimony to come. I'm not saying she's not going to be found guilty. I'm just saying I've not seen it yet. I mean, the thing. The state are more guilty than she is at the minute. Do you know what I mean? To be fair, if we had to be here, so do you. There you go. Well, you were never here. You were cheating. We're not from Canton, but we may as well be. No, you're about an hour away from Canton, I believe. Dana, something like that. But most likely we'll have a sandwich, maybe ham and cheese. There you go. I had a steak and onion pie on its own and some smoky bacon crisps for lunch, you see. So that's why I'm having a bacon sandwich. Bacon sandwich with some fried mushrooms. Whoosh. Dean, I thought you were. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Don't worry. Dean is a big boy. He's fine. Talking of big boys, he is the king of Canton. No, yeah, waiting for you. There you go. As far as I'm aware, Dennis, it's arriving today. It was supposed to be with you Monday, but it's arriving today, is what they said. So you will have the whole thing then today. There you go. I'll make sure that he's got the Dana and Dennis t-shirt. I'll make sure of that. Oh, so here we go. Oh, hang on, let's play this because they're both there together. I gotta play it now, don't I? I gotta play it. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. See you in Boston, boys. I can't wait. As I said to everybody, first time I meet you both, I want to see you in speedos, topless, walking down the street like that. Right. Hey Keith, how you doing, fella? Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Right. I got. I thought the court would be back by now. I got to check my bacon. So you're gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna have to check my bacon. So I think it might be ready. Smells ready. So right. Let me put the court back on. Court is on. It's unmuted. Let me boost it for Deb. It's boosted already. Happy days. Put myself up there, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, people. Entertain yourselves. Like Robbie Williams says, entertain yourselves. I'm just going to mute Everything's falling on me. My keyboard. Everything. Right, I can't show you everything. Here you go. Oh shit, hang on. So this is, you can see that? Bacon, half an egg. So 1 slice of bacon, half an egg, and some mushrooms. In 2 rows with a bit of tomato ketchup. There you go. Right. I know Dana's like salivating right now. Dana's on the floor. He's like, give me some bacon. Gary loves it as well. I know you love it, Gar. Right. Let me get the trial back up for you once I go and eat. It's interesting combo. That is unusual. That's a British one. That's a British combo for you. Mexi. That bacon and egg is a staple. But mushrooms is by choice mushrooms. I love mushrooms, so. Oh, look at Rhode Island saying chow mein sandwich. You are something wrong with you, girl. But we know that anyway. There's something wrong with every one of you. Right. Let me I'm gonna go off screen because it's going cold. So here we go, everybody. Hello. Who's that? Hello, Dana. Hello. We got phenomenal family. Hopefully, can't do it tonight. And good things will happen. Yeah, you go. Yeah, very British one, Gary. You're right. Yeah, I mean, you're just fucking weird. Anything tacos. Oh, I bet with you, anything tacos goes. Lick a day. I was going to say lick a dick, but I mean lick a taco. Right, here we go, everybody. Deep fried in butter. Whoa.
And a couple witnesses. So no, he does not. And it's the third witness today, so we got time. But we might have him test it during the next witness to see. Of course, we probably don't. I'll figure it out. Shoot. All right, go ahead.
State calls Dr. Elaine Pope. Dr. Pope, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. Hello, my name is Elaine Pope. Do I need to elaborate?
I will continue to ask
Okay.
questions. How
Thank
are
you.
you employed?
Right now, I do private contracts. So I do forensic casework, and then I also lecture. I lecture to fire investigators, law enforcement, crime scene investigators. So that's kind of what I do now.
What do you lecture them on?
Fatal fire investigation.
What is your education background, and then kind of move forward from there through your professional background?
Sure. So I got my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee in anthropology as well as in art. And then I got my master's degree at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then I went on to get my PhD at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And my dissertation was titled The Effects of Fire on Human Remains, Characteristics of Taphonomy and Trauma.
So is it fair to say you had a specialty within forensic anthropology?
Yes.
What would that be? What focus would that be on?
Mostly burn bone, but also how the human body burns during different types of fire events.
And have you performed experiments on cadavers with fire?
Yes. So my research that I've been doing since 2000, I guess, for several years. Basically, I test on human cadavers. So we put them in structures, in vehicles, in outdoor scene conditions. And this is for law enforcement training. So we're able to show them how the body burns in those different environments, as well as outdoors, confined space and others. And so we document time, temperature, photography, sometimes video, so we can see all the stages from start all the way to finish when the fire is put out, which could be minutes, it could be, an hour, 2 hours. It just kind of depends. So we kind of test all the different ranges and figure out how the human body burns in those different types of fire environments.
What would be the number of bodies that you've burned throughout the years?
I'm up to about 270. It's part of a training course that we do each summer out in California. And we do, it's a law enforcement training course for about 65 investigators from all over the country. We get people international as well. And we average about 15 to 17 bodies a year that we do fire investigation training on.
When you do these experiments, are you paying attention to not only the body itself, but the environmental factors?
Absolutely. The two have a relationship in terms of, say, for example, like a vehicle, it's going to hold heat inside that tiny container as opposed to an outdoor fire. It's going to be more, you're going to have, more airflow. So it's going to be a little bit different per each type of scenario, or each type of fire environment leaves different types of fire damage on the human body.
Do you, during these experiments, do some with and some without accelerants?
Yes, so we test both with and without accelerants. This includes directly on the clothing of the body, as well as, say, for example, in a bedroom. So we also use ignitable liquids there, but we've done several studies on the body, specifically just with ignitable liquids, and then adding other variables like wood, clothing, no clothing, and those will all kind of change the outcome and how the tissues of the body burn.
Have you testified as an expert in trials before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Let's see. Okay. So I'm up to 17 different trials, both for the prosecution and the defense.
And were you asked by the DA's office back in 2019 to consult on this case with Gary Wayne Farris?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate the case, yes.
And you accepted that role?
Yes.
And so before we get started, I just want to ask you, are you being compensated for this? The work
yes.
and the testimony?
Yes.
By the DA's office?
Oh, yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit Dr. Pope as an expert in forensic anthropology.
As to that, limited qualification, I have no objection.
All right. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, when you were asked to do an analysis in this case, were you provided resources to refer to for your analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
What were you provided?
I was provided with images from Purcell Lane. These are the files or the documents that I received. So images from Purcell Lane and Crime Lab, GBI DOFS, the coroner report, the fire EMS report, the GBI DOFS anthropology report, the GBI DOFS arson analysis, and the GBI DOFS autopsy report.
And did you, after reviewing all of those documentations, come up with your analysis and opinion as to certain factors of the fire that caused Gary Wayne Farris to become remains at that point?
Yes, yes, I looked at the photographs as well as all the law enforcement documents, autopsy report, other reports for that.
Before we get into the details of this case, can you explain to the jury generally, if you could, how a body will burn, the process of that once it is, I guess, for lack of a better term, set on fire?
Yes. So the body is layered in tissues. It's got skin. It's got, underneath that is going to be subcutaneous fat. Underneath that is going to be muscle. And then you have organs. And then my specialty is the bones inside. And so each different tissue burns differently. The skin is really thin. So when it's exposed to heat, it'll start to shrink and pull apart into little skin splits. And this exposes the next layer of tissue, which is going to be subcutaneous fat. Now, subcutaneous fat burns as a fuel source. It is a lipid material, and it turns into basically grease. And it'll fuel the fire, especially if it's absorbed into wood, clothing, anything that will retain that. And so that is a major contributing factor in this case, as well as my experiments in terms of after setting the fire, the body can actually burn on its own rendered fat, liquefied fat, for several hours, just as the main fuel source, even after ignitable liquids have been expended.
I want to walk through your report here. Did you have a recorded temperature at the time of the discovery of the body?
It was mentioned at about 100 to 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that helpful for you to start your analysis of possibly the time that that Mr. Farris had been on the burn pad?
Yes. So that the fact that there was still heat and temperature there just lets me know that it was a more recent event, in that the fire was able to go out on its own, but it was still warm. If it had been cold, that could extend the time period. And so, but in this case, the coals were recorded at a low temperature. So that kind of lets me know that it's a more recent event, under 24 hours, as opposed to later on.
And had those temperatures been lower, or like cold or ambient, that would have done what with the time frame?
It would just expand it potentially. It basically the warm coals just kind of put it at a lower or a shorter time frame.
And does the fuel sources surrounding the body or under the body or over the body also depend on how long that may have been burning?
Yes, absolutely. So the more fuels in the fire, the longer it's going to burn. If there was just a few little, pieces of wood, it wouldn't burn quite as long. But in this case, there were pieces of wood at the crime scene. And so that kind of gives me an idea of the potential fuels that were there, not the exact amount. But with the wood being there, that's going to absorb the fat, and that's going to keep the fire going and fuel the fire for a long period of time, over several hours.
And in this case, when you mention fuel, wood is a fuel.
Yes,
you categorize wood as fuel. Or
yes, wood
twigs,
is fuel.
leaves, brush, whatever's under the fire or over the fire. Okay. I'm just trying to clarify, when you say fuel, you don't mean any sort of ignitable liquids or anything like that?
No, I misspoke there. Fuel is anything that burns.
Okay.
It could be wood, clothing, ignitable liquids, just any type of fuel that would burn.
Okay. And then I want to move on down to, you knew the date of the discovery of the body, correct?
Yes.
And those are the photos that you have are from that date?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about, you made the determination that this was a single burn event. What does that mean?
Well, this is, so we do in the experiments, we'll do basically set a fire and let it burn the entire course without adding wood. So with that, basically the bones are more intact. You can tell where the head is, where the foot is, as opposed to if they were refueling, stoking, stirring, crushing, we would find little tiny pieces, and it would be, basically very different.
So in other words, the body would not be in anatomical order.
Yes, yes, it would be kind of stirred up. But in this case, there was intact long bones, the skull. And so that doesn't indicate to me that there is additional activity after the initial fire.
You also determined the position of the body. Can you tell the jury about how you determined that?
Yes, so this is looking at the photographs. I was not actually at the crime scene. But based on the photographs, we see his leg. There's a long leg bone, the upper thigh bone called the femur. On the back of it, there's a ridge where all your big muscles attach. And so in the photograph, we see that ridge on top, which basically means that he was face down, as well as the face was really well protected, as opposed to the back of the skull was more extensively burned. So that tells me kind of the relative position that the body was in with those two, the femur as well as the condition of the skull.
When you say that the face was preserved and it was face down, does that have to do with access to oxygen and airflow? How do you know that the preservation of the face means that he was face down?
It could be to where he kind of settled into fire debris where it was protecting the face. It's not suggestive that anything's wrapped around the face or anything like that. It just basically lets me know that that was the surface that was down. And again, fire debris can, protect around the face as the wood burns down.
And as an individual who's burning, their subcutaneous fat you mentioned kind of acts as a fuel source.
Correct.
So if there was wood surrounding the body and the fat was wicking into the wood, how would that affect the fire?
That's going to sustain the burning process. Say, for example, if the body was burned on a cement pad or a parking lot, it would burn very differently than, in this case, we have wood, we have vegetation, potentially other materials. And so that absorbs the rendered fat, which is basically the liquefied fat. And it's called the wick effect. So it's kind of like an oil lamp where the fire will continue to burn as long as it's fueled by the oil.
So considering the photos that you received in this case, it wasn't surprising to you to hear that there was no evidence of ignitable liquids on this fire.
Yes, ignitable liquids will get the fire going, but you don't have to have ignitable liquids to start a fire necessarily. If you build a campfire, you may be using kindling, just different things can get the fire going. It doesn't necessarily have to be ignitable liquids.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. That's all I have for you.
Yep.
1 second, Judge.
All right.
Trying to be more efficient. Good morning, Dr. Pope. It is afternoon now. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, sir.
My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. A couple of things I just want to go over with you, okay? One, the jury doesn't have your report, but you had kind of talked about it with your appendix 1 and 2. I gave examples.
Yes.
Now, in both of those examples that you gave regarding time and things such as that, there was some type of diesel fuel or a mixture of gasoline and diesel used in those instances.
Yes, in the appendices that I provided, yes, ignitable liquids are used. One was primarily ignitable liquids and clothing as the primary fuel source. Then there was a second example of a body burned just on pieces of logs and wood and whatnot. But yes, ignitable liquids, I used it in both of those.
And from what you reviewed in this case, there's no evidence of any ignitable liquids being used?
Not based on the burn patterns.
Okay.
No.
Start with your compensation from the DA's office. What were you initially paid to render your report?
It was $200 an hour. I don't have the actual invoice with me.
you approximately how many hours did you work?
It could have been between 10 and 20. That's usually what reviewing photographs, reports, and then writing my report takes.
I mean, I believe you stated that you reviewed coroner's report, GBI autopsy.
Yes.
So that's a lot of reports.
Yes.
You reviewed. All right. So $200 an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And what's your cost of testifying here today?
Well, on the stand, it's 200 an hour as well.
200 an hour. I'm assuming you're like most experts. You do that from travel and everything.
No, just appearing, sitting here.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you have negotiated yourself a better deal than the other forensic anthropology. You got $380.
All right.
So that out of the way, you're not a forensic pathologist.
No.
Okay. You are not certified in certifying cause or manner of death.
No.
Okay. And what state do you typically operate out of?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. So you're a Tennessee fan.
Yes.
Okay. We'll forgive you. So, and you went to school in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Master's and PhD.
Okay. All right. Now, from your examination of what you've done, I'm going to go ahead and get something ready to pull up to show you.
From your examination, you can't tell us anything about Gary Farris's cause of death.
No, that's not what I was asked to do, nor am I qualified. I'm not a medical examiner.
Correct. Just making sure. There it is. And I'll show you that in just a few minutes. So you weren't asked, nor can you tell us anything about how Gary died?
No.
Okay. Now the effects on the remains, they would be the same regardless of who set the fire, right?
Fire started.
Yeah. How it was set would matter regarding the effects on the remains.
Just to get it going, ignitable liquids gets it going quicker, but once it goes, ignitable liquids have no effect after the first few minutes.
But yet again, we have no evidence of ignitable liquids.
Okay.
Now, all of those reports that you were talking about, you reviewed, did any of them contain any witness statements?
One was talking about the readings of the CPAP machine. I mean, most of them I was just looking at the evidence.
So essentially, the photographs?
Photographs and reports.
And the reports from the state examiner?
Autopsy, yes.
Things such as that, okay. So none of the actual, witnesses or anything like that, you didn't listen to any of their interviews?
Their interviews or
well, let me ask it two ways. Did you listen to anybody's interview? Let's say Melody Farris's interview.
No.
Okay. I'm just making sure. But sometimes it references in those reports you were reading, here's what so-and-so said.
Yes, correct. I really don't pay much attention to the witness statements.
So that's not what you're there to do.
Well, I'm there to look at the evidence. So I take witness statements with a grain of salt.
And you received all of those reports, I'm assuming, from the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had started talking about with Ms. Frankish regarding the human body burning about subcutaneous fat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Subcutaneous fat can essentially become its own fuel source.
Correct.
All right. So you can presume that a body of someone who has a lot of subcutaneous fat will, in fact, burn hotter?
No.
Not necessarily hotter? Will they burn up quicker?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's more fuel, but it's not going to speed up the process.
Well, if it's more fuel, do I have more heat?
That's more of a fire investigator question because I'm not qualified to tell, exact heat ranges.
Okay. Well, you put in your report a heat range, and I think it goes up to somewhere around 1,500 degrees.
Yes, and that was just based on average temperatures of larger fires.
Okay, so nothing to actually do with this case. Just similar fires.
Well, the similar fires, similar reconstruction or experiments that I've done have been kind of in that temperature range.
Okay, because you already testified here, and we've heard it previously, that the fire when law enforcement arrived at the hottest portion that they recorded was 230 degrees. Right, you said that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I was just curious about this over lunch. Is there like a scientific determination of a temperature range for it still to be? Because we kind of use the term loosely. There is a fire, right? All right. Is there a scientific determination of how hot it has to be a fire, or is it just actual? There's physical, visible flames.
The output of heat.
The output of heat is a fire. So it's fair to say that at 230 degrees, we still got a fire because it's still outputting heat.
I mean, it could be a smoldering fire. I base it on the fact that there's flames or not flames.
Okay, kind of like anybody else would, probably.
Yes.
So if it's 230 degrees in the photographs you saw, would you consider that to be more of a smoldering fire?
Possibly, only because it was reported that it was still warm.
Still warm. And you state in your report that you don't have an exact timeline, but you state somewhere less than 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement is recording the fire around, let's say 1 p.m., right? Less than 24 hours would be the next day at 1 p.m., or that would be exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
Is that right? In 24 hours? Like 24 hours from now, 24 hours from now will be 109 tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So if I go back in time, trying to calculate something else, 109 yesterday would be 24 hours.
Yes.
Right? All right. So the fire was started or was recorded on July the 5th around 1 p.m. That would mean less than 24 hours would be July the 4th at 1 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also state that you didn't find from the photographs any evidence of stirring or stroking or anything like that.
Not based on how the remains were found.
Okay. Now, that's what I want to show. Did you review Dr. Gooding's documentation? She did the anthropological report.
Yes.
Okay. She also attached with that a photograph, or I'm sorry, a chart. And it's been admitted into evidence as Gooding 1. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you review that chart?
No.
Well, you were provided her report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what it says, and I was talking to her about this yesterday, and she didn't know. But you can see up here where it says cranium, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you've got the pelvis, and that's kind of the center of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got the femurs, I learned, those are the leg bones.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree with me that ribs are above the pelvis.
Yes.
Okay. And we've got a rib found way down here, below the legs and everything else. Okay. Wouldn't that be evidence of some type of tending to or something?
It could be disturbance from animals or nearby. It's that one rib is not going to tell me that the body was stirred up.
Okay. What if I told you that there was also another rib with a bullet in it found somewhere up in this area where the hand is?
Okay.
Okay. So you got two ribs or two pieces of ribs or parts of ribs in two different locations. So you're saying that that could be evidence of animals?
It could be.
Okay. Couldn't it also be evidence of stirring?
Not with all the other bones found. I mean, you have the leg bones where they're supposed to be. You have the skull where it's supposed to be. And also it was kind of a shallow burn, so that you have to account for stuff potentially, rolling down as opposed to a flat surface.
Okay. Now, the body laying, you stated that, in your opinion, that the body was laying face down.
Yes, based on the photograph showing the back of the leg lying face up and the...
I'm going to be back in 10 minutes, people. I just got to jump in the shower. I smell like bacon. I hate it. I hate my smell at the minute. So I'm going to jump in the shower. Daffy, get your phone out. I'll bring my phone with me, Daffy, so you can have a look at me in the shower. I'll be back in 10 minutes, people. Sorry, people, but I hate the smell of bacon on me. So I'll be back. Behave.
The face
Thank you,
being
G. Thank you,
very
Gary.
well protected and less burned than the backside.
Okay. Now, for the fact that the body is face down, you can't tell this jury whether or not Gary Farris fell into the fire or was placed into the fire.
No.
Okay. You also have no opinion as to cause of death.
I'm not qualified to make cause of death, nor was this asked of me.
I understand. I blame you. You're fine. Give me just 1 second, okay?
you may have read it in some of the reports that you reviewed, did not. There was an eyewitness, in this case, that previously had testified that he observed flames from the burn pile on July the 3rd, later in the day.
Get my notes real quick.
Would knowing that information change your opinion about your report?
I mean, there's possible they could have started, had another fire earlier. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it's still your opinion that this fire was less than 24 hours old?
Yes, simply because it was still warm. If it had been cold, then we could extend the time frame.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, call your next witness.
Bobby Simmons. Definitely need this 24-hour anytime workout right now. Have the juror come down and lead us in the exercises.
Mr. Simmons, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. If you would, state your full name for the record.
Robert Simmons, go by Bobby.
And who do you work for?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
You just call that TBI?
Yes, sir.
If you would, just tell the jury, what is the TBI and how's it in comparison to our GBI here in Georgia?
It's basically the same thing as GBI. We investigate special circumstance cases that were requested by district attorneys throughout Tennessee. My unit is in Middle Tennessee. We handle everything from homicides to thefts to officer-involved shootings, just a wide variety of stuff.
Where did you start in law enforcement?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What did you do there?
I was a patrol officer for 2 years. Then I went to a proactive unit, and then I was a detective the last 2 years I was there.
What type of proactive unit was it? Crime suppression or something? Or?
Basically, we called it a flex unit. We were unmarked cars, but just doing proactive stuff in high crime areas.
All right. And after you were there, what'd you do?
So when I left Metro, I started at TBI.
You were a detective before you left?
Yes, sir, I was.
What kind of cases did you investigate?
Mostly property crimes. We did do some homicides, but kind of a wide variety. We were kind of regional. We had a precinct. We covered a certain area of Nashville. We kind of covered all the crimes in that area.
Now, were you, we call it post-certified, which y'all call in Tennessee?
Yes, post-certified.
Were you post-certified with the state level, or is it just a state accreditation for everybody?
Correct.
And when you go to the GBI, do you have to go back to a new academy?
Through TBI, yes, sir. We go through
TBI.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir. We are. They host their own special agent academy.
How long was that?
I believe it was 18 weeks.
After you got out of the academy for the TBI, what'd you do?
In the position I'm in now, so CID in Middle Tennessee. I've been in that position the whole time.
Now, in Georgia, the GBI investigates. They're assigned to regions, and they may have so many counties in their region. Is yours similar to that?
Yes, sir. We're assigned to the 4 grand districts of the state. So I'm in Middle Tennessee. Within that, I'm assigned to the 16th Judicial District, which is Rutherford and Cannon County. I cover those 2 counties.
What are those counties like? Are they big, small?
They're actually both the opposite. Rutherford County is Murfreesboro, where Middle Tennessee State University is. It's a very large city, large departments, police departments. Cannon County is the complete opposite. Population is about 15,000, and they have 2 detectives for the whole county.
And how long have you been doing this type of work?
I've been there. I've been at TBI since 2016.
Do you have any specializations, or y'all just catch whatever cases come?
We catch them all, yes, sir.
Do you do crime scene and things like that, or are you mainly on the investigative side?
We do. We process our own scenes mostly.
You do too?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes, do you work with sister agencies from other states?
Yes, sir, we do.
Now, in this case, did you get called upon, or someone get a hold of you from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office ask you to help out?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just kind of tell the jury how that works. What happened there?
So we got a call from Cherokee County just saying that they had an individual in Middle Tennessee that they had identified and were trying to locate and interview, and they were asking us to go, given that it's a few hours away from where they were at, if we could go and try to locate that person and interview him.
And I think you went, let's begin with the timeline here. July 6th of 2018, I think you went and talked to first as a Martha Jane Barton.
Yes, sir.
And I believe she was related to, by marriage, stepmother to Rusty Barton. Is that right?
That's correct, I believe.
So you went and talked to Martha Jane on July 6th that evening. Was it a long conversation or kind of just an introductory conversation?
I think it's pretty short. We didn't gain a whole lot of information.
What's Martha Jane like?
She was a little standoffish, but it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily a terrible interaction.
Was she older?
Yes, she is.
And where was this at? What city was it?
I believe it was in Coffee County. I believe Tullahoma.
Tullahoma. I think Rusty's Tullahoma too.
Yes.
What is that? What is that like?
It's a little bit smaller than say where the Murfreesboro, where I'm from. It's not I wouldn't call it a podunk county, but it's pretty
Rural,
yeah,
farms,
it's
things
rural.
like that.
Yes.
What kind of cotton fields, tobacco fields? What's the produce there?
Mostly down there is corn and soybeans, Middle Tennessee.
But rural area.
Yes, sir.
And but was Martha Jane, was she pleasant, nice?
Yeah, no issues with the interview.
A little reluctant to talk with you?
Yes, sir.
And did she really give you anything that was a significant that you went, hey, here's some great information and just solve the case for us?
No, sir.
After you talked to Martha Jane, did you go and talk to Rusty Barton?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I think that conversation was about, give or take, 45 minutes, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
I believe that's right. Yes, sir.
And when you talked to Rusty, where did you go to talk to him?
I went to his house.
And did you have anybody with you?
Yes, Agent Elizabeth Williams, another TBI agent.
Now, this Tullahoma where Rusty was at, was this your area that you were assigned to, or was this outside your area?
That's Agent Williams' assigned area.
And how many TBI agents do y'all have per area, I guess?
Generally one.
How many cases do you have to work a year?
We generally may get 10 to 15 cases a year, and we maintain our cases through adjudication, so we're constantly carrying 10 to 15 cases at all times.
Is the TBI like the GBI that you basically have to get called in for assistance from a local agency?
Correct. Well, the way TBI, the statute reads for Tennessee, is the district attorney's office has to request the TBI investigate the matter.
It's the head prosecutor requests.
Correct. Yes.
Now, in this, since you're helping out, how much did you really know about what had happened in Cherokee County?
Very little.
Did you have great detail, or just basically the information that Gary was found on burn pile?
Yes, and we were provided their information basically to go find them and just see what they know, kind of deal.
So just kind of preliminary, just to start the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have a lot of time to prepare, or did y'all just hit the road and try to get out there and talk to people?
No, we went pretty quick and tried to find them.
Now, when you tell the jury, if you would, how would you describe Rusty Barton?
He was a little arrogant at first. I remember when we first got there and we explained who we were and what we were doing. He made the comment, "Well, do you know who I am?" or something along those lines. And yes, sir, we do. Yeah, we know your birthday. We know who you are. We're here. We're here knowing we're talking to you. He was a little reluctant again to provide information. We kind of just had to tell him a little bit about what we did know, but to kind of peel the layers back and get to the bottom of it.
Kind of pulling strings to get some information?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the beginning, I guess there was an issue about who Roy Barton was, and junior and senior.
Yes, there was conversation about that.
So Martha Jane's husband, Roy, who had passed away, that was Rusty's father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we start talking to Rusty, does he give, is it a voluntary talk?
Yes, sir. He invited us into his home. Yes, sir.
He didn't put handcuffs on or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
Have you played good cop or bad cop when you've done interviews, interrogation?
We do, and depending on, I've done several interviews with Agent Williams and with other ones, and we kind of just feel it out and see who they better connecting with, and sometimes they gravitate towards one agent or the other, so we just kind of play off of that to get that information and talk to them.
To be a detective and also to work for the TBI, do you go through interviews and interrogation training?
Yes, sir.
Is it called interviews and interrogation, or what do y'all call y'all's?
They've done several. We do independent classes. They've done different techniques over the years.
Read method, bait method, things like that?
Yes, sir.
So are you kind of taught how to interview people, even reluctant witnesses?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Now, have you ever been in some throwdown interviews with people cussing, screaming, almost going fisticuffs?
Absolutely.
How many of those do you think you've been in?
Only a handful. Most of the time, I feel pretty confident with talking civilly with people.
You ever have to get in a fist fight or anything, restrain anybody during the interview?
No, not during an interview, no.
What is your style? If you tell the jury, if we could hear a recording of you, what's your style like?
I try to be polite, yes, sir, no, sir. I try to respect what they're saying, but also make them understand that we know that there's maybe more that they're not telling us. Let them know that, let them talk, let them kind of say what they want to say, but then be able to talk them through, hey, it's okay. We're here for a purpose. We're not here to, again, we're not, at that time, we're not here to arrest you. I've had those interviews where we know we're arresting them. That was not this at all. This was just an informative interview, get as much information as we could. So.
Now, at this stage, do you even know if Rusty Barton is someone that's a suspect or is knows something or knows nothing?
I think we knew that there was going to be some kind of connection, but we didn't know the full extent of what that was at that point.
Have you even seen the defendant, Melody Farris, in this case?
No, sir.
So you never came this way to Georgia?
No, sir.
You just helped up there, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so when you first start talking to Rusty, let him know it's just a voluntary interview. Did he could end the interview? Was that made clear to him?
Yes, sir. He knew, again, he invited us to come sit in his home and talk with him. At no point did he ask us to get up and leave, and we refused to leave. I mean, that wasn't the conversation. So,
what level of sophistication would you say Rusty Barton has?
He's a smart man. He's a businessman. He's not.
He's in sales.
Yes.
Nice guy.
Yes, sir.
Pretty big guy.
He was. Yes.
But not super aggressive or anything like that.
No.
Now, did he like your partner?
There was periods where he didn't like maybe some of the things she was saying, and he again just gravitated more towards having a conversation with me, and that's just part of that's why we take multiple people to an interview.
Sure, I mean it's something you do, right? Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, yes, sir.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being where you're in someone's face, screaming, cussing, pointing at them, and everybody's standing up, almost going to blows, and 1 being, hey, we're just kind of having a conversation, kind of like what we're doing. Where would you put this interview with him?
Oh, very low, maybe a 2. I mean, we were definitely saying, we know that there are things you're not, we know that there's more to this than you're saying. And again, we're kind of just pulling the layers back of that onion and just, we know there's more to it, just getting him to, but it was at no point confrontational as yelling, screaming, anything like that.
Did you ask him if he knew Melody Farris?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through when there's a murder, do you try to get, when you investigate a murder or helping out in a murder, do you try to get a timeline?
Yes, sir, we do. Talk about when they last spoke to somebody, when they saw somebody, when things like that, how they communicate with the person, all those kind of things.
And he's going to be here. I'm going to ask him these questions, but did you try to get a timeline with him for July 3rd, 4th, and 5th? Gary Farris's body was found on the 5th, so did y'all try to go back through things to see where he was at?
I believe we did. I don't know that we knew all the details of the exact times other than, I mean, it was the next day. So we knew we were talking about the few days leading up to that.
And did you talk to him about, do you remember talking about whether or not he gave the defendant a credit card?
Yes, we did talk about that. At some point, I believe it was during that first interview. Yes, sir.
Do you remember, was Rusty from Tullahoma? Is he from that area?
I believe so. He talked about family connections to the area and that kind of thing.
Did he talk about his grandfather?
Yes, his grandfather used to be the sheriff or the police chief or something along those lines.
So there was a background to the
yes, sir.
connection to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you investigate things, crimes and things like that, are you interested in cell phones?
Absolutely.
Are those ubiquitous today? Are they within arm's reach of most people?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you do any drug investigations?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see, how many phones do you have? So
I have 2, personal phone and work phone.
Did you ask Rusty about phones, on how many phones the defendant had?
Yes, we had conversations about that he had a work phone. And then again, at some point we talked about that he had to end up getting a personal phone because his work didn't want him to use the work phone for personal business. So he told us he had 2 phones, I believe.
Do you remember asking him about the defendant's phone?
Yeah, we talked about if he had purchased a cell phone for her, a burner phone, prepaid phone, those kind of things.
In your first interview, did he just give you the one phone or one phone number? Do you
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And then later on, did you get, maybe through his attorney, did you end up getting another phone number or knowledge of another phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
So that would, so on July 6th, it was just one phone, and then
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
later on you learn about another one.
Yes, sir.
The first time you talked to him, did he seem to have a lot of details about what had happened to Gary?
No, he did not.
Did he seem to indicate whether or not he was talking to the defendant a lot?
No, I think he kind of indicated that he had not spoken to her for a while. That I want to say maybe even hadn't seen her for quite some time, but kind of distance that there was not been recent communication.
First interview, did you get attacked by the cat? I think maybe.
That sounds right. I think so.
His cat got on you or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember leaving that night, and what was it like to leave? Was there any issues or anything like that?
No, it was.
At some point, did he or his attorney reach out and want to talk again?
Yes. So a couple days later, I believe that first interview was on July 6th, and then on July 10th, which would have been the beginning of the next week.
Okay, if you look right there on Raleigh 1, there's a calendar for July 2018.
Yes. So Friday the 6th is when we talked to him initially. And then I believe it would have been Tuesday, July.
I got the 10th. Is that
the
right?
10th, yes, sir.
And when you went back on the 10th, tell the jury who was all with you on this time.
So at that point, there was Mr. Barton was there, his attorney Bobby Carter was there, myself, Agent Williams were there, and then there was 2 investigators from Cherokee County there.
The lead detective in the case is Detective Hayes, Daniel Hayes. He's sitting right here. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, sir.
And probably may have been dressed differently, more casual. I don't remember how you first went out.
Yes,
and then you had Ashley Pope, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember? So Hayes and Pope.
Okay. Yes, sir.
For the record, which one was good cop and which one was bad cop?
I don't recall which one. I remember them both being there. One was doing more of the talking. One was dealing more with the cell phones and so right. I don't recall which was.
How aggressive was that second interview?
Well, I mean, it started with his attorney basically letting us know, hey, he told us, in the initial part of the interview.
That's okay, Judge. I'm going to have him here. He can do it.
Well, I think the issue is whether it's the lawyer talking or the defendant talking or the witness talking.
It's the lawyer.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I'll rephrase it. Right. In the second interview, someone reached out to y'all. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And when you got to the second interview, don't tell me what was said, but when you were there, did you get more information during the second interview that you couldn't get during the first interview?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And was that because things had to be explained and clarified?
Yes, sir.
And that was on coming from their side and not y'all's?
Correct. Yes.
So it had to set some things straight or change some things?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let's see. During that second interview, y'all talked about phones again, I believe, and deleting some things off the phone.
Yes, sir. We did.
And when it came to Rusty's phone, do you remember you asked him, you were kind of quiet during the interview. You I could hear you talk, but you're not super aggressive, are you?
No.
I'm sure you can be when you have to, but
right.
If you're reading the room, is that your style is kind of how it is?
Yeah, that interview was going very smoothly, so there was no need to agitate the situation by being aggressive with it.
And if you saw, an interview is an interview, right? That's a different tone than
Absolutely.
An interrogation. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So if I said to you, what is an interview with a suspect? How's that different from what's an interrogation with a suspect or just a witness?
Well, in an interview, we're just having a casual conversation about just kind of what kind of the dialogue back and forth. Interrogation's more of, for me is me being more forthcoming, that we know more information, we know you're withholding, we know there's certain evidence, whatever it may be, but it's more of us kind of trying to get that person to just either acknowledge or have that conversation with about whatever evidence that we may have. And it can go back and forth. It can be a somewhat of confrontational, and then they may decide to speak, and we go back down to, just a casual conversation. And in this setting, it's absolutely that. It was all 6 of us talking, having conversations, and there was no jumping and screaming again.
Nobody ended the interview, said we're done, we're not talking anymore, anything like that?
No, sir.
Now, if I said, is it either the interview and the interrogation, where sometimes law enforcement takes the approach of, you're done talking, now I'm going to talk? Which one is more likely to do that?
Right. That's when you kind of get into that interrogation phase. If you're kind of doing most of the talking and trying to get them to get on the same page as you, as far as agreeing that there is more information or whatever. But that's more of, for me, is that I talk more during that interrogation part.
Have you ever heard the saying, catch more flies with honey do vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you got to use vinegar.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do an interview where you with a suspect or a witness, and they're sitting in a chair and you get close to them, you put your arm around them and tell you everything, kind of comfort them?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever get when you do an interrogation where you have to get up in someone's face a little bit and see if they'll break or give you some more information?
Very little. I take the approach of just being more honest with them. That there's more that we know, and just be kind of frank, but not loud and argumentative or anything like that.
If a witness is reluctant or reticent or not completely forthcoming, do you try different things just to see what will happen?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you feel like that's what was going on with Rusty?
Somewhat. It was more that we, as the investigators, knew more information, and we'd have to kind of feed him. And I'll go back to, let me give kind of an example of that first interview. Is when we approached him and we said, hey, this is who we are talking to. And he asked, do you know who I am? And I'm like, yes, sir. I had to say, I know your birthday. And, oh, okay, yes. So he had to kind of understand that they do know something more. So I need to talk. If I'd have gone in there and he had no idea who if we said, oh, we don't know who you are, we just showed up, and he would have been more reluctant. But as we fed him a little bit of information to say, we know X, Y, and Z, he would kind of, okay, I'll tell you more. It's just, I think it was more of him just being standoffish, of not wanting to let go of that information.
Was it a process to get more information as the interviews went on?
Absolutely.
Now, you asked a question, we're talking about him deleting things off his phone. Do you remember asking him the question about why would you delete things off your phone? Not hers, but yours.
Yes.
And why did you ask that question?
Well, I know that in my experience, people delete things they don't want to be seen. And cell phones, that's a very common thing. Delete text messages, photos, whatever it may be that they delete off their phone. So we wanted to clarify, to see had he deleted items off his phone.
Now, Rusty has some sayings, some unique sayings. Like he said, like heck fire, stuff like that.
Yes.
When y'all first approached him and asked him whether or not he was having a physical or a sexual relationship with the defendant, what was he like there?
Again, very standoffish. Again, that's a statement most people don't want to hear. But once we explained, hey, we do know a little bit more, then he was forthcoming with little bits of information at a time. But at first, no, he didn't like that.
Did he give more and more information about the relationship as time went on during the interviews? All right, tell the jury, did you see anybody threaten Rusty?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody put a hand on him or hurt him or do anything like that?
Absolutely not, no, sir.
And if you were involved in an interview and you saw even another law enforcement officer cross that line, would you do something?
Absolutely.
See anything in this case give you concern?
No, sir.
Nothing further, John. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a lot of questions for you because I know you really didn't have a lot to do with this case. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So that first interview, you said you showed up, what, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night on a Friday?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unusual that if you show up at somebody's house at 8 or 9 o'clock on a Friday night, that you would ask, "Do you know who I am?"
You're saying me ask that?
Well,
the person, yes.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
are you interviewing the right person?
Sure.
I mean, you catch people off guard.
Yes, sir.
So they want to verify who you are.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned something about deleting cell phones earlier. That's
Deleted data off of a cell phone.
okay, but that were you talking about his phone? Did you do a phone dump on his phone?
During the second interview, yes, they were conducting a Cellbrite extraction.
But did you?
No, we were sitting there. So as they're doing it, I was asking him about the data on his phone.
But otherwise, you were there for just 2 interviews?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware that Cherokee County came up and interviewed him multiple times after you?
I've heard that, yeah, but we were not a part of that.
But you weren't present for that?
No, sir.
Okay. But, you know, the district attorney was talking to you about how you were behaving, but, I mean, overall, Rusty was pretty respectful of you, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There was no, I mean, again, like you said, somebody shows up at your door asking questions of why are you here? And that's understandable. We explain all that, but no, he wasn't yelling and screaming at us either. No.
Right. And it's not unusual for a person when you confront them with extramarital relationship to maybe not talk about that right away. Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, just sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, my next witness.
Agent Elizabeth Williams.
Judge, may he stay in? We're going to release him.
Okay.
I'll post it.
All right, that's fine.
I'll just tell you this, right? Thanks, Daffodil, for the help. I mean, she's hard work. So I was in the shower, Daffodil's on FaceTime. And she's like, do this, poke this in there, stick that up there. Hey, pull it harder, go faster, slow it down a little bit, go faster. I'm like, oh, fuck hell, Daff. She literally was swinging me left and right on the phone. Bend over, collect that. The amount of times she told me that I'd let something drop. You let that slip, so I had to bend over. And there was nothing ever there. There was nothing ever there. She was like, "Oh, you've just built up." I was like, "Daffy, where? I'll bend over, but where, Daffy?" So I was just stick that in. I was like, "Daffy, for fuck's sake, you dirty bitch!" But I love you, Daffy.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I was in college, and throughout college, I worked as a certified pharmacy technician.
And they just heard from your colleague, so I won't belabor too much of this, but you're also post-certified there in Tennessee?
I am.
Okay. And what is your region that you are assigned to?
So my colleague is assigned to middle. I'm east. Tennessee has 3 divisions. So east would be like Chattanooga, all the way from the Kentucky border to Chattanooga in Georgia.
Did you go with your colleague with Agent Simmons to interview Martha Barton?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how Miss Barton was towards you all?
I think Miss Barton's interview was the second one that we did that night, and I think it was like a Friday night, maybe even after hours, and our hours end at 4:30. So we're talking probably 5 o'clock and onward, and I think she was the second one that we did. Miss Barton appeared gracious. She welcomed us into her home. She seemed very protective of Melody when we asked questions, Miss Farris. She answered our questions. She also, if I may explain a little further, she also said that she had been instructed to...
Without going into what she told you at this point, was she a little reluctant to chat with you?
She was, yes, ma'am.
And moving on from Miss Barton, what information did you have before going to speak with both Martha Barton and Rusty Barton in this case?
I don't think that I received the original call for assistance we work with this. I work with the state of Georgia all the time. GBI, Walker County, this being Cherokee County. I'm usually called, but I don't think I was in this case. I think Agent Simmons was. And because Mr. Barton lived in Tullahoma, which is Coffee County, that was my area at the time. The most natural way for me to get involved would have been for Agent Simmons to then call me. We would have linked up and then went to wherever to interview whomever we needed to.
Oh, that's funny.
And so you would have gotten your information from Agent Simmons.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. So did you have the occasion to go interview Rusty Barton on July 6, 2018?
We did.
But prior to entering into that interview with Mr. Barton, talk to the jury a little bit about your style, how you conduct interviews of this nature.
Each case is different, but I knew going in that this was a homicide case. I can't tell you what information that I knew just in thinking, trying to recall, other than this is a witness, we need to go talk to him. So I didn't perceive him as a subject, but clearly if the state of Georgia needed us to do an interview or Cherokee County needed an interview that night after hours, it was important. And it was important to us because we maintain relationships with all departments, states, whoever calls. So we responded immediately. And the appropriate course of action is it's non-custodial. We were invited into this person's home. It was his daughter's home. So we were respectful. We were nice. But there is a point where we're wasting our time and whoever we're talking to's time, whoever's requested our time, if we don't get straight to the facts. So this interview will start like all interviews do. We'll build rapport. We'll thank them for letting us come. We're super respectful and polite. But there's a point when we have to ask the tough questions, which is what occurred during this interview as well.
So is it fair to say that Mr. Barton was also reluctant in the beginning to chat with you?
In the beginning, he was nice. I mean, he let us come in. He was confused, or he said he was confused about why we were there. Once the questions became pointed at him, he was very reluctant to answer them, and at one point appeared to be upset that I was asking certain questions.
And when you were invited into his home, did either you or Agent Simmons have your weapons drawn or any handcuffs out or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you promise him anything or threaten him with anything?
No, ma'am.
During that interview, at any point, did you press upon him the importance of what was happening and the seriousness?
Yes, I think so.
During that interview, did you inform him that at some point you're going to go and kind of corroborate, validate, or dispel the information he's providing to you?
Yes, I told him something along the lines of, once we leave this interview here, we have other work to do.
Throughout that interview, when you were asking about Melody Farris, did he sort of distance himself from her?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but I can tell you that he was reluctant to define the relationship. When I asked him something along the lines of being in a romantic relationship with Miss Farris, he did not want to talk about that.
I want to talk about the subsequent interview. So on the interview on the 6th, how did that interview end?
I'm sorry, how did it what?
How did it end?
He thanked us. We thanked him. I mean, it was non-eventful. He stayed at his house. We left. We went to do the interview with Miss Barton.
And on the 10th, did you have the opportunity to interview Mr. Barton again?
We did.
Who was present for that interview?
That interview was divided into two parts. Agent Simmons and I, again, I don't know who contacted whom. However, we got to the attorney's office in Tullahoma, still in Coffee County. Now, Judge Bobby Carter was the attorney at the time that Mr. Barton had retained or agreed to meet with. It was at his office. And we met there in the afternoon. It was Bobby and I, and then I know Ashley Pope, and then there was another maybe detective from Cherokee County.
Would that be maybe Detective Daniel Hayes?
Maybe.
So during that interview, was that a longer interview than the first one?
I think The first one was about an hour. The first part of the July 10th interview was like an hour. We left. Judge Carter called us back and said, we think you need to come back and hear this. And I think the second part, so 1 and 2, part 2, I think was like 2 hours.
So total about 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
From the 10th. Okay. And during that interview, was his phone also being extracted?
Yes, at some point. I think the second part of the interview.
During that interview with Mr. Barton, did you eventually have to sort of, and I'm going to phrase it as have a come to Jesus moment with him about how you were interpreting his position on the questions at that point?
I didn't say a lot, I don't think, during the first and second interviews, both on the 10th. So we'll say July 6th, and we'll refer to July 10th. July 6th, Agent Simmons and I both had a pretty dominant role because no one from Georgia was there. So whatever information we were going to tell Georgia, we had to get it because there was not a representative there. On the 10th, because there were people, law enforcement personnel from Georgia, we kind of took a back seat. However, the relationship with Mr. Barton and I was already established. We established that on the 6th. He called me pushy. He did not appear to be receptive to my questions. And I think on the 10th, that just kind of flowed right on in to that atmosphere. So there was a point when he looked at me, and I don't even know if I knew he was talking to me at first. And then on playback of the recording, I heard him say something along the lines of, well, you don't believe me, or you don't believe anything that I'm saying. And then I go through this long spiel, and it ends with me saying, well, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I mean, it's obvious whether it was my body language or the questions that I was asking or the way I responded to his questions and answers. It was obvious that he knew that I knew that I didn't believe everything that he was saying.
And so at that point going forward, did you continue to impress upon him the importance of this investigation?
I'm sure I did.
Give me 1 moment. Thank you, Agent. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Agent Williams. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Just briefly. So you were there for the first interview on the 6th.
Yes.
And Rusty wasn't really happy with you guys asking about an extramarital affair he was involved in.
Of course not.
Okay,
Right.
that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't happy about that on the 10th, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Sit
No
down.
further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Judge Rusty Barton's next. Right. Let's go ahead and take a break here. We're going a little bit, and this will be long. All right, y'all step out.
This might be the computer again. The granddaughter, maybe. Is this the granddaughter that was from yesterday? Hey, Corn Pope. Corn Pope. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Corn Pope. Where's Corn Pope gone? Corn Pope. Where have you gone? I can't find you, Corn Pope. Oh. Here you go. Hi, Corn Pope. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Corn Pope, better known Corn Pope. Thank you to Robin G for making that name, Corn Pope for thee. So, Corn Pope, I went to the doctor today, and I told him, "Do you know Corn Pope?" And he goes, "Yeah, Canadian. She's got some Welsh ties, yeah, North Wales." So yeah, that's the one. Bit of a bitch. I said, yeah, that's the one. Corn Pope, you mean? I was like, well, Corn Pope, same thing. So he was asking after you, give you best wishes. So I asked him about the sleep apnea. He looked it up and he was like, "Yeah, it's been 8 months." So apparently 8 months. He said last sent it in, so he's gonna message them directly and shape them up. They said 8 months is way too long. He said, so he is chasing them up as well, the hospital. So yeah, so just an update for you on that one. So I am 100% chasing, and he was even shocked himself. He's like, so no one's going to touch with you in 8 months. He goes, right, and he wrote it down. He goes, right, I'll just send a letter and an email so to chase them up. So I was like, cool, thank you very much, appreciate that. So there you go. No worries, I just thought about you because I think you didn't think I was going to do it. I'm pushing like mad about it, and to be fair, he's pushing as well. So for me, so hey, no, they didn't, Carol. She's coming back next week, my darling. She's coming back next week. Because the technology didn't work. He said that as well. He said that's unacceptable. I know there's waiting lists, he said, but that's like you scored very highly, so you need So there you go. Hopefully, I've been wanting some magnetic lashes. They haven't, Carol. No, I could tell you take it serious. Absolutely, it's a big worry of mine. Actually, big worry of mine. Now he's pushing. He forgot about it till you said something, Dylan. No, in fairness to him, he thought that he sent an email out after 4 months. I saw that because after 4 months he was like, "That's." He was informed that they're going to write out to me, so I saw everything. He was informed by them that they were going to send a letter out to me, and I said that's never happened, and he was like, "Okay, no, that." So yeah, he's a good doctor. I'll be honest with you. I can't, like, I will agree with most doctors, right? But this doctor, I can tell you, Robin, if you had this doctor, you'd be happy. You'd be happy. He gets shit done. Do you know what I mean? You get that doctor that gets shit done for you. It seems that they really care for you, and I will only see him. There's like 12 doctors I'm associated with. He's the only one I will see, because he's very, very good. He's proactive. Most of the other doctors, you go and see them, they say like one problem, and there's a big sign in the surgery and everything because there's one problem per patient, and that's if you go into the doctors, they're like, if you say I've got a couple of issues, no, pick one, only one. Do you know what I mean? But this doctor I've got, it's like 4 or 5 issues. Yeah, just not even a bat in an eyelid. He doesn't, and then he'll encourage you. Anything else? So I'll give him praise. But normally I would agree with you, Robin. I would 100% agree with you. But in fairness, he has done his job. And I'm going to go back in 2 more months. If not, he's going to cause riots, he said, if they haven't been in touch. Like he said, it's out of his control when they do it, he said, but he can certainly push for me. He can advocate for me, which I want him to do. So it's good. Hopefully I go top. That'd be nice. Oh, no, thank you to Dylan. I did say Carol as well. It's all good, my darling. All the others, I would say maybe there's 1, 2 others are okay, but the rest are rubbish. He's very, very good. He's very, very good. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Whoa. What? Yeah, genuine. If you ask towards me, yes. That's horrible. It is horrible. But I don't care because I know myself medical well. Yeah. So I used to be, yeah. No, I'm lucky I found this guy. I spent a couple of years going to a couple of doctors that didn't fix me. And I was like, oh my God, what's wrong? Do you know what I mean? For other stuff. Got this doctor. He just sent me off for loads of tests. Do you know what I mean? There was no messaging. It's like, right, we do blood tests. We go x-rays for this, that, or the other. I was like, fucking hell. All right. Thank you, Sarah P, my lovely. Hopefully. But like, I'd also appreciate there's a ton of other people as well waiting as well. So I do appreciate that. It's just nice to get somebody to advocate for you. So follow up by phone in 1 week. Well, what we've done is that I'm going back to see him in about a month's time. In Wales, the phone systems doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, you have to make an appointment to chase stuff up. But I trust him. I know that he will have sent a letter this week, and I'm hoping that I hear something in a couple of weeks. So. But I 100% know that letter's gone out today. The reason I know that is because I've had previous letters from him. The day that I saw him, there's always, date stamped, and they go out, and I see them because he can see your records and stuff. And he always, on the same day, he does it. Wouldn't surprise me as soon as I left the room, he did it there and then. That wouldn't surprise me at all either with him. So. Bill's Bill. I know. I think Bill's a bit upset with me. I think I messaged him and he ignored me. He's seen it, but he's not responded. Sorry. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I got the number referral. I can get that easy. The referral number's been there already. I got that. I can get that anytime. But every time I chase them, I think, oh yeah, there's be something coming out for you. There'll be something coming out for you. So that's why I sent him. So hopefully this letter will push them. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. No, it'll be a month. It's gonna be a month. I'll be on the phone to them in a couple of weeks anyway. It takes 2-3 weeks for them to send something out anyway. It will take about 3 weeks for them to send something out. That's a hospital though, Hey Ashley, first appointment. Ooh. Hope it goes well, my darling. Doesn't work like that. It's not as easy as what I can phone them and say, but it's all about who you know. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping the doctor advocating will help. So hopefully, fingers crossed. My mate Carwyn got in within a month. You think he will know what Q2 means? I'm always writing medical shorthand, and then my husband's like, "What does that? What does Q2 mean? What does Q2 mean?" I might be daft here now. I don't know what Q2 means. Pushing them does help. And you know what? I think the opposite in the UK is true. Unless you get through a doctor, I think they get because you only deal with a secretary or like a receptionist, and they're a bit like, oh fuck, no, you can go back down the bottom of the pile. Sometimes you might get a nice one. I've had, to be fair, that's bad harsh. I've had some really good ones on the phone with me, but others depends how long they've been there. The new ones are keen. The old ones are shit. Every 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, nurse. Yeah, fine. Thank you, Sarah P. Thank you, Corn Pope. Thank you. Was Rusty married? I'm not sure. So you're not wrong. It depends what department you get. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Right? My father had skin cancer, right? And the waiting time for him, he had to wait 2 months to get seen. And then they took a test and stuff, and they said confirmed like he had some sort of cancer on it. Year and a half later, still nothing. He started to weep and stuff with him, and he phoned up. So he'd phone up every 2, 3, 4 weeks. They didn't do anything for a year and a half. As soon as he started weeping, and it was getting serious, he was seen within I think it was 4 days. So that's what they tend to do. They just take the main priorities right there and then and push everyone back. Unfortunately, that's how they do it in the UK. I'm waiting for a biopsy, right? I've been waiting probably at least over a year for a biopsy for this thing on my leg. They said it's going to be over 2 years by the time you get a biopsy for it. I'm like, oh, great. So that's what we did. It's COVID, it's everything. Everything's been pushed back. The death rates for cancer and stuff has shot way high, and it's hard. I had some spots and stuff, so it's fine. Most of them are gone now, so it's fine. It's a cluster of spots. They didn't know what it was. Nobody knew what it was. No, it's a thing like spots, but it's fine. It's fine. It's, to be quite honest with you, most of it's disappeared now. Well, it depends if it's daffodil, it's a bit hard, no, it's not under the skin, it's on the skin, my darling, and it's like a mole thing, I was covered in them, but on my arms, but they're all gone. There's a few left, but I still need a biopsy on the ones that are left. You know what I mean? So they triage everyone. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind triage. But then saying that, when I did originally have my spots and stuff like that, I did get seen in 2 weeks. I got seen very quickly for it because it was something no one's seen before. No, it's not. It wasn't that. It was. I don't remember the name of it. If I'm being honest, it wasn't water. It was red, or the red dots. It was like loads of red dots and stuff. It was, but most of it's gone now, so it's fine. I had the medicine for it, so. My father, yeah, I think my father had melanoma. Melanoma, is it? Is that a thing? Is a melanoma thing that my father had? I don't have this skin cancer. I don't have that. Mine's not serious. Mine's not. It was just mine was something that no one had ever seen before. So, yeah, similar to. Do you know what, Mexi? Similar to shingles, right? But it wasn't shingles, obviously. It wasn't shingles, but very similar to that, looking wise. It was. It was all over me, my legs, belly, everywhere, arms and everything. A couple of people have seen the photo of it. Lady Law's seen a photo of it, and a couple of others have as well. Big Black Hawk, Heather. Corn Pope's after one. If you know one, if you can recommend one, Heather, then let her know. Right. Oh, Vic's Logic's birthday. When's your birthday, Vic's? Brigham and Women's when you're in Boston. Well, there you go. If you don't, yeah. So the problem we have is that a lot of people I know now, the older you get, the more waiting you have to do. The more waiting you have to do. So the UK NHS system is great, but it's not great. I mean, so. Oh, what's her name? I forget. What's her name? Let me sing happy birthday to her. Okay. Sophia, hang on, Sophia. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Pemblwydd hapus i ti, Pemblwydd hapus i ti, Pemblwydd hapus Sophia. Pemblwydd hapus i ti. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. There you go, Sophia. Happy birthday to you, my darling. Happy 17th birthday. Awesome day. Look after that mother of yours, Sarah P. Your mother's lovely. We all love your mother here. She's wonderful. So you're half the person your mother is. You're going to be grow up to be a strong, independent woman. Good luck to you, my darling, in your future. And yeah, give your mother a cuddle from me, all right? Thank you, Sophia. Happy birthday. It's a birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Oh, it's the judge that tells him to go to the exit. Because he just went like that to the cameraman, and the cameraman went to the exit. So it must be just something to do with jury or something. There you go, Sarah P. I hope you clipped that for her, my darling. Clip it for her, Sarah P. Best of luck to you.
He is taking certain medication that requires him to
No
go to
worries,
the
Sarah P.
bathroom
You know I
often,
love you.
And he's good for about an hour, he says.
Even though I give you shit, you know I absolutely adore you, Sarah P. Big hugs to you, my darling.
Again, I have no idea what's going to be said. I have a estimate of how it may come across. I have case law. I know the court knows this. I know counsel knows this. With this witness, under 24-6-611, because he's associated with the other side at some point, he's not hostile, but he is associated, so leading questions are more allowed under 611. I'm going to still try not to do a lot of that in the beginning. The other thing, Your Honor, is, as the court knows, the case law is that if a witness, as Mr. Barton's position and posture is, if he says, I can't remember, I don't recall, that's the same thing as a prior and inconsistent statement. So I anticipate that he's not going to remember a lot. He also has a hard time hearing. So I've told Mr. Weaver, who I'm assuming is the cross-examiner,
That's correct.
that I'm going to go as far as I can. I think he'll probably be on the stand tomorrow too, either with me or defense. And then when we break for the day, if I haven't finished, give him another opportunity to listen to everything and see if that refreshes. If not, then we'll just, because I just don't want to do piecemeal. I'm going to ask and he's going to say no. So that's my plan.
I appreciate that. All right. Go ahead and bring them in. I'm going to run in and grab my cup on the way.
Judge is going to get the cup. Also, on that note, Corn Pup said it. Where's Corn Pup gone now? If you haven't had a prostate exam and you're male, make sure you do. Raul, Gary, once you hit 40, boys, make sure you take a prostate exam. I know they say 45, but don't wait till 45. Get one when you're 40s. It's nothing. It's not painful at all. Get checked out. Ladies, get your breasts checked out. Get your bodies checked out. Get your smear tests in. Never be afraid of it. No one talks about stuff like that. I think you should, because, look after yourselves. We're all of that age now that we need to look after ourselves. And, the score, Gary, up the bum, no harm done, yeah? It's actually quite nice. I didn't mind it. I was like, go deeper. Corn Pup's got a prostate. She does prostate exams. There you go. Well done. Well done. Well done, little G. So yeah, I had mine when I was 39, about to turn 40. I'm having my next one at 45. And then, Corn Pup, I thought you enjoyed it a little bit, go deeper. Yeah. But I've just touched your prostate. Don't worry, just go deep. It's like, the NFL, throw it. Yeah, just go deep. How deep? Just keep going. Just keep going. I'll tell you to stop. I'm joking, by the way, before people start. I am joking. But I am not joking when I say that the prostate exam did not hurt one bit. If anything, it tickled me a little bit. I was like, oh, that's a bit ticklish. So, yeah. Get in. If you check my daffodil, fucking hell, you be straight in there. Hey, and remember, it's a finger, not a bloody tongue, mind. Jeepers. No, I just want to put that message out. Do not be scared of go to test yourself. It's better to know than not know, people. All right. Do not tell him. Like, I tell you what, Elsie, my father had prostate cancer, right, when he was around 60. If he'd have just gone when he was 50, they'd have caught it a lot earlier. Like, he got it fixed, yes, but he always has to be on tablets and stuff for the rest of his life. It does not hurt at all, Elsie. Tell him, not hurties whatsoever. It's a blood test and finger up the bum, and it's literally nothing. Do you know what? He'll probably tell you afterwards, you stick with your finger up my bum because I enjoyed it that much. So tell him it's nothing. But if he gets prostate cancer, it's a lot more invasive. So get it whilst you can, babe. Yeah, it's super quick. In and out. Literally in and out. Play him this. Tell him. Clip this. Hey, Mr. LC, it's literally nothing. They lube it up, stick a finger up there. It literally does. It tickles. It tickles. And you get a blood test. Honestly, it's nothing. Nothing. I would do it tomorrow. If someone said to me, you have to have a finger up your bum for the rest of your life, I would do it. It's nothing. If it saved my life, it's nothing. It's worth doing it. Honestly, it's worth doing it, people. Same if you need colonoscopy. I've had that done. That was easy. No issues. So get it done, people. Get checked out. I'm Mr. LC. Get yourself checked out. It's literally nothing. Just make sure your bum's clean. That's all. Sorry, Robin.
Yes, but when I started, I was the bookkeeper for the dealership.
How long have you been doing sales?
Over 52 years.
In the 52 years that you've been doing sales, what type of things do you sell?
Construction equipment, bulldozers, backhoes.
Heavy machinery?
Yes.
Well, I know this trial is important. I love it. Spacey Stacey, I can tell you now, it is, get it. Literally, girl, I'm telling you now, it's nothing. Literally, do you know what the worst part is? Is drinking the things the night before. That's the worst part. The colonoscopy is fucking piss easy. You get to sleep. It's nothing. Honestly, I've had it. Nothing. No pain, no nothing. Didn't even know. Cleaned it all out. And if there's anything in there, they can take it out, polyps and stuff like that. Get it done. Please get it done. Do not think twice about it. Get it done. Please. Because it's nothing. And if they find something, get it done early. People leave it too late. So please, please, please get it checked or have a test. Even if you're not sure, just get a test. And you're thinking about it. Honestly, you will literally be thankful. And if they see any polyps, they'll take them out. If they see anything else, they'll you know, at least you know, they'll fix it. So, and chances are there'll be nothing there. The worst part is drinking the shit. Not the shit, that's bad words. Drinking the liquid beforehand, that's the worst part. The next day, piss easy. Piss easy. The colonoscopy itself is piss easy. I'm more concerned about shit. You will not shit yourself. Just make sure I had it. It's like laxative, but you'll feel it. You will feel it, and you will have like a minute or two before you actually need to go to the shitter. You'll be fine. Darling, I'm telling you now, you'll be fine. The night before, you need to be next to the toilet. Don't get me wrong. You'll be hugging it. But you will not shit yourself. I promise you. By the time you do it, you will not. Everything's the preps done the night before. We're talking about colonoscopies and women getting tests for cancer and men get your prostates checked out and stuff like that. So yeah, just get it done, Spacey Tasty. I promise you, it's nothing. You just the night before, you drop everything. The next day, nothing. Honestly. Right. Weird. Same thing I say to that. Get it done. Yes. Get it done. Sorry, Miss Gold. Not exactly the best topic to come into. Anyway, here we go. This is Rusty.
If you would, just tell the jury when you, as part of your job as a salesman, do you have a route? What do you do? Just kind of inform them of what your everyday job is like as a salesman.
I have a designated territory, 11 counties in central middle Tennessee. The core of them, which is about 5 counties I've covered the entire time. The rest of the outlying counties from the core has been, it changes as they change territories and salespeople and stuff like that.
Is this inside sales or outside sales?
Outside sales.
So these are, do you have to cold call? Do you find your own clients, or how does that work?
Well, since I've been doing it so long, I do very little cold calling, but you know, as new businesses start up, especially nowadays with landscaping.
Is it John Deere? What type of things do you sell?
John Deere.
Do you sell mainly like bulldozer, heavy machinery to construction companies or to farms, or what type of businesses do you deal with mostly?
All cities, counties, utility districts, farmers do buy quite a bit because I have all of my territory is very rural, so I don't have any large contractors. You know, the guys that do the big state jobs for the most part.
Are you from the city or from the country?
I live in Tullahoma, so.
So tell us about that. What size of a city or town is that?
Tullahoma is about 18,000 people, and I was born there.
Your whole life been there?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of relatives there?
Yes.
A lot of friends?
Yes.
Is it a place that you consider close to your heart?
It is my heart. My daughters live there. It's home.
Right. And I'm not going to ask your daughters' names, but you have 2 adult daughters. Is that right?
Correct.
And they're your joy? Are they your joy? You love your daughters?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And grandkids?
4.
Now, as a salesman, tell the jury, if you would, are you an extroverted person or an introverted person? Do you like to talk?
No.
But as a salesperson, I guess you'd have to do a lot of talking. Is that right?
No, you do a lot of listening.
Listening? And when you interact with other people, it's important to listen to what they need.
Correct.
It's important to listen to what their concerns are.
Yes.
It's important to take details.
They generally tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you how they feel about things.
Yes. I mean, they know as much about my equipment as I do, so they tell me what they want.
And is your business, is it one that you actually have policies and you have forms and you have computer and things that you have to do when you're doing your sales?
Oh, yes.
What type of tools do you use to do your job?
Well, I have my company computer, and with that is provided all the specifications, you know, for equipment. Most everything now there's no hard copies for literature. I mean, you just go on the internet and look up John Deere, just like anybody can.
Do you have, I guess, templates or forms on the computer that you use for quotes and stuff like that?
Yes.
Do you have to pay attention to detail on that?
I do, but I generally get somebody in the office to do that for me now. I don't keep up with the computer stuff that much.
How heavy is the sales when it comes to dealing with numbers and crunching numbers and things like that?
I don't understand what that question means.
Do you have to figure out how much things cost and how much percentage and anything, do any math in your job?
I mean, that's the way that it's done. But in the last several years, I have a sales manager that does that with this newer company. The sales manager does it for me because we've had to change systems again, and I just haven't caught on to the new operating system.
When it comes to doing public speaking, do you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Do you like to have confrontational settings?
Not at all.
Are you more comfortable in a different type of atmosphere when talking with people?
No.
Are you comfortable at all talking with people?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you like being a salesperson?
I love it.
And could you see yourself doing any other type of work, or is sales just what you do?
Well, considering I've been doing it for 52 years, I think that's, yes, sales is what I do.
Are you successful at it?
I must be.
Is that yes, you are?
Yes, I are. Yes, I am.
I'm from South Carolina, so I sometimes think things differently too. You agree, though, that you do talk for a living?
Yes.
And when you're a salesperson, is it fair to say that you have an objective when you're meeting with people?
Yes.
You want to make the sale.
Correct.
So you have to be persuasive?
I'm not a pushy salesman. One of the places of doing this so long is people know me, they come to me. So I don't have to go out and say, mine's better than theirs and that kind of stuff. It's different than if you were a 30-year-old person out getting, new into the sales and none of the customers know you.
So in some ways, you're either persuasive in a good sense or in a bad sense. Would that be true in your job?
I would assume, yes.
But you're trying to get someone to make a decision. Is that right?
Yes.
You understand today that when you are answering the questions, the only thing I'm asking you, the decision I need you to help the jury make, is to get to the truth.
Correct.
That's all I'm asking you. You understand that?
I do.
I'm not asking you to make a case against anybody or anything else. Can we agree that your job is to tell us the truth?
Correct.
The whole truth?
And nothing but.
All right, let's go back to, you're from Alabama, is that right? Excuse me, Tennessee, I apologize. From Tennessee?
I'm from Tennessee.
Okay. And you are a
There's a big difference.
That's right. And you are a Tennessee fan, is that right?
I am.
And orange is your color, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in your small town, how many people know your family?
A good number. I'm amazed at times at how many people are there that I do not know. Because we have an Air Force base, there's a lot of people that come and go.
And your grandfather was well known in the community?
Correct.
Was he involved in law enforcement?
He was.
Tell the jury about that, please.
all of my young life, childhood life, up to my probably 20s, my grandfather was either the chief of police in Tullahoma or the sheriff of Coffee County, which Tullahoma's in Coffee County.
Do you have respect for law enforcement?
Very much so.
Do you understand that they have a hard job to do some days?
I do that.
Even when they're investigating a former lover for murder?
I do.
Now, if I asked you if you were a fan of Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, which one would you be less of a fan of? Again, honesty is what I'm after.
Okay. Who would I be less a fan of?
Yes.
Sergeant Pope.
If I asked you to say between Sergeant Pope and Detective Hayes, which was the good cop and which was the bad cop when they talked to you?
Detective Hayes was the good cop.
Do you remember Detective Hayes here?
I did not recognize him, but yeah.
Are you married?
No, I am not.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
How long were you married for?
36 years.
36?
I think.
When did that marriage end?
The divorce was final in 2012.
Did your former wife work in the court system at all?
She did. She was a court reporter.
And how long did she do that?
I think 32 years.
Did you have some idea from your family connections and from your former wife's job about the legal system or the legal community?
Probably not as much as you would think, because I was never involved in anything with going to court or anything like that. My grandfather being the local police chief and the sheriff, I was single digits teenager when he did most of that. And then my wife, when she was a court reporter, my biggest job was delivering transcripts back to people.
Never thought you'd be in the middle of a murder trial testifying as a witness, did you?
Never in my entire life.
Do you want to be here?
Not at all.
You understand why you're here, though, right?
I do.
Are you an outdoorsman?
I am.
Tell the jury, what are your hobbies when it comes to hunting, fishing, things like that?
Hunting.
What type of hunting do you do?
Almost all is deer hunting, whitetail.
How avid of a hunter are you?
Some would say very.
Do you ever travel to other states to hunt?
I do.
We talked about Kansas.
Kansas, Colorado, Texas, Idaho, Montana, Canada, Mexico. You want more?
Sure. Where else have you traveled?
New Mexico, Florida, South Florida.
Mainly deer hunting?
Deer, elk, antelope, waterfowl, quail, dove.
Do you use firearms and a bow?
I do hunt with a bow some, yes.
Do you use one more than the other?
No, bow season for me is very short, and I don't use it a whole lot. But the rest of the time, I'm generally a muzzle loader and rifle hunter.
Do you have any experience being connected to a farm?
My other grandfather, not the chief of police, my daddy's dad, they lived across the street from us, or we lived across the street from them, however you want to look at it. And he had probably a couple 100-acre farm, ran about 80 Black Angus cows, and they had a little country store.
Did you have a farm at some point?
I did. I inherited my mother's farm and with my sister, and had it for a few years.
And how big was that?
115 acres.
What did the farm do? Produce anything, or was it animal farm or crops?
When my mom and her husband had it, they raised cows also. And then after my sister and I inherited it, I had one of the neighbors got to cut hay off of it. It was a hill farm, pretty steep hill. And the rest of the time it was, just a place for me to go deer hunting.
Are you a person that can basically build a house from scratch?
No.
Do you have any skills in carpentry or anything like that?
In what?
Carpentry, building things?
Not very good at it. I would be more a framer than a finished carpenter.
Have you ever tried to build a house or add on to a house or doing construction?
My dad and I one time built a 20 by 20. We called it a barn, but it wasn't perfect.
How about farm equipment? What can you use?
The only thing that I ran down at the farm was a small Ford tractor.
What size? Do you remember?
I do not remember the model.
Old type of tractor or more common new tractor?
It was like
Wheels narrow up front or wide?
I'm sorry?
The wheels in the front, were they close together or wide?
You didn't run it close together. You didn't run a tricycle on a hill farm. So they were wide, yes. It was about a 95 model.
How about RTVs? You ever used an RTV, drive an RTV?
I have.
Do you own any?
I do not. I never have.
Any side-by-sides?
No.
Do you ever use those things during hunting?
No. Now, when you're saying I have a four-wheeler.
Okay, let's talk about that. What type of four-wheeler do you have?
It's a 1997 model Honda 200.
Do you take that hunting with you?
I have, but not in several years.
Anytime that you're hunting, do you ever use a four-wheeler or something like that to move deer?
Yes, I have tied a deer to the back of the four-wheeler and drug it.
You said tied. How do you tie it?
Just with a rope to the luggage rack.
Nothing fancy, something simple just to move it?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck?
I do.
What kind of truck do you have?
Ford F-150.
Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What type of motorcycle do you have?
I have a Harley.
Which brand or model is it? Which model is it?
A Road King.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
All my life.
Something you like to do?
Since I was 14, I should say. That's when I got my license.
Is that something you like to do?
It is, not as much so in the last few years.
Do you own any guns?
I own a bunch of guns.
Tell the jury, if you would, what type of guns that you have. Is the list too long? I think as you're saying, you said to law enforcement.
Okay, I was going to say, you say that? Yes.
Yes.
The list is too long.
I think when law enforcement asks you about guns,
I couldn't even rattle them all off if you wanted me to, but I could tell you a good number of them.
Roughly about how many do you have?
I don't know now. I probably have 40.
And out of the 40, how many of those are handguns?
Probably 6, 8, maybe 10. I don't know.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about how sometimes bullets and guns are tested?
Say again.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about have conversations about how guns and bullets are tested?
Not that I recall.
You don't remember doing that?
No, sir.
Where were your guns in 2018? Where were your guns stored?
They would have been in a storage building in my gun safes, except for the one or two that might have been in my pickup truck.
When law enforcement came and talked to you about this case, they ask you where your guns were?
To the best of my recollection, yes, they did.
They were interested in your guns, were they not?
They were.
And they asked you where the guns were at?
I don't remember them asking them about being in the storage building in a gun safe, but I think they just asked me what I had and if I had any, I guess basically with me. And I told them that I didn't have any on my person, but that I had, I think, a couple in my truck.
You had 2 in your truck, I believe. Is that right?
I think that's right. Yes.
357 revolver and a 40 caliber Glock.
Yes.
Did you voluntarily turn over or give the 357 to law enforcement in this case?
I did.
And did you know that gun was tested or looked at by the GBI?
I didn't know that, but I kind of figured it was. That's why they got it.
Do you remember telling law enforcement about how many people knew where your guns were at?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember saying only 2 people remembered or knew where your guns were at? Yourself, and I believe your daughter?
I don't remember saying that. No, sir.
Were they kept somewhere else besides your house?
Yes. Yes,
Tell the jury about that.
I did not keep any, I lived at my daughter's house at the time. I was in between houses. And I did not keep any guns in the house because her husband was not a gun person and was fearful of them. And so I kept them, and I had 3 gun safes, still do. And I kept them in the storage building, I don't know, a few miles down the road. And so all the guns were in there except, I guess, those 2 at the time that were in a bag in the kind of the back floorboard of my truck.
Do you remember when law enforcement came up and executed a search warrant to look at your guns?
Actually, I don't think they had a search warrant. They did for the house, and I guess they were looking for guns.
That's fine. Do you remember them coming up looking for your guns?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're junior, Roy Barton Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
Your dad is senior?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know he's passed away. I'm not trying to go down that or anything, but did he have a lot of guns?
He had several. Most of them had been rolled down to me at this point.
Do you have pistols?
I think he had 3.
Were any of those a 38 special?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know where those guns were at in 2018?
I do not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were in Martha Jane's house?
With that, yes. I mean, I thought you meant like specifically in the house. No, they would have been there at Martha's house. Yes.
Wherever they were at in the house, is that right?
Correct.
But you don't know exactly what pistols he had. Is that fair?
No, he had a Colt Python 357. He had a Browning 22. I think they called it a target pistol. And then he had gotten Martha Jane a pistol, and I really don't know what it was.
Had a 357?
I do not know.
I want to talk about Martha Jane. Who is Martha Jane Barton?
She is or was my dad's wife, second wife.
Stepmother?
Yes.
What year did they get married or come together?
1975.
And how long were they married?
Until he passed away in 2014.
In 1975 from 2014, where did they live?
They lived in the house that I was raised in with my mom and dad on Avoca Road. And then a few years after they got married, they built a new house on what's Carter Blake Road. And that's Martha still lives there.
How old is Martha today?
I think she's 83.
How would you describe Martha?
A good woman, worked at the bank for 53 years, I think. She's in very poor health now. She's had all kinds of procedures and heart valve replacements.
She's had heart issues.
Yes.
She doesn't do well with stress.
No.
And but in Tullahoma today, she lives still in the house.
Yes, she still lives in the house by herself.
Now, help explain to the jury the relationship between Martha Jane. Sometimes y'all refer to her as MJ. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the relationship between Martha Jane and the defendant.
Martha and Melody's mom were first cousins.
So the defendant would be second cousins to Martha.
I don't really know how all that
One
works.
level down.
Yeah, yeah. Because
So related,
cousin twice removed, and
sure, related by blood, but referred to as cousins. Is that?
yes,
And you would be the stepson of Martha Jane.
correct.
When it described to the jury the relationship through the years and how close they were, the defendant and Martha Jane.
Very close. My dad, when he was alive, he was not much of anybody of a man that wanted to drive. Martha always drove. So anytime Martha needed to go basically anywhere, which most of the time was to go to Nashville to the heart doctor, Melody would come up and get Martha and then drive her to Nashville to the doctor, and did that off and on for years.
Would you describe the defendant's relationship with Martha Jane more akin to a mother-daughter?
Very much so.
If you could say, who does the defendant love the most in the world, where would Martha Jane be on that?
Very high on that list.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
I didn't understand.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
Very much so.
A Christian?
Yes.
She didn't know about your sexual affair with the defendant, did she?
I don't think so.
Would that have broken her heart?
I don't know. Probably.
She'd been disappointed in you?
Yes.
The two of you hid it from her, didn't you?
Yes.
Through the years, how often would the defendant come and see Martha Jane?
Are you talking like 30 years ago up to now or then?
Yeah, what I want you to do is to explain to the jury, some relatives see each other once a year at family reunions. Some relatives
Right.
never see each other for 5 years. Some relatives never see each other at all. How often would the defendant come up and physically be involved in Martha Jane's life?
That I do not know, because I didn't always know even when she would come up. I mean, she would come up to do things, and and I wouldn't know it.
Would it be more than occasional?
Yes, I would think so.
So a common event for the defendant?
I would think so.
A lot, I guess, is another way to say it.
That's a relative question, so I don't know. Again, I didn't know every time that she came up through the years. Sometimes it might be weeks later, my dad would say that Melody had been up.
When they would see each other, would the defendant come to Martha Jane's house or home?
Yes.
And would she be family and have access to the home?
Yes.
Come and go as she please?
Yes.
Full access to everywhere in the house?
Yes.
Could even come to the house when Martha Jane's not there?
Yes.
Did the defendant help Martha Jane with her property and things in her house?
She did.
I want to talk to you about the defendant. You see Melody Farris here in court today.
I do.
Describe something she's wearing and point her out for the record, please.
Glasses on top of her head, gray jacket, black top.
Just point to where she's at, please. Now let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
All right, so
Is it awkward being here in court in front of her?
It's awkward being in court, period. So yes.
When it comes to your feelings for the defendant at this moment, how much love do you have for her?
Don't know that that's a measurable item.
That's what you have to do in court, sir. Tell me how much love you have for her right at the moment.
I do not know.
Do you love her?
I do not know.
But you did love her in the past, correct?
Correct.
You were in love with her, fair to say?
Yes.
And she was in love with you, fair to say?
Yes.
you've had an opportunity to listen to some of your recordings in this case. Is that true?
I have.
And you know that there are recorded jail calls and other calls with you and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, did y'all have a special kind of words or codes or terms of endearment that you would use with each other?
I'm assuming that you're thinking about some of them. Yeah, we did.
Like what were some of those phrases y'all would share all the time on the phone or when you talk?
One of them would be all.
ALL, all,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
What does that mean? At the time when you were still together,
Yes. Yeah,
are you telling this jury today that y'all are not together, right?
correct.
At the time, even after the arrest, when you were still together,
Mhm.
what did all mean?
It meant, and it kind of started back when Dad got sick and Martha was having the heart surgery. Don't know what we would have done without Melody being up there taking care of Martha, because then I was having to take care of Dad. And so we talked most of the time. We talked several times every day, and it was, okay, we got this, get started, do the day,
To encourage one another, maybe?
Yeah, just, okay, you take care of this, I'll take care of that, and we get through the day.
Would that encapsulate for better or for worse?
No.
It wouldn't?
No, it was not I wouldn't put it as an emotional love you kind of thing. It was let's go tackle the day kind of thing.
But you would say that to her and she would say that to you during this investigation and after the arrest. Is that true?
It is.
So it applied to this situation.
It means just handle the day. Do what's got to be done.
So my question is,
strong.
My question is, yes or no, it does apply to her murder charges.
I think it applies to the whole thing. I wouldn't say specifically the charges.
But her situation in 2018,
Yes.
2019,
The situation.
right, when she's been arrested for murder, y'all are saying all to each other, right?
Correct.
How about, did you ever say the word forward?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jury what forward would mean when you would say it to one another.
Forward is a very similar thing to all. It just keep moving forward, keep going, get things done, handle what life throws at you.
How about, would she ever say she wants your hand on her waist?
She did.
What does that mean?
At my father's funeral, she came up and we were standing by the casket, and everybody comes by and you hug and thank them and all that. And we were just standing there, and I put my hand on her waist. It was kind of it was a strength for me to get through the day.
She has said that to you after being arrested for murder. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
What age did you meet the defendant? How old was she?
The first time I met her,
I think you met her when she was 15.
that would probably be about right.
1975?
Correct.
Where did y'all meet?
At Dad and Martha's wedding.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you think of her when she was 15?
I don't even remember.
Do you remember when her and Gary got together? Because they got together young, I believe. Mm-hmm. So at 15, how close were you with her during her teenage years and the early years?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Just kind of knew of her? You just knew of her?
Yes.
How often would you see her? I'm going to get to 2014, but before then, how often would you see her?
Rarely. Very rarely.
Now, How smart is the defendant?
I don't know.
Is she smart or not smart?
Well, I would consider her smart, yes.
Would you consider her hardworking?
Yeah, very.
She didn't suffer a slacker, did she? She didn't like lazy people.
She was not a slacker, no.
She didn't like lazy people, did she?
No.
Would you describe her as a take charge person?
Yes.
Would you describe her as a person that gets things done?
Yes.
In fact, that's what you told law enforcement, right?
I'm assuming I did, or you wouldn't have asked.
Is she a planner? Someone makes plans?
I would say yes.
Does she have a backbone?
Yeah, she does.
In fact, believe in 2014, you first talked about it. How much did she help with Martha Jane and your father during that time?
Oh, she was an absolute tremendous help. I don't know what we would have done without her. One time she was up, and Dad and Martha both, Dad had a stroke, went in the hospital, then went in the nursing home, and he never came home. And Martha, then during that period of time, had tests and then heart valve replacement. And one of the things that happened was the sewer system backed up and flooded the house, and she met with the septic tank people to get it cleaned out. So,
She gets things done, doesn't she?
yes,
She gets her hands dirty, doesn't she?
yes.
All right, let's look at March of 2014. Why is that month and year significant in the context of you and the defendant?
Say it again.
March 2014.
That probably would be when Dad went in the hospital. I didn't remember that month exactly.
Okay, and that's when the defendant came up to Tennessee, is that right?
Yes. She was already there, actually, when Dad had his stroke. Her and Martha were, at the time, were already in Nashville at the doctor's office.
And then kind of later on, a couple months later, I think it was in September 2014, was it not, that things changed between friendship to romance?
I do not recall not even the month.
Do you recall the year was in 2014?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that happened. What was going on?
We were just in close contact with each other almost day in, day out, trying to handle everything. And we became a thing.
So your relationship with her started in 2014.
Yes.
Did you know she was married?
I did.
Did you know she was married to Gary?
I did.
And I'm not asking for details or anything, but you two were intimate during this relationship?
We were.
And so you would know whether or not she has any tattoos on her?
I would.
Tell the jury what tattoos she has.
She has a red heart and the Roman numerals XO.
XO tattoos on her, right?
Yes.
And those tattoos represent you, do they not?
No, they do not.
They don't?
No, sir, they do not.
Who do they represent?
They do not represent anybody.
But you were with her when she got those tattoos, right?
I was.
And y'all went to the tattoo parlor shop together and got them?
We did.
So you were there when she got them?
Correct.
And y'all both like to drink Crown Royal, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you're with her when she gets the tattoos, then she gets the tattoos, and it's both of the drinks that you like. Is that right?
Yes, the XO is for the Crown Royal XO.
How about her phone having XO in it for you? Do you know anything about that?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know if she's ever referred to you or the number for you as being XO?
I do not recall that.
You didn't know that or don't know that?
I do not recall that, so I don't know whether it.
How many times do you think you and the defendant, and again, I'm not trying to get into the list of details or anything like that, but you two would rendezvous at a certain place, is that right?
Yes.
What city would you both meet up at?
Dalton, Georgia.
And Dalton was about 106 miles from Tullahoma, your home, is that right?
Yeah.
Takes about an hour, 45 minutes to get there.
Roughly, yes.
Do you know it's about 80 miles from her former home in Cherokee County?
I just kind of figured it was about halfway.
Takes about an hour and a half from her house to get there, is that right?
That I don't know.
But I guess the point is why y'all were meeting Dalton is because it was halfway between the houses.
Right.
And when you met in Dalton, there's a certain exit that you would meet at.
Correct.
What exit was that?
333.
333. What hotels would you stay at there?
Mostly the Super 8.
How many years were y'all meeting up there? From 2014 to 2018?
Yes.
Who would pay for the rooms for y'all two?
I would.
Always?
Always.
Why is that?
Just what I do.
Explain that to me. Why?
I always thought the man paid for things.
In the beginning, I think, did y'all meet there monthly?
Oh, I don't remember how often and when and that. I'm
But
sure there's records, but I don't.
Did it progress to meeting weekly?
At times.
Do you meet more than one time during the week?
It's possible that we did. I do not recall that we did, but
You wouldn't dispute if
no,
that was the
oh,
case.
No. Again, I know there's records. So.
Did you ever ask her when y'all were meeting up, what is she telling her family why she's not there? Did you ever ask her?
I don't think so.
You never asked her what excuse or what are you telling them when you're coming to meet me? You never got curious to ask her how she's doing this? Not one time?
No. I'm trying to think how to say it. She could go and come as she pleased, and so she was very open to get to leave home and be gone and come back. Nobody kept tabs on her.
She wasn't a prisoner in a home, is
No,
what you're saying.
Not at all.
My question, though, is if you're meeting weekly and you're having an affair, are you not worried about her husband going, where is my wife? Did that not ever pop up or y'all talk about it?
No, it didn't. I guess we did talk about it, but I think she got to do her thing and he did his thing, and I don't think they didn't keep tabs on each other.
Right, but you're not trying to tell this jury that y'all were having an open relationship.
And I guess I'm saying that they did.
From based on what?
What she said.
What she says?
Yes.
So were y'all open at the wedding, Emily's wedding, going around openly engaging in a romantic relationship at Emily's wedding? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I don't recall us being very openly romantic at the.
Right, that's the point. You weren't, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, we might have sat at the same table at times and we might have danced together, but I wouldn't call us. I did that with other people there too.
Sure. My question is, you weren't being openly romantic in front of her family at Emily's wedding, were you?
No, I wouldn't think so.
That's because y'all were hiding the relationship, right?
Yes.
Now, you had a girlfriend named Christina Grant, I think in 2017. Is that right?
I did.
And you were hiding the relationship that you had with Melody from her?
Correct.
And she did something that you did not want her to do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she did.
She sent an email to Gary Farris, Melody's husband, telling him, I don't know exactly what it said because I never saw it, but telling him that Melody was having an affair with me or vice versa, however it was worded.
I think that was in October of 2017. Would that be?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now you just said on the stand that you never saw the email, but did you not see an email, a copy of the email that the defendant took on her phone from Gary's phone?
I could have, but I do not recall seeing it.
Judge, you might just have one more. But you did talk to Christina about the email she sent.
I did.
What did you tell her to do?
I don't remember what I told her to do. I just told her that what she had done was pretty stupid and she shouldn't have done that.
Did you not tell her that to tell Gary it was just a rumor? Do you remember telling Christina to get back in contact with Gary and let him know that it was just a rumor because he's a lawyer, he would understand a rumor?
I do not recall that, no, sir.
Were you concerned that because Gary was an attorney that he could drag her information and her lifestyle into a court?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Christina that he could bring you in and ask you about your sexual partners or things like that?
Say again.
Do you remember telling Christina that you were concerned that Gary could bring her in and ask her about her relationships with other people?
I do not recall that, but I could understand that I might have said that.
Do you remember what happened with the defendant when Gary got that information from Christina? What did she say to you?
What did Melody say to me?
Yes.
That Gary came into her room and told her that he had gotten that email.
And how did she feel about that? How did the defendant feel about Gary finding out from Christina?
I think she was just upset because Christina had done that.
Mad at Christina?
Yes.
Mad at you?
I don't think so.
She's very forgiving towards you?
I don't think at that point I'd done anything wrong.
When you would, through the years, communicate with the defendant, would you talk to her in person? Would you meet her face to face? We know about going up to hotels and meeting in Dalton, but outside of that, would you ever just go and do things with her, go out to eat or do other things?
Yeah, sometimes if she would come to town, we would go somewhere to eat or something.
And when you would talk to her, how many times a day, tell the jury, how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages?
Off and on all day.
Almost every day?
Almost every day.
What was your pattern? What time of the day would y'all talk and how would you do it?
Well, I didn't know there was a pattern. It was just random phone calls and random texts. I don't think there was a pattern.
Would you get up in the morning and call her?
Probably.
Would you call her through the day?
Mm-hmm.
Would you call her in the evenings?
Mm-hmm. Or she would call me or whatever. Yeah.
So once you get up in the morning, would she be the first one you would call?
Not necessarily.
Normally?
I don't know. I mean, that I don't know.
Would she be one of the first persons you would call?
Probably.
And during the day, how many times do you think you would call her during the day every day?
I cannot answer that question. I mean, I'm sure you have records and could tell every specification there is about it, but I couldn't answer that.
Was it less than 5 times or more than 5 times?
I'm sure it varied. I'm sure it was both.
And what things would y'all talk about?
Everything from the weather to the kids to the grandkids to Martha, Daddy. I mean, just life.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about July 10th of 2018. Do you remember when you had another interview with the sheriff's office and some people from the TBI?
On July the 10th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you remember in July 2018 speaking with law enforcement?
I do, yeah.
Was there a time that when you were speaking to law enforcement that the defendant just kind of unannounced showed up?
She came into town, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes.
All right, tell the jury about the time she came into town when law enforcement was there.
I think that we had my attorney and myself had an interview with Detective Hayes, and I'm assuming since you said it that way that was the day that the TBI was there too. And I think after that meeting, and my attorney's office was downtown Tullahoma, so after that I left and went to Martha's house to check on her, see how she was doing, and then on my way back to town, I noticed that Melody was behind me.
What vehicle was she in?
The Mercedes.
She had not told you she was coming up, correct?
Correct.
It was a surprise, right?
Yes.
Unannounced, would you say?
Yes.
And she was there because of why?
I guess because I was with the police.
What did she ask you?
What did they say?
What did you tell her?
I'm assuming whatever they said. I don't remember what conversations we had.
What else did she say to you?
Don't remember exactly, but I would say, why are you here?
And did she give you any instructions or anything to say or not say to them?
No.
She tell you not to talk to law enforcement?
Probably. I don't remember that for a fact,
But has she told you through this case not to talk to law enforcement?
yes. No, not to talk to them, but I mean, I'm not going to run and hide, but just don't sit down and have a conversation with them. Be polite.
So you're saying she did not tell you to stop talking to law enforcement?
Okay. There's talking to somebody, and then there's telling them, answering questions, and I think that's what was meant.
So tell me that. You're telling me that she told you not to answer questions of law enforcement?
That was my assumption of what it meant, yes.
She didn't want you to give law enforcement anything that could be used against her, right?
You don't want nothing to be used against.
Judge, he can answer. He's not speculating. He talked to her and had face-to-face conversations.
He doesn't know what she was thinking, so he can answer what she said and maybe how he interpreted it.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
I mean, it wasn't about anything else except the murder case, right?
Correct.
It didn't have any, I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No. Correct.
It didn't have any, I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No.
Gary was found on July 5th of 2018. There's a calendar right there. Do you see that Thursday, July 5th, 2018?
I do.
And almost a year later, on June 18, 2019, the defendant was arrested. And you know that, don't you?
I do.
How do you know that?
I'm the one that carried her to the police station, turned her over to the police.
Because she was staying with you in Tullahoma?
No, she was not staying with me. We were together having lunch.
Physically present with her that day, right?
Sir?
You were physically with her that day?
I was, that afternoon. Yeah.
She was in your vehicle?
She was.
And y'all had been together for how many days?
We had not been together for days. We had just left that afternoon to go We were going to have something to eat and then go someplace else, like Franklin or something.
So you're trying to say you were not socializing or hanging out or being together as a couple during this time?
Well, we were going to go have lunch, a late lunch, so I would, however you want to word that, yes.
Well, how many days was she there before she got arrested?
Several.
How many several? Are we talking days or weeks?
A week or 10 days.
And how many times out of the week or 10 days did you see her?
I do not recall.
Probably every day, wasn't it?
I wouldn't think so.
The day of the arrest, you actually, when she was in the car, you brought her to the police department, I believe.
I did.
And then after she was arrested, you talked to her on the phone numerous times. Is that right?
What time frame were we talking about?
In June and July and other dates after she was
yes.
arrested? Now, I want to go from how many times do you think you talked to her by phone? Let's go from July 4th of 2018, the 4th of July to, let's just go after the arrest, October 31st of 2019. So from 4th of July in 2018 to Halloween in 2019, how many times do you think you talked to her on the phone? There's roughly 484 days during that time period. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone?
A lot.
What is a lot?
I don't know. You have the number. I don't.
More than the number of days?
I'm sure.
How many text messages do you think you shared with her during that time?
You have the numbers. I do not.
How many times do you think you said, I love you, or something all or for to her during that time?
Every day, probably. Or every day we talked.
Because you were there to help her, right?
Of course.
You loved her, right?
Yes.
You were supporting her, right?
I was.
You're going to do what you can to help her out of this fix, right?
I was.
In 2018, when they talked to you about the case, the first time that law enforcement talked to you, I think it was the TBI that came out on July 6th. That was a Friday of 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember how many phones and phone numbers you told law enforcement that she had?
I do not.
Do you remember when you met with them again, changing that number or giving more information?
I do remember changing it. I don't remember what was said.
After the first interview, you gave information that she did have a burner phone. Is that right?
That's your terminology. I don't use the terminology of burner phones. Both of her phones were, I would call a straight talk, that you actually purchased the minutes for. So
would it be fair to say that one of the phones she used almost exclusively for you?
I do not know that.
And the other phone she used for public or other people?
I assumed that, yes, but I do not know that. Those they were her phones.
So her regular phone is one. Is that fair?
Say that again.
She has a regular phone, and then she had this other phone.
I think they were pretty well both identical. So.
Okay. But you didn't give law enforcement the other phone number the first time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I did not. I mean, I don't know the phone numbers. They were all in my phones.
Now, at some point when you met with law enforcement during this, you and your attorney, Bobby Carter, met with them and cooperated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you met with them, you actually agreed to record calls between you and the defendant. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they actually gave you a recorder to record calls. Is that correct?
They did.
And you would actually try to do that at certain points?
I tried.
You tried to record some calls with her. And
With
that's
the
because
recorder, yes.
it was told to you, not only by your attorney, but during the conversations, that it's in your best interest to do that?
Yes.
And you want to help yourself. Is that true?
Absolutely.
But at some point, law enforcement had to come back to you and ask you about the recorder, didn't they?
They did.
And they had to ask you about the recorder because you actually told her about the recorder and recording the calls, right?
I did.
So let me get this straight. You want to help yourself because of the situation, and you agreed to record the phone calls with her, but you tell her you're recording the phone calls, right?
I did.
So she knew she was being recorded. Is that correct?
Well, she knew that I tried. I never was successful at it.
Yeah, she knew you were recording the calls, right?
I never was successful at it.
I understand that because you told her, but she knew she was being recorded, right?
I told her that I had a tape recorder that Detective Hayes gave me, and that I was told and asked to try to record our phone calls.
And in fact, there was a conversation between you two that she said, didn't you say they were recording calls? And you were telling her, no, you were lying to her.
That's right.
And then they gave you after they confronted you about the recorder, you weren't forthcoming to tell them, oh, by the way, I did tell her. You lied to them, didn't you?
I did.
You told me you weren't recording. You didn't tell her you had the recorder, right?
You're correct.
And then they had Calios, the software on your phone that would record calls without having a recorder. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you recorded a lot of those calls, right?
The way I understood how this worked, they put something on my telephone, and I mean, it was very odd the way it came through, but it came through, and then I would answer the phone, but at the same time, every phone call that I got from her through this system, also went directly to Detective Hayes.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also recorded.
And counsel's going to ask you about those calls and what was recorded on those. But you agree with me that when they started doing the recordings on the Calios, that system, that was after you told her about the recorder, right?
Yes. Yeah. We went to that system after we tried the tape recorder.
Right. Help me on this timeline. She's arrested June 18th, 2019. This calendar's not up there. June 18th, 2019. And then on June 25th, 2019, you come back to talk to law enforcement with your attorney to give some more information, right?
Okay, you lost me. Say that again.
The last conversation you had with law enforcement, the last recording, you recanted the statement you given earlier.
That was not the last time that I was with law enforcement. That was the next to the last time, I think.
Okay. In June of 2019, after the defendant was arrested,
right,
you did have a conversation with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they came back the next week.
Okay. That next week, when you're talking to law enforcement, getting back to phones, did they not ask you if you ever met with a defendant in person and talked around the phones? Do you remember that?
I do.
And you told them, yes, we did meet in person and we did talk around the phones, right?
Correct.
So y'all were outside of law enforcement talking about the case so they couldn't hear it. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then they just took one more step and they asked you, did you have new phones? I call them burners. You may not like that term, but they asked you if you had other phones. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And they asked you, did you talk about the case outside of the other phones that we had that we can listen to? And you said, yeah.
Yes.
So is it not true that you were telling her the recording, I'm talking to them, don't say anything that can incriminate yourself?
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
I didn't say that.
Not one time.
No, sir.
It wasn't even implied one time.
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
Mm. You want to make her comfortable. Mm-hmm. So you just had to go buy these other burner phones so law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
And you're doing it, correct?
I did.
With a woman charged of murder and burning her own husband, right?
I wanted to know.
But you didn't tell law enforcement until they pulled it out of you, right?
You're not going to put a banner up. I tried to find out. I wanted to know.
I'm going to come back to some of these phone calls. But I want to talk about when you were Let me try to step it back and lower things just a little bit. You need a restroom?
No, but I could use some water.
Oh, sure. Do we have it?
But there's nothing here. Up here. It's empty. It's empty.
Let me get you. I got one. I've got a bottle of water here.
There's barely enough there.
Oh, thank you.
You go about. I was gonna say let's go about 10 more minutes and take a break. So.
It's gonna be a while.
I know, but I'm sure the other folks want a break. You need one? You want a break?
No.
Oh, you're good? Okay, all right.
Mr. Barton, let me know when you're ready to go.
Okay.
When you were in the relationship with the defendant, you did or have some future plans to be together?
It was talked about. No plans.
No plans?
No plans.
None.
No specific plans.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary was sick?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she told you, what ailment he had.
My understanding was it was esophageal cancer.
Throat cancer.
Yes,
And you had somebody, a friend, a young man that had died from that?
that's correct.
What did she describe he would do because of this? What things would happen to him?
He would throw up blood.
She'd have to change the sheets and things like that?
I'm assuming, yeah.
I mean, did she
I
tell you
don't,
she'd
I don't
have to do
remember
that?
that specifically, but yeah.
Did she tell you she'd have to take care of him because he was throwing up?
Yes,
And she'd have to clean it up?
yes.
And it was really bad?
I don't remember the extremity of it, but
Well, was there the thought that she told you that he could die
yes.
and that it could be soon?
Again, I don't remember a time frame on it, but
All right.
yeah.
But you did have a plan that when he died from a natural death, that y'all would hang out for about 6 months and see how things went before you started dating or getting together.
That number was said. It was actually a response to actually Detective Hayes.
So that was a plan, 6 months or so, and see how it went.
It's not a plan. It was just a speculation, a spot.
But you did that to let things settle after Gary passed, right? That was the plan.
It was not a plan. There was not a lot of detail about it. And the 6 months came, I repeated what Detective Hayes had said.
And you said that was so the family could see how the family responded to the relationship. Was that true?
I don't know. Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. Do you remember saying that?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Do you recall searching for wedding bands on the internet?
I do.
What type of wedding bands did y'all have in mind? Let's not say a plan, but what type of idea did y'all have and what type of wedding bands did y'all want?
We talked about plain gold bands.
To the degree that you would have these wedding bands, even if you weren't married, you would kind of go through the motions and hold yourself out like that, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a plan?
I don't think it's a hardcore plan.
You just don't want to say plan, right?
That's your words, not mine.
No, sir. You had plans for wedding bands, and you searched for wedding bands, right?
I did search for wedding bands.
In fact, in June 28, 2018, you were searching for wedding bands for her, right?
Probably. Could have been Christina, but probably. Because I also looked up black diamonds too.
So it could have been for Christina?
Sir?
For Christina?
Did you see that?
When you talked to law enforcement, the first time you talked to was July 7th, 2018 with the TBI. Do you remember that one?
It was not July 7th.
July 6th. I apologize. July 6th, that Friday?
Yes.
So on July 6th of 2018, you talked to the TBI. Agent Simmons, Agent Williams?
I remember the name Agent Simmons. I do not remember the lady agent's name.
Describe the agents for us. We've met them today, but describe, what do you remember about them?
I don't know, very, very professional. She, towards the end, she came across a little hard, but Simmons was very professional and very, not a problem at all. And I think there was a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy there too.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
And then the second time was July 10th of 2018. I think y'all met at your attorney's office. Is that right?
That's right.
And the TBI agents were there, but also Sheriff's Office? Detective Hayes, Detective Pope?
Yes, yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, but from Cherokee County.
Yes,
And they came up on July 10th.
yes, I think that's right.
So what day is that? Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
All right, so July 6th is Friday and then Tuesday. So those are the first two times that you talked to law enforcement about the murder. Is that right?
Right.
And those were, the first one was not very long, but the 10th, I think y'all talked for hours. Is that correct?
Every one of them seemed like hours.
Long to you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Very uncomfortable?
Yes,
Don't want to do it again?
ever.
But you weren't forthcoming in all your answers, were you?
I didn't know my name.
But you knew enough to talk for several hours, though. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I talked for several hours.
But you
I
did
might,
give
I
information.
might have been questioned for several hours, but I don't think I talked for several hours.
You did give information each time you talked to them, right?
I'm assuming I did.
And you didn't tell the whole truth in the beginning, did you?
Don't think so.
Well, you know you didn't tell the truth.
No,
It's a lot easier if you just come out and say it. You didn't, you go with the TBI, how they treated you. You didn't necessarily like how the sheriff's office treated you.
correct.
And that was because the demeanor of Sergeant Pope.
That is true.
Tell the jury how he was with you.
Very aggressive, vulgar, pushy, finger stuck up to my nose. I would back up. He would pull forward. I would back up. He would pull forward. Did that 3 times once. I had to ask him. Actually, I think I asked Detective Hayes to have Pope leave the room.
And how big are you, sir?
Sir?
How tall and how much do you weigh at the time in 2018?
Well, 6'3". I'm assuming that I'm still 6'3" and was then. I don't know. I'm probably in the 250 range.
Around 250. I think you went to the doctor and weighed one morning about 240 something. But do you remember what size Sergeant Pope was?
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
And he never hit you, did he?
No, he never did hit
He
me.
never put a finger on you, did he?
He was very close. So I don't know if he touched me or not.
Well, I mean, he shook your hand, I assume, that day.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
But he didn't
I
threaten to
think you're
hurt you.
I think you're talking aggression.
Sure, he didn't threaten to hurt you or strike you or harm you or anything like that.
No.
Just was bad cop.
Yes.
I mean, got to cussing at you.
Yes.
Talked about death penalty, things
Yes.
like that. Talked about murder cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put the fear in you. Fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing pretty good. You're going to say yes or no.
Sir?
You're going to say yes or no. Not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should know that.
It's all right.
It's all right. You've
You
done
don't-
pretty good until now.
Yeah, you don't do this every day. I mean, at one point he talks about the serious nature of the case and they expose you to how serious of a case this is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you understand when someone's murdered and then burned, that is aggravating under the law? That is very serious.
Do not know the terminology, but it is serious. Yes.
Would you agree murder's one thing, but then burning the body is also adding to that?
Of course, yes.
So we're not talking about jaywalking or speeding. This is serious. And at one point they came with, I guess, fake arrest warrants or some type of warrants for you for two charges.
There was a arrest warrant given to me. I just immediately gave it to my attorney.
Right. A physical piece of paper.
Correct.
But not have been issued into the computer or signed by a judge. They just said, here's the things we're looking at with you,
The
right?
way I understood that it was an unsigned arrest warrant.
And do you remember what those charges were?
I do not.
Conspiracy and then concealing. Do you remember?
No, sir, I do not.
But you do remember they presented you with an arrest warrant.
Correct.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, no, I was scared to death.
Sure. Your attorney, Bobby Carter, after July 6th, so I think it's going to be July 10th of 2018, July 24th of 2018, and then June 25th of 2019. When you met, your attorney was with you during the whole time, right? Outside the first time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, very smart guy, right?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a good man.
Yes.
And he's actually a judge up there now, correct?
Correct.
So he knows what he's doing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you trusted him, correct?
I do.
You relied on him, right?
Yes.
And he would give you advice when this was going on, saying, I think this is in your best interest, or this is in your best interest, right?
It was, yes.
And that was putting on your mind of, I need to do some of these things, correct?
Yes.
So he was advising what he thought was in their best interest, and you agreed and did things for law enforcement, right?
We put a tap on my phone.
In fact, do you remember that during some of these meetings with law enforcement, y'all would be getting at it, and you'd have to stop and go out and meet with Bobby, and then y'all would meet and confer, and you come back in, and then y'all would talk more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Because he'd have to talk to you, give you information, and then you would come and do certain things, right?
Bobby would try to calm me down.
Sure. I mean, an example would be Ashley Pope confronted you about where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
You remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember us giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings?
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides, and Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes. Pope
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
Well,
back.
I didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sit around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heating meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, this is a good. Just gonna stop here. We'll take 10.
He's a good witness.
You can step down.
He seems a good witness, called Rusty. Okay. They're meeting at the bathrooms. Hey, maybe. I don't think they are. I imagine they will not do that. Yeah, I don't think they will. But bow chicka wow wow. I think they know better not to do that. Otherwise, they will be in. There may be trouble ahead. Bam 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 bam. Yeah, I don't think they're not allowed to speak to each other, so they will not be conversing. That is for sure. What else is there here? Hang on. Hang on. Yes, I will look here. Somebody asked me for this earlier on. I don't remember who it was, but here you go, everybody. I will play this because you all wanted something of this magnitude, I think it was.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You gotta that, Sean.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are you? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, there we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
Right.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. You just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. I'll get back. I'm trying to find the other one. Hang on, everyone. I was trying to find the other one, but I can't find it. Hang on. Erin Hacker's on the bus. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, 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 ba, 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 ba. Hang on. I did play music for a second. They did, Elsie. No, I did play music for a second. I did. I'm looking for something. I am. Hey, what is that? What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? It is a monster. I'm looking for something. I can't find it. I can't. That's what she said. I can't find it. Oh no. Be dee 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 dee. Where has this been? I can't find it. I can't find this. I was trying to find something, but I cannot, with good conscience, find it. Hang on, let me just try this one. Again, thank you so much for that. Hey, no, wrong one. Hey, hang on. I know what I can do now. Look at this. Look at this, people. Hang on. Remove from studio. Remove from studio. Look at this, people. Hang on. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Little G and little. Right, hang on. Here we go. Oh shit, wrong one. Hang on. Thank you to Little V. Bought 5 coffees. Thank you, Little V. And thank you. And thank you very much, Little G. Little G and Little V, thank you so much for the coffees. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Shout out to Little V and to our very own. You know who's coming. You know who's coming. Little G, oh little G. Little G, 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 G. Little G, oh little G. Little G. So there you go. Thank you, Little G and Little V. Thank you very much for the coffees. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And to Kathleen as well. Right. She's like, you talk about me. Right, where's this thing gone now? There's a thing I had here. Oh, I know what I done with it. I know what I did with it. Right, okay. I think, is this the one? You know what's coming. Right. There is great support, you're right. I'm very blessed. Thank you so much, everybody. And for that, we'll play a treat for you. We'll play a little treat for you. Here it is for you people. In Boston. Gary is in Boston. Oh no, Stoke. Gary, I thought you were Scott, sorry. Thank you, my darling. B. Stewart. Oh, shit. Hang on, I got Larry on the phone. I tell my husband to dress in lingerie just to see what he would fucking. I would do it in a heartbeat, so he would as well. Larry, you are live to tape. We're on stream, okay? So just hello, everyone. Yeah, we just we are. I've not checked in you all week. I was going to phone you this morning. Then I thought, you know what? We had a break, so I thought, you know what? Let's phone him now and see how he is. But then the trial's going on as well. So, but we still answer the call to you because you're the man. What's the topic of discussion today? Well, we're watching this boring trial, okay? So that was bad. What the topic of discussion right this second? I don't take this too far now, right, Larry? But this second is we're talking about Scott McGuinness cross-dressing, his and you would do it. So the scenario is this, right? So you bought your significant other, your girlfriend, right? Some lingerie and a corset and like nipple tassels to dress up in and stuff, right? That's what happened here, right? She wears it, you do the business, you get down dirty, you do the business, and then she turns around to you, Larry, and says, right, okay, if you want to have sex again, you now have to wear the lingerie and the corset. Would you do it?
Well, the answer to that is no.
Shut the front door.
And one time I only bought lingerie for a girlfriend once.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Because I went over, it was a Friday night. We had a few drinks, and I said, I got to go out to my car. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And I went out to the car. I got the bag, and I came in, and I go, honey, will you put this on? So she looked at it, and she goes, absolutely. And she said, she goes into the bedroom, and she's coming out. She put the lingerie on, but you know what else she put on?
What?
A strap on. What exactly are you planning on doing with that? She goes, turn around and find out. I said, fuck you, and I ran out of there.
Oh, sorry, Larry. That's not what I was expecting. Oh, fuck, I'm crying. I was not expecting that. Oh, fuck, Larry. That's not where I thought that was going. Oh, fuck, I can imagine you run out of there. Oh. Oh.
And I'm 6'2", 220. I was running like a little bitch.
Oh, I bet.
My ass was all tucked in. I was shaking all my
What was her size? Was she huge? Was she tall?
And she's like, "Come back, honey, come back."
Well, was she taller than you or something?
No. She was like 5'7".
Oh, fucking hell. What was it? What size was the strap on though?
Oh, it was a big black one.
Okay, yeah. I can't. Oh, I can't. No, I would have run out as well. You just took that. You took a story about cross-dressing. You just doubled it up, times it by 10. Oh, because I thought 100% you would. 100% you would. If someone said,
Absolutely not. I don't go for that shit.
not now, not with that story, no, but
Jesus Christ.
I thought.
Nightmares because I just told that story again.
You said it live as well. Everyone sees it on stream. Larry, for fuck's sakes.
I can't even tell that story in front of Tyson.
I can imagine. Well, you told it in front of about 50 people. Oh, fucking hell, Larry. Well, you've just taken that. Scott McGinnis is really happy right now because he's like, there's levels to this, yeah? Scott came in with a high level. There's no way you can trump that. But hang on, let's call Larry. Next thing you just fucking trump it. Oh, fuck. Oh, Larry, thank you so much. You're the man. Fuck, you're the man. Oh, right, yeah, I'll give you a ring at the start of the week, right? Because I'm doing a members only tomorrow night, telling everyone the dates.
I have July 6th of 2018, I think it's a Friday. July 10th, 2018, which is a Tuesday. And then July 24th, 2018 is a Tuesday. And then August 2nd, 2018 is a Thursday. And June 25th, 2019. Do you have anything to write with, sir? Do you have anything to write with there or anything?
I got paper, but what? I got one.
Now, approach is give a legal pad. Sure.
Yeah. Nope. That's not good.
All right, for defense counsel, the dates again are July 6, 2018. It's a Friday. July 10th, 2018. July 10th, 2018 is a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
July 24th, 2018, I think is a Tuesday. August 2nd, 2018, a Thursday. June 25th, 2019, which is a Tuesday. All right, so I'm going to begin with July 6th, 2018.
Okay.
Do you remember that to be meeting, I think, was it at your house? with the TBI agents?
Daughter's house, but
Daughter's
that's where I was living, so yes.
What do you remember about them showing up?
I was there alone, upstairs in my bedroom, heard, I don't remember, doorbell, knock on the door, dogs barking, something. Came out, I can look down onto the foyer and I could see several people walking away down the sidewalk. So I ran down the stairs and around through the kitchen and out into the garage and opened up the big garage door, and because they were out in the parking area.
And did you let them in your house to talk to you?
I did.
And did y'all have how would you describe the conversation?
Pleasant, professional. It was fine.
Did you know why they were there?
Well, not initially, but they told me.
What do you remember them asking you why, or saying why they were there?
They just said that, asked me, did I know Gary and Melody Farris? And I said I did, and that they were, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but basically that they were investigating a murder, and that Gary had been murdered, and then there was an attempt for a cover-up, and they just wanted to talk to me about my whereabouts.
What do you remember them asking you? When was the last time that you talked to Melody?
I do not remember that, but
do you remember them asking whether it was a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago? Do you remember that phraseology?
I think it was something like that, yes.
Do you remember saying maybe a week?
Well, I listened to the tape that you gave me, so yes.
Okay. So your answer on that day was the last time you talked to her was maybe a week.
Correct.
But you do agree with me, if you look at the calendar there, is it not true that you got July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday the 3rd going into Wednesday the 4th. You agree with me that there were 3 main phone calls that you had with the defendant that night going into the next day?
I do.
Why didn't you tell them about those?
I don't know.
They asked you when was the last time you saw her in person. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
If it was last summer or last year, do you remember saying that?
I do not remember what I said. No, sir.
Let me ask you today, going back on that, there at your house on July 6, 2018, when was the last time you physically saw the defendant?
I do not recall.
You have any idea? I know you're saying you don't recall, but do you have any idea?
No, sir. But you do, so you can tell me.
You said you listened to the recording. Do you remember after they told you Gary had been murdered and they were asking you questions about Melody? Do you remember pausing for quite some time and then saying, I don't know what I should be telling you?
I remember hearing that.
So you wouldn't dispute if you heard yourself say that you did do that?
I wouldn't dispute anything that there's a recording of.
Why did you say, I don't know what I should be telling you? Why did you hesitate to tell law enforcement about the defendant?
I'm being interviewed by the TBI for a murder that I know nothing about. You don't say nothing.
Did you do the murder?
No, sir.
Where were you in July 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2018?
You should have a copy of that chart that I made that tells, and I have a copy of it, but I don't have it with me.
I just want you to tell the jury where
I
were
was
you
in,
at.
Tullahoma, my area.
Law enforcement got receipts and your phone records, and
Yes.
showed you were not in Georgia, correct?
Correct. Even grocery receipts.
Like a video showing you getting groceries or something.
Sir,
A video showing you getting groceries?
Detective Hayes knows what my pasta salad recipe is now.
So if you didn't have anything to do with the actual murder, again, what would hesitate you to tell them what you did know?
If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut.
But we've already established that you talked to the defendant over the 3rd and 4th for 3 phone calls, right?
Yes.
One of those was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think approximately. I don't know exactly.
Why did you give the defendant a credit card?
Because occasionally she said Gary would cut the credit cards off, and I didn't want her to just be stranded and not be able to, get gas or something to eat.
In 2018, in July, when they talked to you, were you still in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Still sexual in nature?
Yes. But at that point, we had not
Thank you,
seen
Patty.
each other in quite some time. As things they go.
It's okay. But you were still having the affair, still ongoing.
We were still talking.
I think we argue over words. You were still in the same relationship you had been with her, right?
Just not physical.
She had your credit card?
She did.
Still talking every day, sometimes twice a day?
Yes.
And pardon me, but during those conversations, y'all would talk about sex and everything else?
That's true.
Sounds like a relationship, right?
Not arguing that. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
How much did the defendant like to clean?
A lot.
Is she a neat freak?
Yes.
Do you remember one of her friends by the name of Sherry?
Yes.
Did she spell her name differently?
Yes.
How did Sherry spell her name?
Don't know. I just remember that it was different.
It was different than normally spelled?
Yes.
Who was Sherry? Who is Sherry?
Just a friend of hers. I don't really know where Sherry came into the picture at, or even where she lived.
Did Sherry go to Emily's wedding?
Yes.
How close of friends were the defendant and Sherry?
At the time, pretty close.
Do you know how they would spend their time together?
No, not really. I mean, I know they spent time together, but I don't know what all they would do.
Did you go to Jamaica with the defendant?
I did.
When was that?
September of 17,
How long did y'all go?
about a week.
Where'd y'all go? What do you remember the name of the resort?
Hito.
Excuse me?
Hito.
Hito? And do you know if the defendant has Sherry do anything with a credit card?
No, I don't know that.
What did she tell her children where she was at?
I don't know. Like I said, she could come and go as she pleased, so I don't, that was,
She could even go to Jamaica for 10 days or so and not question her whereabouts?
I'm assuming.
But you don't know what she said to her children? Again, I'm sorry. You're going to have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry. No.
I can see you, but for the record.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, I do not know what she said to them.
But was it a special occasion that y'all went to Jamaica?
It might have been my birthday.
Who paid for it?
I did.
July 10th. I'm going to move to that. So the next interview, July 10th of 2018. This is with the Sheriff's Office, Hayes and Pope, for the first time.
Okay.
When they came up and you met at the office, how did it start out?
I do not recall.
Do you remember reaching out to them through your attorney that you wanted to talk?
Do I remember reaching out to my attorney that?
Did y'all initiate the conversation with law enforcement?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Who asked who to come and talk? Did y'all ask the Sheriff's Office to come and talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to correct some lies that you said or deception?
Phone number.
Tell the jury about that.
Whatever phone number I had given, one of the phone numbers that I had given was incorrect, and I called Bobby Carter, my attorney, and told him, I said, I think I've got the right phone number, and and I think he actually called and gave it to the TBI agent, and then they came up at that point to meet us.
And it was during this interview that you finally told them about the other phone.
I'm assuming. I don't.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary had moved out for quite some time? That they had separated and he moved out?
I think that was like years before. I don't know any details on that at all.
When it came to what you knew of.
You're asking, did Melody move out? Or did
No,
Gary
did Melody tell you that Gary had moved out of the home?
I do not remember that at all. No, sir.
When it came to the control of finances between the defendant and Gary, who controlled the finances?
According to her, Gary did.
To what degree did he, according to her, control the finances?
100%.
But was she able to buy things or have things?
Anything she wanted.
Do you know why he controlled the money?
I do not.
Did you know about Ted Wiley?
I did.
She never said that Gary had ever abused her, physically done anything to her?
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Pope kind of giving you at one point during the interview on the 10th, he starts talking to you about goodwill and vibes, or good vibes. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember anything where Sergeant Pope kind of kicked it up a gear to try to get you to give more information?
I remember that he did that. I don't remember specifically when.
And do you know why he was doing that? What was it that you were doing that made him start pushing you more?
I have no idea.
Do you remember Elizabeth Williams from the TBI? You were asked the question, who bought the defendant's other phone? I call burner, you say other. Should they press you on, did you buy that phone? Do you remember your initial response?
I do not.
Do you remember admitting that you did buy the phone for her?
I do not.
Now, on July 10th, you haven't mentioned anything about the burn pile. Is that correct?
I don't know the time frame as to what was said when on that. I do not.
On July 10th, do you remember telling law enforcement that the last communication, not in person, but by text, that you had with the defendant was on July 5th when they were looking for Gary?
Yes.
Do you remember what that text was?
I think that's what it was. We're looking for Gary.
And respond ASAP?
You have it. I don't. I just remember it.
No reason to disagree if that was the message.
No.
So the last time that you say that you talked to her was by that text on the 5th, the morning of the 5th, right?
Yes.
You might just have one.
Welcome, Jane Silver. First time chatting in the chat. Welcome to all chatty. Everyone's so nice here. You'll love everybody. Well, most people anyway. So, big welcome to you, Jane. It's lonely this Christmas.
The second one, yeah. We'll get you the page. All right. At one point, law enforcement asked you when Gary was on the 10th, when Gary had been murdered, they asked you about a motive. And they asked you, who has the most to gain out of this? Who did you say had the most to gain out of the death of Gary?
I don't recall.
In that context, they were asked about Chad Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember telling law enforcement that Melody loves him to death?
I don't remember it, but you
Well,
obviously.
let me ask you independently. How does the defendant feel about Chad Bruce?
I think at the time she did.
Was Amanda's fiance at the time?
I don't know if they were engaged then or
But you know who that is, right?
Yes.
And you know who Amanda is?
I do.
And they're married now?
Yes.
And during this process, after the defendant was arrested, you met with Amanda quite some times, right?
They came up and got stuff from Martha out of the car. Yeah.
Talked to her on the phone or by text message?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Chad also?
Yes.
You don't remember who bought the burner phone, the second phone? You don't remember whether or not you told law enforcement you did or didn't?
You've lost me.
Okay.
Start again.
The second phone that Melody had. The question was asked who bought it. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
Judge, may I approach the witness to refresh his recollection? If you prefer, Jeff, you can have my copy of it. So let's see if you can see the screen there.
What am I looking at?
Talking about the phone. Read that line there.
This was my words.
Yep.
Says,
Just read it to yourself. Now I ask you.
I will say yes.
I'm sorry. Read to yourself. It's just a legal rule. Just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of what your answer was? Who bought the second phone of hers?
I'm assuming that's what I said. So.
All right. The way the rule works is they show you or is that better? They either show you or play you your statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question is, does that refresh your recollection? Does that make it come back to you anew that that's what your conversation was? If your answer is yes, then you can say, yes, I remember, and that's what I said. If it doesn't refresh your memory as to what you said, then you say, no, that does not refresh my memory as to what was said. All right.
Here's my question again. Who bought her second phone?
I do not know.
It is 42 minutes and 27 seconds. How much money did the defendant know that Gary would have in his ATM or bank account at times, like a month?
It varied.
And how much would he have?
I mean, it could be anywhere from a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
Was there times that there would be $40,000 deposited in the account, and then the next day, most of it would be Gary would move it to something else,
That sounds familiar. Yes.
and that he would have $500,000 to $600,000 a year that he would make?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn now to July 24th, 2018. Law enforcement comes back and meets with you again. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that because your attorney and you want to clarify something?
I do not recall that.
When they met with you, where did y'all meet again? Was it Bobby's office?
Yes, sir.
And that was about 2 to 3 hour meeting with them. Does that sound about right?
I do not know.
Do you remember at some point that during the meeting that you had to take a break with Bobby and go out and do some more talking?
Yes.
And that was because they were pressing you with information. Is that right?
Correct.
Pope and didn't believe that you were telling him everything, and Hayes didn't believe that you were giving him all the information about those phone calls on the 3rd or the early morning of the 4th around 2 a.m., right?
Right.
They didn't believe that you were telling them everything that was said on those phone calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were pushing you to give more information.
Yes.
And because of that, you had to go stop and go talk to your attorney because you did have more information that you ended up telling them, right?
I stopped to go talk to my attorney because I was flipping out.
And after talking to the attorney, you did come back in and give them more information. Is that correct?
I came back in and told them something. Yes.
I mean, you walked back in, right?
I did.
You opened your mouth and you told them the words, correct?
I did.
They didn't have to pull it out of you. You actually said what was going on.
Well, it's a matter of opinion as to pull it out of me when you are threatened the way I was.
And in your presence, Bobby, you were explaining that you were loyal to the defendant, correct?
I do not remember saying that, but
But you were there when your attorney was talking. Is that true?
Yes.
Right before.
Well, I think he talked to them without me, but I could not swear to that one for sure. But I think they talked some without me.
At some point, though, you come back in and it's you sitting there with your attorney, Detective Hayes is there, and Sergeant Pope's there. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now you're ready to come back and give them more information that you had not told them, right?
I'm ready to walk in and tell them something.
And you're going to tell them about a conversation that you had with the defendant on July 4th around 2 or 2:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said it was the last part of the last conversation in that night. Is that right?
That's right.
And it was about Gary being in the burn pile.
That's what I said.
Tell the jury what you said the defendant told you during that conversation on July 4th, 2018.
I said that she said that this is not going to be word for word, but that she said that Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, don't say nothing else to me. Something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection you can't remember the exact words?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at something to see if it does?
You're welcome to show it to me.
Judge, may I approach? I'm going to tell you it's 1 hour, 30 more minutes. Okay, and then they're going. That's up, just right.
So it's supposed to go on to 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. 6 p.m. Eastern supposed to be, but whether it does or not, I don't know. That's what they said, 6 p.m. Eastern, but they might finish early. Again, we don't know. CJ.
Here's a transcript of the recording. Now here's the rule. I'm going to hand it to you where it says R. Barton. Read it to yourself. I know. Read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Don't read it aloud.
Go ahead. You go ahead and read it. What is the recording from?
The recording is July 24th, 2019.
Interview?
It's an interview with the TBI and the Sheriff's Office.
All right, so this is a
transcript of that.
That's where I'm going. Who prepared it?
We had a contract for the office prepared.
Y'all paid someone to do it.
Yes, and Judge, what I would also, it
is a transcription.
It is not.
I have called it an interpolation. It is not a transcript. It is not a court transcript. It is not done by deposition, sworn under oath, in court, anything of that nature. Correct?
Yes.
So when y'all, so I'm just saying, so when they're going to refer to it as a transcript because that's what they're used to calling things where people take down what people say and spit it out in a written format. But it is not a transcript to the extent that it is a deposition or certified court testimony. This is what someone who was paid to listen to the recording typed out and prepared and gave to the district attorney's office. All right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Just this time, if I can have the jury step out, I'm going to play it for him outside their presence.
I'll step out for a minute.
report defense counsel. This is going to be from Rusty, the file that I think it says Rusty and has his interviews. This is going to be for Roy Barton 072418. I'm going to label it as Barton 1. And it is a recording. It's not that one.
Move the calendar forward, Megan. Yeah, it's fine.
It's 2 hours and 32 minutes and 4 seconds long. I'm going to cue it up at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm going to start at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 13 seconds. So Judge, I tender Barton 1 into evidence this time just as an exhibit. I'm not tendering into the case in front of the jury.
Right. All right, go ahead.
All right, sir, I'm going to play this. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I
happened?
think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
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 And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
No, but I talked to her. I talked to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was
probably the last minute of the last conversation. She said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
that you discussed with her?
Period.
She didn't say anything about
Nothing before,
else?
nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
Did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 44 seconds. So having listened to your statement about the burn pile, can you tell me in your own words what you said?
I said, she said he was in the burn pile.
Can you give me the whole couple of sentences that you said?
And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, don't tell me anymore. I don't need to know.
So you can't fully remember? You
No.
can't say it verbatim?
No, sir.
Was your memory at the time that you said it to law enforcement in July 24th, 2018, was your memory the best at that time when you said it?
No, sir.
I mean, was it better then than it is now?
No, sir.
Do you agree that what you heard you say, that was you saying it?
Yes, sir.
And that was inaccurate? What you said is what you said to law enforcement.
It is what I said.
Judge, I'm going to play this statement under past recollection.
What's the discrepancy from what
Hey,
you just
can't-
testified to?
Well, it can't say everything verbatim. And also, it's a prior inconsistent statement that I'll be playing later on.
What's inconsistent about it?
No, when we get to his.
He's going to get to something that he
Right,
says.
then I'm going to play it then, so I was just going to go ahead and play it now. I can wait to then.
I mean, I don't know what's inconsistent at the moment in what he's saying or why you need to introduce a statement, because he has essentially said that's what he told the cops.
Judge, there's two lines of thought here. Prior inconsistent statement under 246613.
What's the inconsistency?
It's not there yet. The one is that.
Well, then.
No, Judge. The inconsistency
is upcoming because he says it was a different conversation on a different day.
Sconiers v. State, S24A 0139, April 30th, 2024. The failure of a witness to remember making a statement, like the witness's flat denial of that statement, may provide the foundation.
He has not flatly denied making the statement. He substantially adopted what was said in the conversation that you just played. So why is there a need to play it?
One, because when a witness says, I can't remember, that's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've now confronted him with the statement, and he has adopted it.
Right, and so he has to, when the jury comes out, he's going to have to be able to say the whole statement. He's not going to be able to do that.
What is inconsistent with what he just said on the stand just now from what he said in the recording?
Yes, I'm not owning the inconsistency, Your Honor. It's past recollection recording.
You have refreshed his memory. He knows what he said.
Right.
He just said what he said. You're saying there's 3 words different. What's the issue there?
One, precision. I think it matters that they hear the exact words. I think that's an important thing, Your Honor. I don't think a word.
Well, you can cross-examine them. Isn't it true that you said, and you can say it to him, and then he can say, yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said.
You're just not going to let me. I'm just not going to be able to play it under this.
There's no reason to play it at this point.
Well, then I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
I'm ready.
Okay, bring him back in.
I love that though. Fucking hell. Judge is having none of this. He's right though. Judge is 100% right. Woo. Boom.
Can we pull that down?
You have him under a cross. You can ask him, isn't it true that these were your exact words?
I understand, Judge, and I will do that. The court's ruled. I'll follow the ruling. Mr. Barton, on July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present, and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to get more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period, correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
I don't recall that, but
Would you dispute it?
no, I would not.
And you made it clear several times after telling them that she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't, because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During this
enforcement,
conversation?
yes.
Yes.
You never mentioned I'm scared and I need to, that wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? In July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June 25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you wanted to tell them, you wanted to recant the statement you gave about Gary being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with them and you want to tell them that I want to recant this,
Correct.
retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there. Is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't. Yeah, I'll say yes.
Well,
I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes.
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall that who set the meeting.
So on this meeting in June of 2019, after the defense had been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
Well, I don't have the verbatim, and that seems to be important, but basically what I said was, what I told you was correct, but when it happened was not correct.
So what you said is she did say those words to me, but it was just a different date?
Yes.
And so what date did you say that she told you that Gary was in the burn pile?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me it.
You remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile, that you said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
Right. After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail. Is that right?
I did.
And you were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls. Is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was the defendant talking. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things. Is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
You talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
All right, so you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24th, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
And June 24th of 2019, that's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and, quote, recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match?
Yes.
And ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites. Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you were candid, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well-played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019, do you remember in a jail call there that the defendant told you need to stress to Amanda that she needs to find out whatever kind of trouble Chris is in and have that dealt with?
Yes.
And that you need to explain to Amanda that there is a well-played orchestra?
Yes.
And you need to explain the chess match to her?
Yes.
And that she was supposed to meet with somebody and be interviewed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but who was somebody? Sir.
That she was supposed to be interviewed either by an attorney or somebody in the case.
Okay. I don't know.
Now, I had you listen to, in full, 2 of the phone calls. Do you remember that?
You had me listen to a bunch of phone calls.
Do you remember that in July 5th of 2019, the defendant had a preliminary hearing? That was the one that was on TV that you watched. You remember that?
Yes.
You did watch it on TV, right?
Part of it, yes.
And she wanted you to watch it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You listened to that July 5th, 2019 conversation that y'all had about the prelim. Was it a fair and accurate conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence calls 13. So July 5th, 2019 jail conversation.
No, go ahead.
On the line. Hold for acceptance. To remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except your call has been accepted. Hey.
But, hey,
You okay?
no,
Did you watch it?
yes, watched it live.
Okay. Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was already going.
Okay.
And found it, but I sent it to him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they wasn't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I had not seen it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during it, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And
You sure?
explain. Do what?
You sure she'll talk to me?
Yeah. 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 Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to her.
What happened?
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. But I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Well, that's what trial's for.
Fear will do.
Do what?
So that's what fear will do.
True. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer and I turned it on just right before they started talking about it.
Oh, so can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried to yet. It's on that WSB TV Facebook page, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook if you can get into it or not.
Right. We'll see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. I thought it was over with, and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. So you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he could find it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
I wanted to know, and I said, definitely.
Well, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently Chris and Scott were there. Emily was there. Emily looked horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. She didn't even turn and look at her family. That's pretty.
Well, I was told not to keep my head down and do not look to the back.
Right. Don't look back and don't show any emotion.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for calling.
Did you think I wouldn't?
I was afraid.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
But please call Amanda and explain to her. Because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't eat, she hadn't slept, she hadn't whatever, and they had actually just left Michael just 2 minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, we'd be glad to talk to her.
Bethany, she said, I just got some questions that I want answered,
Right.
Because I said, Amanda, just remember that, what this it is. And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I will do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, him.
Yeah. Well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month. So he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him, but obviously we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, no, I know it sounds bad. He said, but if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not, you know.
Right. Yeah. I just hope he's got the knowledge that, you know, Manny said he had.
You checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm gonna need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over, I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started ringing, I think.
okay,
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's don't waste it. Holler back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call is 15 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby, give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when was did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, well, ain't no need of saying nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter.
Right.
And I'd tell him all the time, Bobby, it's killing me that I said something wrong.
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right. Well, there was nothing to tell you, so.
I know, and that's what I said. I told him that 50 times.
Well, there still is no evidence.
No, I think everything they've got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they've got anything.
Well, that's true too.
Because there is nothing to have, because I didn't do anything.
Right. Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I know.
Yep.
I do know.
I know. I know, baby.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all us, you know. But you need to go back and really watch it, and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See?
Yes. I'm gonna watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will.
All right.
I promise you too.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
Breathe.
I'm trying.
I know you are. Hey, baby. I love you.
All right, darling. I love you.
Oh,
Oh,
take a breath.
I am. Call me when you can.
I will. Talk to Amanda. Okay?
I will.
Okay. This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay. I love you. Bye.
This conversation with the defendant was after the preliminary hearing where they talked about the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you had waited to tell law enforcement. Can you hear me?
That's better.
You said that you waited to tell law enforcement that you recanted or made a mistake or said something that wasn't true for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the defendant that you had said what she told you back in July 24th of 2018. You had not told the defendant that you told law enforcement about her saying he's in the burn pile.
No.
So what you wanted to do, is it not, you were trying to wait to see if any charges were taken out. So you didn't have to reveal to your lover that you actually told law enforcement. She did tell me on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, that he was in the burn pile. You just didn't want to have to tell her that, right?
No, that's not correct.
But you did wait until to see if she got arrested and until it came out in evidence that you actually were cooperating with law enforcement, right?
Under advisement of my attorney.
And then when you, in the prelim, when it came out that you did, when Detective Hayes testified that you told them back in July 2018 that she told you Gary's in the burn pile, when that information came out, this was the phone call afterwards. Is that correct?
Say that again.
In the preliminary hearing, when it was revealed that you did tell law enforcement that the defendant told you Gary's in the burn pile, this is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates. So.
And in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, you were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
Correct.
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
Right.
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
Yes.
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
Right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes.
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile. Right? You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes.
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
That's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes.
But you will agree with me back in July, the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there, but
All right, you can't remember how long you were there, right?
No.
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
No.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is you have one statement that you gave on July 24th of 2018 that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you would actually, y'all would joke and have candy and were sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah.
And that would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not saying things.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Just this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16. It is only 5 minutes and 5 seconds, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
Darling,
Rita,
just got through unloading the machine.
wait.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, like a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time, and I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, blast. So just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So.
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit,
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
thank you. Y'all need to get in touch with people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Got to get a handle on that.
You know, the press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
Yeah. I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Sure, talk to MJ.
I did.
She okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. She said, well, she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. So I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. I get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you can get up with him.
Yes. I promise.
If you can get some things handled with
Yes.
my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I love you.
Be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on Buzz Bobby right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, I'm almost at a stopping point. Maybe 5 more minutes, if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases. Is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about a minute 15, I have not said anything other. Right before that, she says about a minute, roughly 7. But some type or other, let you keep talking about you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney, Mr. Carter, had huddled up, just you two, for about 30 minutes to discuss what you were going to say, right?
We went back into Bobby's office and Bobby was trying to talk me off the ledge. I was flipping out. And he was not expecting me to say that when I came back in.
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes,
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just I was so distraught that I wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th. And then you said, he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
No comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Judge, if we could stop here today, I'll pick back up.
All right. Afternoon or recess for the day. All right. We'll
Okay. So I took it off too early. He actually might be done. Hang on, let me get it back up. I took it down too early. Sorry, my bad. He might be done. Hang on. He did say he might be done. Let me just go back a second. Hang on.
afternoon or recess for the day. All right. We'll you got more questions for him in the morning, or you?
I may not, Judge.
All right. You're on
do
double.
have some legal arguments I'd like to take over the courthouse.
All right. We'll start back at 9. Remember, tomorrow we're gonna break 11:40-ish. All right. Remember, don't look up anything. Don't Google.
There you go. So he said he might not have any questions tomorrow morning. Might be with the defense. It depends. The whole thing depends on what you believe. If he thought she was guilty anyway, then that probably helps it. But it's one of those things that he said that she said that on the 4th, but now he's recanted it and be like, no, I got my dates mixed up. So it's whether you think he's believable or not. It's whether you think he's believable or not. And also, just remember, the defense had to come. So, that's a totally different. I don't think the jail calls were that bad, personally. I don't think so, But anyway, right, that's the end of today. 8:30 tomorrow, Eastern. Now, those of you who are watching the other trial with me, we're going to zoom over there now. So I'm going to close down and go over there. So I'll see some of you over there. If not, you should be redirected. If not, I'll see some of you tomorrow. But with that, we're going to crack on because time is against us today. So there you go. There we are. See you later. Ta-ra. End stream. There we go.